Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello. This is kind of a surprise live. It was a little bit touch and go to see what was going to happen with the verdict and kind of trying to figure out the scheduling. For anyone who was there during the text message portion of day 6 of trial, I was talking about how, depending on how long the jury deliberated and how quickly they might return a verdict, that I would be teaching lessons, but I might be able to cover it. And unfortunately, not unfortunately, I love teaching, but I was in the middle of lessons when I saw that the verdict was coming through. And so then I finished teaching, and then I really just wanted to kind of take a moment to finish watching closing arguments, and thought I might try to go to bed early, and then I couldn't sleep. So now I am here doing this recap. And, I just feel like I have so much on my mind about this case. I know that there's a lot of other people that kind of feel the same way. This really turned into something just completely different than at least what I had thought it was that we were dealing with here. And, I feel like after just the rest of that evidence came out on day 5, it's like kind of having to kind of go back and rethink this entire thing in terms of my understanding of what really happened. And, a lot of the theories that, as at least in terms of how, for example, Jorge got into the suitcase, all that's really, everything's kind of all changed now after what we've seen. And on the next recap is when we will be getting to day 5 and watching those videos. So yeah, but I will say one thing that I thought was really, interesting, besides the fact that everybody kept saying they were going to recall Brian Boone and nobody did, and the thing is that y'all have all heard, if you're on the jury, right, you don't want to, if you're an attorney, you don't want to make promises to the jury that you can't keep, right? So Brian Boone, he's on direct, and then what's so funny is it was so extra because Mr. Owens makes that statement we're not going to do cross because we're going to call him in our case or whatever. He makes that whole statement, which was either objected to or objectionable. I think it was, I don't remember if it was objected to, but it was objectionable. And then it's they don't call him and neither does the state. But beyond that, what never came in was the time of that phone call. Why? Because that's phone records. I'm baffled as to how that phone call, when Sarah calls him on that night after she's put Jorge in the suitcase, right? Because when they asked Brian Boone, he says it was 11 something. I don't remember. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to remember. But we have phone records, and why did that not, either side could have brought that in, I don't understand. And there was one point where I was thinking that he didn't answer the phone, but then I remembered after the fact that I just wanted to correct the record. I did remember that he did answer the phone, but he just doesn't remember what she said. So it's gosh darn it, right? I mean, he does. The thing is that he beyond the phone records, they would have also taken statements from him, and we know they took statements from him at the time, right? And I'm sure it exists somewhere where he reported what she said. I know he was half asleep and whatnot, but from what, if he heard anything at the time, that exists somewhere. What he thought she said exists somewhere, and the time of that phone call exists somewhere. And I'm really frustrated that we never learned that. So yeah, but we are here on day 3. So this is just, it feels like a lifetime ago. This is the day that Sarah took the stand. We covered that testimony live with her on the stand. So Well, I guess we'll talk about it when it gets to that. I've got kind of a plan for how to approach that, but I actually don't think I have watched much of this. This is the cross of Detective Koepsell. I don't know that I was able to actually watch much of this at the time. So that's what we're going to start off here is with, let me go ahead and put it on like 1.25. Actually, I think it's that really slow talking defense attorney, if I recall. So, but yeah, this is going to be her cross.
Ma'am, good morning again. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Chelsey Koepsell, Chelsey, Koepsel.
Mr. Castore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we intended witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who's your partner now?
Detective Scott Lowen?
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together. Is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when you arrived on the 24th, approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they had.
So that had already been done by the time that you arrived. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
All right. And you can do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. This day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial day of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and if something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and out there, that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence in a case.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Rothengarten, that's how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Rothengarten. Okay. Thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrived on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures.
It's so funny because it's like it just now dawned on me. I just was looking it up. I was just like, wait, what? See, I just remembered about Brian Boone's interview because there's a video of that. I'm pretty sure there's at least an audio recording, but I'm pretty sure there's a video. Like, it's so funny because there's all these things that we knew existed that, have been on YouTube that we kind of kept expecting them to come in the trial. And I think people kind of just forgot about that. I know I did. I forgot about that because I remember at the very beginning, like when he took the stand and stuff, it was like, oh, I bet they're going to play his interview. Right. And then like they didn't, but like there's been times where they've had witnesses and then, the relevant video played separately without them on the stand. Right. But then I think people just kind of forgot about it or something. I don't know. This trial was wild. Like there's so much stuff that seems like what the heck, like where was it? But we will definitely watch that. What we'll do is we'll finish her cross and then we'll watch that before Sarah takes a stand.
And then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct? Pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected. Yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you see the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase,
There were, yes.
were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had a property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand that that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes,
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
yes,
An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that, is that correct?
yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was, there would be, they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, are you aware at one point in time, there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone? Is that correct?
Yes,
In fact, that was done on her interview date on the, would have been the 25th?
yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what we witnessed in the video.
yes,
That's what they were doing at that time. And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertip swabs to George Torres. Were you familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDLE for comparison?
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDLE for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay. Who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it I would request it to the crime scene
I don't know
investigator, and she
why.
would,
This cross is so stupid. I don't know why he's asking about Brian Boone's fingernail clippings. I'm
like author the,
a little bit because this is kind of
Evaluation.
not.
again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested the CSI to do that.
I mean,
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations?
But would love to see a report.
But basically, you're aware that it was done. The procedure would have been, I believe, the 25th of February. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Time.
Yes, I did.
During the course of things,
okay.
is that where you found out through the medical examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
So the other thing
Now, initially, when you
I was going to say is that, you know, it is crazy after seeing again. I keep referring to it, but the videos from day 5, when you see, and I'm sure, I mean, I don't know if that's even all of it, but even if it is all of it, just the amount of times law enforcement was called to that unit. And in fact, there's one part where there's an officer that shows up and he's like, I've been here before, or something like that, or I remember you, something like that. And she like knows him by name. It's like they were just always being called there. And you have to think about too, how like, you know, when the first law enforcement was showing up at, you know, her apartment, her townhouse, you know, they would have run, you know, down their little background and they would have seen the long history, you know, of domestic violence. And another thing that's interesting is like in every one of those videos, the whole time, Sarah is actually way drunker than we've seen her. Like by comparison, it's as if she's like sober, right? In terms of when she's making the Suitcase video and talking to law enforcement and whatnot. And but she every single time she says, you know, am I getting arrested? Am I getting arrested? Am I getting arrested? It's like she keeps thinking she's going to be arrested. Now, I understand she was arrested. I think it was just the one time for, you know, an altercation. But she says it and they tell her no. And then she says it again. Like she doesn't, I mean, it's just it's unhinged. And so it's like, he would keep telling her, no, you're not getting arrested. And then she would just keep asking him still. Like it's like she forgot his answer because in her mind, she must feel like she should be getting arrested. That's what it seems like to me, right? Like it's like, but the thing is, regardless of why she's asking and whatever, thing is that is interesting is when they show up after Jorge is dead, she doesn't ask a single time. In fact, even when she's clearly being interrogated and they're asking all these questions and she knows he's dead and all this, you know, like we watched it, in the last recap and broke that down. It's like, she's like acting oblivious. She's like, why am I here? What am I doing? Blah, blah, right? And it's like, so it's like the complete opposite. So like when she wasn't actually being arrested, she kept asking, you know, am I under arrest? Am I being arrested? And then when she like probably should have figured that out, you know, she's like, doesn't figure it out. And then she's like in disbelief, right? She's incredulous. Like when they tell her they're arresting her, she's like, for what? You know, or whatever. So anyway, but it's just interesting when you think about these people that were showing up, the law enforcement officers showing up and seeing this long history. And then her coming out and she doesn't even reference it, right? Like, for example, right? All the other times that they come out, when she calls them, she refers to all the previous times they've been there. And then again, there's that one instance where they recognize it. But she's like, yeah, you know, when you guys were here before, blah, like in other words, she's connecting all this like history, right? But when they show up on this time on February 24th, there's no mention of it. It's as if it's just so interesting, right? It's like when it suits her, she's bringing up all these past instances of remember when you guys were here and you know, and blah, 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 I talked with so-and-so. But then at this time, it just doesn't, she doesn't even bring it up, but they know, you know, and then again, the other thing that's so interesting too, is like, when she's being asked about, if they've had any issues, again, now we know what they know when they were asking that, but there's only that one mention of the curtain rod thing. She doesn't mention anything else, only the curtain rod. Which is interesting, right? Because she knows law enforcement has documentation of all their other visits to that townhouse, but B, she's got all these pictures she took of herself, right? Like the stuff that came in trial, the pictures of her injuries, the videos of the fighting, whatever it is, the stuff that they, anyway, it's just, and we're going to talk more about it, but it's just interesting that she downplays, she first ignores any history of arguing or DV of any kind. Then second, she downplays it. Then third, she acquiesces and admits, but only to one incident, the curtain rod incident. And remember, these are supposed to be times where she's a victim of DV. So anyway, just wanted to point some of those things out.
When you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him, yes.
Okay, so after the autopsy, you had additional information, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was an interview, well, I don't know if it was an interview, there was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th, is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about recalling a conversation that we had, calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
All right, the day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone, is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene, yes.
And when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone, is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry, did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay, is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone, yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone, is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay, so she had consented to you for you to have her phone?
Yes.
Is that correct? She also provided you the code to get in the phone, is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different. And it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that as far as me taking the phone. And then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence. Like the 911 calls and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Since they had explained to me that they spoke with family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yeah, she could have not consented and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
But before you left scene, you knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back, did you just tell her, Ms. Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
So did you reach out to Ms. Boone that next day, or did Ms. Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day, or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone.
So just learned, guys. So I did find a couple interesting things. I did find the interview with Brian Boone, but also there's an alternate angle of Sarah Boone's interrogation with Detective Koepsell and the other dude, where you can see like all three of them at the same time from above. And so what I'll probably do is I'll probably do a separate episode where we watch both of those. But yeah, so just wanted to point that out. I'm probably going to go forward a little bit because he's just beating a dead horse at this point. Although
I may have confirmed the time or given her chance.
Did the investigative report to and synopsis to not to the end, but to okay. So being the detailed person you are, and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they train you that your report should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay, and just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down, and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
All right, to meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Ms. Boone, that you could not feeling very good. Remember
You know-
that?
That never happened.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good. Remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Ma'am. Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, of course.
I mean, okay, okay. I think if I were crossing her, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do, right? I mean, I guess what I would do is I would try to be like, score points for Sarah. Like, when you arrived, did she seem upset? When you arrived, was she cooperative? Shit like that, even though it's not going to really help. But I mean, this is just completely pointless. So hopefully he's done.
At that time.
Yes, I was.
Okay. A meeting arranged. Is that correct? And I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation on other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements, recorded statements at different times. Okay. Do you remember Abraham Moreno?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Did you?
And they bring this up in closing arguments.
Yes, I did.
I don't know. I mean, it's just still. I don't think there's a whole lot here that's all that
your
important. So.
investigative report. Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview.
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach
Yes.
Approaching.
you at that interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
So, wait, this is a different. Whose interview is he talking about? Hold on.
Now, ma'am, did that interview, what date did that, at that interview?
So,
May we approach?
Yes.
oh my gosh. So there's the approach.
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
I object,
Your investigative report. After that interview.
Your Honor, I would object. She hasn't said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, the reason I backed it up is because he said on the 26th.
Typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my
So I don't. I'm just trying to figure out what interview. It's not clear to me what interview he's even talking about. But he said on the 26th, and I'm pretty sure Sarah's interrogation was the 25th. So
being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, did that interview, what date did that interview take place on?
we might still be talking about.
I believe the
Sure.
26th, February 26th of 2020.
Thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
Did you take interview Brandon Moats?
I believe so.
We have neighbors.
So the 26th or 27th.
Neighbor living in the apartment,
Yes.
and he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Lowen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too. But Aghast, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes.
Okay. And did the interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then, did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation. And yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that correct?
Didn't they already cover
Yes.
this?
And Ms. Boone came down.
Right about the 25th. Yeah.
And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Mhm.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
And they don't have to do that, by the way. Because going to arrest and arrest are two different things. In other words, she's waiting on the probable cause in order and to be signed off before she can make a formal arrest, right? Until that happens, you can't do it. So you're just chatting it up, you know? So they're just approaching. Another thing I will say, I don't know if anyone remembers when I mentioned there was another, I'll pause real quick. There was another interrogation in Orange County that I had talked about previously, covering the interrogation. But anyway, it was with this same detective. And if anyone is still interested in watching that at some point, we can totally do that too. It would just be like a one it ended up resulting in a plea. There was no trial, so it would just be that interrogation. It wouldn't be like a whole trial or anything. But it's a really fascinating case.
So, ma'am, at that time, you did not tell Ms. Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We planned to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee,
Right.
not come. And then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
And I actually said that when we were watching her interrogation, I actually said that I was like, technically right now, I was like, they hadn't said that she was being detained or whatever. You know what I mean? Like she could have, and I remember saying like, if she had money or resources, she probably could have left, right? And gotten out of there and fled, right? Fled, I guess, rather. But instead, even when they kind of act like they're wrapping up, she's still like, just wants to keep chatting, So, yeah.
Actually get an attorney to come with her.
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney. And if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her, physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
So Ms. Boone shows up.
And I will just say to that end, I am of the, to me, I feel like that is something that should happen, right? Like this whole thing about, what people get when they're read the Miranda rights, you have a right to an attorney, questioning. But the thing is that it's such a shame that if someone says, yep, I would like to have an attorney for questioning, well, there isn't one ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel like the government should provide attorneys or provide people with attorneys who, even if it's just there for the interrogation, so that, y'all don't ever talk. Okay, don't do it. But if you're going to do it, you should have an attorney there. It's just the only way to go. And so I feel like if you're going to first say, okay, well, you have the right to an attorney, if you can't afford one to be provided for you, then you should be able to fulfill that if someone says, well, sure, I'll talk to you, but I would like an attorney. I can't afford one. So where's my attorney, right? In other words, and I know that in Canada, that's something that they have. And anyway, I just think I wish we had that system here as well.
You tell her there's some things that we need to talk about. Is that correct?
Specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of, obviously the autopsy had been conducted and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings, yes.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading?
So now he's going to go through each of the things on the card, and I'm not going to play all this because we've heard them discuss this ad nauseum with the pretrial litigation. And there's that one thing that she didn't read, but we know it was, not required and whatnot. So I don't know why he's wasting time doing all this.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
I think it's relevant, but I feel like there could be probably some other way to object on that. Absolutely.
The video of the interview. As a process of interviewing people,
Like, I guess the objection there, it also could have been maybe foundation, right? Like, in terms of when I say foundation, I mean, the way to get that in and do it properly would be if there was a protocol that she had broken. Like, for example, if the protocol is you're supposed to tell them. Now, we know it's not, right? Like, there is no protocol like that says, like, she followed the protocol correctly. So, yeah, like, I think if you had objected to foundation, it still would have been sustained because there is no way to lay foundation for it because there is no protocol that says that what she did was incorrect. So.
Well, let me specifically. In the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true during the interview process?
Are you asking for a left lie to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Was that done anytime in this interview?
No. I would love to know her answer or any other detective answer, like, to an extent. So to what extent? Like, I'm so curious because we everyone knows they're allowed to lie, but like, where is that line then? I'm really curious. Like, what can't you lie to them about?
I lied to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
I confer to.
Yes, sir. Can this witness be released? State.
We have her subject to recall.
Okay.
All right, she's
Be
done.
released subject to recall. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right, this-
So we're
So,
going to excuse you for a short while. It's a great opportunity for us to take our morning break as well. Similar instruction that I've given to you
So
over the
if
last
y'all
couple of days.
recall,
Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
if I recall, they have like a ton of housekeeping matters before Sarah Boone takes a stand. I'm not going to go through all of that because I know we've all watched it. I feel like I may have covered some of this actually on the day she took the stand. I feel like I maybe did because I know we were all waiting for her to take the stand and it kept getting pushed back. Okay, there she is. So, okay, so my thought. My initial plan for covering this, because since we did cover this on the day live, my initial plan was to just sort of hit maybe some of the key moments. But I do feel like in hindsight now that, and when I formulated that plan, that was before we had all those other videos that came out on day 5. Again, I everything's really changed in my mind as far as this case is concerned. And so I feel like a lot of this might actually necessitate being, going through it again. I know we didn't watch all of the injuries, so that might be worth doing for sure as far as direct is concerned. I think what I'll do is I'll skip forward to when it gets closer to the actual night in question. Let's see where this is at.
Hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I
This is insane.
would consider us a couple.
I mean, see, this is insane though. Oh my God, that pause. This is insane though, right? It's like, this is just a random spot that I picked, but like here she is saying they weren't on again, off again. They were a couple. Now watch, she's going to walk it back.
He asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our
For fuck's sake, right? And I mean, and it's like, but now again, now that after this happens, when she takes, we have those videos, we have the text messages. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, she knows that's going to come in. Look at his face though. Wow. Like, why do you think that, anyway, she tries to deny that initially. Wild.
apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. I'm going to go forward though. I meant to get closer to the night of.
Long speech. Let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right. Just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So y'all had gotten up that morning, February 23rd.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like even more of a mess than I remember it was at the time. I'm going to put it on 1.25. I had it on 1.5 because that last attorney who was doing cross for, oh my God, I need to take this banner down. who was doing cross for Detective Koepsell, speaks so slowly.
Let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes,
Do you remember getting up?
yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Objection,
So
disaster.
y'all slept in the bed together upstairs.
Objection, compound.
February. So you had gotten up, y'all had gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right,
Oh
tell
my
the
God.
jury what happened when y'all got up.
Oh, you know
was already
what's so
downstairs.
interesting? Now I know why you guys, it just sounds like he's just fumbling and it's just a fumbling mess, which the pausing, which it is. But you know what it is? Listen, it's because he says something about the bed. You know, and it's so funny because again, the detective questioned her about this, but where he was sleeping is like, did he sleep downstairs? Blah, blah. And it was just like, in my mind, I assumed that he was sleeping in the bed, right? It's just wild, man.
Yes, at that point, he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs,
See, she doesn't answer,
February. So y'all had gotten up that morning, February 23rd of
changes it to y'all would have gotten up that morning. That's why, because he knows that George didn't sleep in the bed.
2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and
He was already downstairs. That's true.
he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him
It was a day off from his job, but he's out of work, so I don't know.
into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did.
Like this is just so honestly, I'm it's even more maddening after what we've seen, but there's so many more problems with it than we even thought initially.
For however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit back to work.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes,
What time would you pick Lukas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes,
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
yes,
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes,
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right, is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes,
All right, so how long would it have taken you all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
And would it be fair to say that you and George
You know,
both
and it's
smoked-
God, the blink rate. The other thing too is now it makes sense too why she was always so funny answering these questions. Like even when they're asking her things that shouldn't be that hard. Like on a normal day, what do you guys do when you wake up? Things that shouldn't be that hard, right? Like, and, you know, and think about even when we get to Cross and he's like, "What did you have for breakfast?" Blah, blah. People, I think, were like thinking they're like, "What is happening? This Cross is terrible." And I was like, no. He knows what he's doing. But that was even before, like we knew where he was going with it, but now we know. Because it's like there was nothing normal about this life. There were I don't know if there was ever a single normal day or night or morning. I don't know if they ever did. I mean, after what we've seen, like, are you kidding me? Like, wow. So who knows if he ever slept in the bed? I mean, it's just so questions that should be easy to answer that are just like normal everyday life questions. She can't answer even when it's not the day in question, even if it's like some other day, right? Any day. She can't answer it. And that's what's so weird.
cigarettes?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
yes,
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
yes.
All right, what was the plan?
Enjoy the day.
It's just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make
Wow.
a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I again had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
You know, I feel like another thing that's interesting is I feel like we never even heard what kind of car she has. I feel like that's always asked in every trial, like, and what kind of car, you know, to establish. But there's never been any mention that I can recall at all of the make and model of her car, which is really interesting because I'm really curious what kind of car she drove. And the other reason it's weird is because there is so much talk about the car, like the fact that George takes her car, George takes her keys, George goes without her knowledge to the Publix, right? And then there's discussion about the car in the other incidences as well, incidents as well. It's just weird that we never learn more about the car. Again, it's just another one of those things. Like why? I don't know why. Just like with the time of the phone call to Brian, these are things that normally would come in that are pretty basic.
Do you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did y'all you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking allowed?
Why does she? Look at her face every time I pause it. Why? Why would she? She doesn't have to lie about this.
Out indoors?
it's not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
So first of all, it's so funny how he says, I assume, right, with the drinking. But I think he asked that question about the dogs when he's like, are they both disabled? Because again, anticipating that footage is going to come in and people were going to be like, why aren't the dogs barking when the law enforcement comes in? Now, I'm sure that it's also because they're used to it, but I think that that's why they're trying to offer this as another explanation. I mean, the state could object to facts on evidence. We don't know. Right? But like, they're just like, whatever. But we don't know for sure, right? About the dogs. I hope the dogs are okay wherever they are. But I think that's why he's saying that, is to try to get out ahead of the fact that people are going to be like, why aren't the dogs barking?
Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home. Y'all weren't going out for dinner or...
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning and
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
No, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
And so during that 2 or 3 hours,
Interesting
would it be fair
how
to say that y'all drank
he interrupts
alcohol?
her a lot, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did y'all
Of
want to
course
come
she
in?
did.
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Oh my God.
Yes.
The
After
leading.
I
The
believe it was after
leading.
we had, it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay. Now, where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
I was
And what are
trying to
their
encourage
names?
him to call his family.
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
And whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother.
So a couple things. So the thing about the daughters, right? Because we know, on the pause, we know that we learned after she testified that, she would encourage him to call his daughters when he was drinking because to punish him because of the fact that he knew his daughters didn't like that when he called if he'd been drinking and that type of thing. So, it's just wild to hear her say things like, oh, I encourage him to call his daughters as if it's like, she's like, great. And then the other thing is the age of the daughters, because this was something that I mentioned last time where I was like, wait, he has a daughter in her 30s. Like, how is that possible? And I'm trying to remember, we heard his birth date in those videos on day 5 when the officer asked him like, what year were you born or whatever. And I remember thinking, oh my God, like, do the math because he's younger than Sarah, if I recall. And I'm trying to remember exactly what year he said. It might have been like 84. But like when I did the math, it would have made him 10 years old when he had that daughter. So Sarah's got to be wrong about the age of that other daughter that's in her 30s. So.
So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone.
Yes,
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone,
yes,
videotapes,
yes,
text messages,
yes.
phone call.
He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes,
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
yes,
All right. So y'all called his daughters. And then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
The other thing.
Which brother was that?
John.
Or now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
Oh, sorry, hold on. That's the moment I've talked a lot about, the John moment. Hold on, let me back that up.
That phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes,
Okay. And which brother was that?
John.
Or now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
She says John. It's Juan. So that's where I pointed out before that this is huge to me because it's like that's when it's like, oh, okay, that's why it's Jorge and not George. And I think I've probably been calling him George. I'm still trying to get used to switching over to Jorge and not George. Oh, now I forgot why I initially paused it. Hold on, let me back it up just a second here.
That phone.
Oh, yes, I know why. The phone. We have no idea what happened to his phone because we find out he has one, right? When they're doing those videos that we saw on day 5 and he's got a phone. What happened to the phone? And add that to the list of things where it's just like this is a basic thing that was just never addressed. along with what time the phone call with Brian Boone was that night, and also kind of going along with that, why didn't they play his interview? And then, not that it really matters, but just would normally come in would be, what type of car was she driving? What type of car did she have? So, but that John thing is insane. I don't think anyone else noticed that, but I feel like it's a huge moment.
Is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
And how
John.
many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Who she
Close
doesn't
by?
name.
Yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
None of it makes
So
any
just to get an
sense.
idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle?
I
Or
mean-
did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall,
From what I recall, I think change of scenery came up somewhere else, either in the text messages or in the videos. But I remember thinking, or maybe it was in maybe the body cam. But it doesn't make any sense in this case, because it's like, well, a change of scenery isn't going where you live. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I want to change of scenery and go back inside the house where I live. Just doesn't make any sense. And the other thing, it's like, why they're making much ado about it, right? This whole thing of like making a decision to go inside. It's like, it's like if they weren't making such a big deal about it, you would just assume they went inside because it's where they live. You know what I mean? It's not like you expect them to permanently stay outside. It's like normal people will go outside their house and then come back inside their house. That's what normal people do. But there's been such a big deal made out about this decision to go inside for so much time that like they're drawing attention to it. But why, right? It makes me wonder what else happened here. Like, why is this such a big deal about when you decided to go inside and why you decided to go inside? It's like, it's just a normal thing, man. It's what people do. But instead it's like she made the decision and it was because of a change of scenery. So that's what we got.
all it was, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? Do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking,
For what?
cigarettes.
And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes,
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
it was expected, yes,
And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him.
yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something,
Went out and got another puzzle.
it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took,
Ugh,
we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
everything about this is a
every piece was
disaster.
finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was
No.
in like the perfect place on there. But
No.
yes, everyone but one piece.
Here's the thing.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
Here's the thing. Now it kind of makes sense because I commented on this before about like what the fuck is their life, right? It's like they don't have jobs, and like this is, you know, she talks about like in the interrogation. Well, we were puzzled out. We had done all the art. There's nothing left to do. It's like, what life is this where that's like the only things you can do is puzzles and art? Like, just so much of this doesn't make any sense, and the way she describes everything doesn't make sense, you know. But now, you know, I just keep saying, but having seen those videos, now it does make sense because literally, I don't think she knows I don't think she would know how to even pretend. Or I think this is her trying to describe what she thinks or imagines is what normal people do because she doesn't know. That's what I think. I think it's like she literally has no concept of what a normal relationship is like. I mean, maybe she had one with Brian at some point, but not recently and not with Jorge, it looks like. I mean, there is nothing normal about any of that. And so, you know, if when asked these questions like, what did you guys do? And it's like, oh, well, what would normal people do? And I think this is just what she came up with. Because I mean, that's when you compare what she says to what we've seen, it doesn't make any sense.
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints
Maintain and
that I
focus
used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels.
It's
and
this
crystals
infantilism,
and
right?
Whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember, as a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
I love that part.
And I know,
Right.
you know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures.
That's one of my favorite parts where he's like, you like to draw. And it's like, she'll never fail to seize an opportunity to try to just boost her own image, or at least in what she thinks it is. You know, it's like, do you like to draw? You should be yes, or sure. It's like, I like to do anything artistic. It's like, fucking hell, man.
Pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoy doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, you know, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and, you know, paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Is there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had
The
completed
leading,
the
but also
puzzle
my
and,
dogs follow me everywhere.
I guess we're painted out. I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music.
And there's painted out.
And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just
He was feeling it? What
having
is
a
that
good time
even?
listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
So wait, the dogs are disabled though.
Tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
The disabled dogs that are dancing.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to
Hold
sleep.
Had y'all
Hold on.
finished off the
Hold on.
I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room.
He was sitting in one of her son's chairs. It's just a weird thing to say, right? I think a lot of this is stuff that's like a subconscious, like Freudian slip. Like, why is that noteworthy to her? Why does she even remember that detail if that's even what happened? Like, why does your son have different chairs? Like, we're not talking about a newborn baby here, right? Lukas, I'm sure, was old enough to sit and like, he was like, what, 13 or something? Or no, wait, maybe he was like 9 or 10. Yeah, maybe he was like 9 or 10 at the time. So the normal, he would be sitting in normal chairs. You'd be sitting in normal size chairs. It's not like a high chair, like for a baby, you know? So this is odd, right? Going along again with this, like this idea of like there's this like infantilism going on that's very clear. It's not a regular art set, it's Lukas's art set. It's not a regular bat, it's Lukas's bat, it's Lukas's chair. You know? It's just weird that she even says it. I mean, it makes more sense when you're like, oh, it's Lukas's bat, right? Because why is it a small bat? Fine. That makes more sense. But like this doesn't make any sense. Let me back it up one more time.
I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and
That makes no sense.
just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much like to go to
I
sleep.
love the acting. I love her acting it out, the pantomiming. It's great. You know, A+ for that. But like the chair thing is weird to me.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of them.
Yes.
So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just walk in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding.
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening.
Okay.
And
So-
I went downstairs to find where he was.
And
Okay, so this nonsense. So this tag, you're it. So it's clear to me that she watched her, you know, as you would expect, right? Her interrogation video, probably many, many, many times before this, and that's why you're hearing her even use the same words such as fractious, which is a word I'd literally never heard before. And I don't know that was on purpose. However, I do think other details were on purpose, that she did try to make sure she, like, for example, the tag you're it, right? Because she says that a couple different times in that interrogation. So I think, and again, in order for, she's trying to, after the fact, go back and make it seem like she was being truthful, right? To give herself credibility now. Like by memorizing certain things that she said back then and then saying it again now, it's supposed to look like, oh, it's just because she's being truthful. It's which is crazy, right? But as far as why did she say tag you're it at the time? Again, this kind of goes along with like the arts and the puzzles, and because the hide and seek thing, I think it's clear that never happened. It's all bullshit. And I think this is like her getting the two games confused. And it also explains why sometimes the story was a little bit different. Like there's times where it's like they were just both joking about the suitcase and like, you know, anyway, so I think, but the reason with the different stories that she gave about how this whole thing came about with him in the suitcase, there's been different versions. I think what she's decided to do is stick with what she said in the interrogation more so than what she said on the body cam. And that makes sense because she was under oath during the interrogation, right? Just like she's under oath now. So she's kind of trying to be more consistent with what she said in the interrogation. And I think, again, the tag you're it is just because she was making this up and, you know, like she probably meant to say hide and seek, but then accidentally said tag you're it, just got it confused, like children's games, right? Type of thing. So, but now she's sticking to that to try to give herself credibility here. But I'm going to back it up a little bit because this is just so, this whole thing with the shower and like, did you lay down in the shower? I don't know what. I mean, I don't know. And the leading, right? The leading.
Just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding.
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here.
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right. Tell us about the suitcase. How long? Is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right. And did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes,
And this doesn't
had,
surprise me.
recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years.
Like she's some sort of miracle angel. I can't. It doesn't surprise me that she says this is George's suitcase. Sorry, Jorge. Let me fix it. Because the thing is that okay, who knows if that's even true or not, right? But it's trying to connect. It's trying to distance her from the suitcase, but also I think more than that, it's this whole idea. Remember, she describes the suitcase as dilapidated, which it's not. We actually saw a great demonstration of that in closing arguments where he took the bat to it. It's not dilapidated at all. It just has a broken zipper. But she really wants the suitcase to make the suitcase seem like it's really a piece of crap and it's his suitcase, right?
And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken
There
it
you go.
was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
It's just a zipper, man.
And I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Okay.
Yes, it was
Oh.
the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the
So initially, it seemed like this was a question that was really important because they ask her this when they show up on the body cam. They ask her about, why is the suitcase downstairs, blah, blah, all this about the suitcase, okay? And, there were reasons that seemed to make sense as to why these questions were being asked at the time because they were trying to figure out, like, why is it just in the middle of the room or whatever, right? And of course, now the reason they're talking about it is because they're trying to support the idea that he didn't get thrown down the stairs in the suitcase, that the suitcase was already downstairs because they were going to donate it, right? That's the whole point of this versus it was upstairs where it normally is. However, I think there's a whole other set of reasons why there's questions about this. And I will just say that the detectives, like I've mentioned that, like for the interrogation, they would have seen those videos from day 5 of trial. They would have seen those. They did see those. They saw those before she came back in. And I have so many thoughts that we will talk about when we get to those videos, but I just wanted to say that when there's things that are questions about, like, so does he normally sleep in the bed and why are there pillows on the floor and, what happens when he gets up in the morning, blah, blah. And then these questions about, like, the suitcase, where do you normally keep it, blah, blah. I think there's a reason for all that. And we'll talk about it when we get to those videos.
size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
And so what y'all were gonna
I think there's more
donate that
to
to
this.
Goodwill? Or?
I think there's
Yes,
more
we were
to
going
it.
to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you were going to put inside of
Correct, yes.
it. Okay. So it'd been down there a week. So it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then,
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height.
How
And
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
Yeah.
I thought it was 100 pounds.
It takes a lot of nerve to call that a big suitcase,
I
you know?
was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes,
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were.
That's wild, right? Because
yes.
that just came out, right?
So because of his thinness,
I don't think she meant to say that. After all the effort, she went through to try to make it seem like she's not incarcerated, right? I mean, in hindsight, really, maybe she doesn't care if the jury knows she's incarcerated. Maybe she wanted to just use that because as an excuse to try to get like a personal hairstylist and shit, like she was asking for. Like, so she'd be treated like a queen, treated like she's special. That might be, anyway, or this could have just come out on accident. But after all that effort and all that about not being, her, which is her right, and as she's still a defendant, but then she just freaking says it. It's so insane.
is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes,
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
yes.
Did he willingly get in the
Small
suitcase?
man, big
It's already in there.
suitcase.
When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I just kind of, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
So at some point, did you zip him up? Did
yes.
you? And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
I just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes,
I missed something.
well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not.
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes,
You heard it here today, did you not?
yes,
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
yes,
That was his voice on the video and audio.
yes,
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
yes,
That was your voice.
yes,
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
correct,
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
So I have some things. So, so first of all, I wanted to get through a good chunk of this, and then I say a good chunk, I don't know, like a minute, and then we're gonna hear some of this again. But the thing I'm noticing so much more on this time around, and also just again after having the other evidence that's come in, he's just Owens is just leading the fuck out of her. You know, Owens is just leading the fuck out of her. So it's interesting when he doesn't lead and he asks some sort of open-ended question. In fact, it really kind of stands out. And if you guys remember, there was a lot of talk about that justifying in narrative form. And, you know, the reason for that is because, you know, the attorneys can't elicit false testimony. So what I'm wondering is, when we hear Owen switch to these non-leading questions in a weird and glaring manner, if it's because he knows she's going to, well, because she might give false testimony and he can't elicit that specifically. And I think that's what happens right around here.
He's a small man.
No, sorry, I went back to
In the suitcase, just
by the way, y'all, we're going to talk a lot. All of this stuff means something different to me now, and I have so many thoughts. We're going to talk about it when we get to the videos. I'm trying to not get ahead of it. I want to wait for the videos. But in terms of all this stuff about we couldn't believe, like, okay, hold on. How many times does she say it? Because it's
from there, it was just we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
so in one sentence, 3 different instances or 3 different descriptions of how the shock or surprise or funniness that he could fit in the suitcase. I have a lot of thoughts on that when we get to the videos in terms of this whole thing, oh, how amazing he could fit in the suitcase, and also how small he was that he could fit, or just in general, like couldn't believe how skinny he was. I have thoughts on all this that we'll get to when we do the videos.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what
Okay, at some point, did you zip him up?
was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
Joking and laughing about him fitting in the suitcase again.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
There, did I miss something? I think that is an example. And now we know we're getting to this overt act, right? Did I miss something? It's just a really weird question, but I think this is him. He needs to make sure he cues her to insert that overt act at the right time, or their whole case is fucked. But he also can't elicit false testimony. And so I think that's what's happening here, that she's going to be like, oh, like, I know what that means, right? Like, did I miss something? Weird, right? So he's leading the fuck out of her, and then he's like, this whole time, right? And then, did I miss something? And it's like, oh, now's the overt act time. That's kind of how I interpret it.
Well, I
And so she tries to pretend like she doesn't know exactly what. Well,
the suitcase had for me moving it around was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in.
so it's just insane to me that I don't know how someone even has the nerve. That was a combination of guts and nerve to sit here and say this when the jury has seen that video. Everyone's seen that video. I had an opportunity to talk to him. Ma'am, you start the video out by saying, for all that you've done to me, fuck you. Like, what on earth? And the other thing that's so odd, right, is like, you know what? It's kind of like Lori Vallow. It's kind of like Lori Vallow. Whenever we talk about Lori Vallow, or any people that are talking, for example, her son's been, interviewed recently and stuff. It's like, there's a similar thing. Here's what I think that similar thing is. Complete unwillingness to admit faults, your own faults, to the extent that you almost have to be delusional, but like not actually delusional, like not diagnosable, right? Like it's like a willful delusion, right? It's like a choice versus like a psychotic disorder. That's what I think is going on with both of them. I think that's what's going on. It's like, it's almost like stemming from a place of denial and like, narcissism and, low self-worth and whatever, and the ego. Like, that's what it is. So it's like the same way that Lori Vallow could never admit that she was a terrible mom and she killed her kids and whatever else, all the other terrible things. It's the same thing where it's like in this case, even though the jury has seen that suitcase video and she knows they're going to see those body cam videos and the videos that she took on her phone, she still doesn't admit that she's got an alcohol problem. She still doesn't admit, like it's insane to me that she gets up here on the stand and tries to act like there's any type of a normal life happening and that she's just like this great person, right? Like she would have at least come across as somewhat more credible if she was like acknowledging in any way, shape, or form what her life was like. And the thing is that the only reason it's not like that now is because she's incarcerated. And so it got her sober. If nothing, like I will say that much, she's now sober. I mean, so, and honestly, she probably loves the fact that she's got a solid, a routine going to it, in prison. But, there's just no acknowledgement of any of those things. And there's no acknowledgement of faults, even when the faults are literally there on video. I mean, I'm not even talking about the murder. I'm talking about all the other stuff, It's just like trying to pretend like that was just a serious conversation between two adults. Like they've already seen the video. Like it's wild. It's wild. It just reminds me so much of like what we heard from Lori Vallow when she talked to Colby and she's telling this story about what she thinks happened to the kids and blah, blah. I'm not going to go into all of that, but it's very similar. It's like completely impossible. It doesn't make any sense, but it's like, that's your story and you're sticking to it and you're not going to acknowledge anything that we've evidence of, like you're just going to ignore it. And okay. So, this is just very interesting to me, the psychology of it.
But at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when
And so of course, the point there is that it accidentally was upside down. She didn't put it upside down on purpose.
I went over and decided to videotape to.
Okay, this part matters. So, because this is going to come up in closing, and I've got a whole bunch of thoughts about that anyway. But why did she decide to videotape?
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the I guess the jest in it for
Just see the I guess the jest in it.
him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
What a mess of an answer in so many ways. I have to keep remembering what the question is because it doesn't relate to the question. The question is, why did you decide to videotape him? And that is the $1 million question. And the thing is that I had my own theories on that. And boy, it's again, with after what came out on day 5, it's a whole new thing, right? Because this is there's a pattern. There's a pattern and a history of when she would videotape him. And when she would videotape him, well, again, we'll get to it.
After you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually.
So jest means like a joking or a mocking remark, or like a ludicrous circumstance. A mocking remark makes sense because that's like what she did to him all the time. So this is again kind of like to me like what they call it, like a Freudian slip, because this doesn't make sense with what she's trying to say eventually when she gets to, it's like a word salad, right? It doesn't make sense with the rest of it. But a mocking remark is what that makes sense. That's accurate, right? But listen to this answer again with that in mind.
See the I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
So that's her switching it over into what Owens's kind of thing was when he, in opening statements, and he said a captive audience, right? Again, trying to paint this as like a mature conversation between two adults that are having a serious conversation. She's, feels like she can be safe about her feelings. It's like, no, that's just complete BS. So she switches over to that type of thing, but she can't even really describe it because, it's a mess.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
I did.
So that whole thing okay, so we've talked a bit about this, and I know a lot of people have been like, what the heck? Did she remember taking the video? Like, why did she hand over the phone with the video? Well, it wasn't just that video. Of course, we now know there was a lot of other damning videos. So what I think happened with the suitcase video in particular is that I think that where I'm at with it now is that she must have remembered taking it, because it's clear, like when it's the interrogation, they confront her with that. Before they even hit play, she's like, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to see this. Like it's like she already knows what it is. She's like, I can't take this, guys, or whatever. And so but the reason I'm saying this is because I think she remembered this from the night before, right? And then my thought is that she must have like thought she went back and deleted it or something, right? Because why else would you hand the phone over with that video on there? She must have thought she deleted it, but she didn't delete it because she was drunk. And so then once she saw the first image before they started even like playing it, she knew exactly what it was. That's kind of what I think was happening there.
Why did you say all that? Video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance.
Fuck's sake, Owens.
You want to elaborate on that? Or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right. Well,
Never looks afraid or scared, but there's a lot of lip compressions. I will say that much.
I understand that.
Ugh.
Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point,
That's, not malicious, she says a billion times in that freaking interview. I mean, we know she wanted to make him squirm. Dude, retaliation is not self-defense.
you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video displayed to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me, and
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it just got,
Sure,
it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And
right. Again, I can't handle it with her, man. The thing is this, again, like, the only thing that was broken was the zipper, first of all. It's not like the side of it had a big hole in it. We've seen it. It's actually very sturdy. It's not dilapidated. Although I know she wants to describe it that way. Nonetheless, you run into trouble with the fact that she then says, and this part never made any sense to anybody, I'm just reiterating it, the part about how she intentionally leaves the zipper open so he can get out. You're afraid he's going to get out because it's a dilapidated, broken down suitcase, which it's not. It's just a broken zipper. But also, despite being afraid he's going to get out, you intentionally leave the zipper open so he can get out. I just,
his hand started to come through.
This is why
His hand started to come through this way.
This is why her other attorneys didn't want to run this defense.
And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
I mean, yeah, I couldn't.
You're shaking it.
Sorry, I was going to say I couldn't agree more after what all has happened because, like, it's just a whole new world. It's just like her face every time I pause it. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm. We'll be getting to those videos on the next recap, but it's just changes everything. Changes everything.
You shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
but his hand was still out.
Shake it, shake, 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 shake it like a Polaroid picture. Do you guys remember that song? Hey, shout out to Outkast.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
The thing is
You
he
in fear?
wasn't. Well,
Always.
he had every right to be, but he
If he
wasn't.
would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Objection, speculation.
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Interesting, because even that's couched, and I don't even know if I caught that the first time around. That was actually a very direct question. If he had gotten out, what would he have done to you? She doesn't say he would have killed me. He would have beat the shit out of me. That would have been a better answer. What she says is, hold on, I want to make sure we get it verbatim.
The suitcase. What would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably
Like he used to tell me, blah, blah. I mean, if you, anyone that watches the behavior panels, like, you guys know, like, it's just, this isn't believable. Like he used to tell me, blah, blah, blah. It's just a narrative. It's not directly answering the question of what he would have done. She's, ugh.
probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying. Yes.
And so what did you do?
For this.
Also, I'm just going to note, we had talked in previous episodes a whole lot about so is everybody, right? Theories of how did he get in that suitcase and when, right? And there's been ideas that maybe he was unconscious and she put him in there, or did she maybe hit him with the bat before he got in the suitcase? And I was always of the thought that there's no way that he could have been getting in that suitcase unless it was voluntary. I've said it a bunch of times. Like, I'm like, there's no way I thought there's no way he could fit unless he was really trying to fit, right? Like, as if it was to prove a point. And that's why I kept thinking that it was still fun and games at that point, but she was pretending, but she really had evil intent, or, whatever. And that I couldn't fathom that possibly he could have been hit with the bat and then have gotten willingly in the suitcase. Again, we'll go over all this with those videos. My thoughts on this are completely different now. I have a whole different set of things that I think happened here. But I just wanted to point out that I think the bat as well. I think whatever's going on with the bat and the suitcase, there's a whole other story here. So
Split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I
poking, and he even said it in closing arguments, trying to suggest that those bruises and injuries he had were from being poked. It's just disgusting,
hit his hand.
poking.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat.
Oh,
It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it
Oh
with
my
the skinny
God.
part here, and then
So the grip here,
brought it at it. Yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes.
and then the barrel of the bat, the big
he
part of
really
the bat
wants
is
to
here,
act it out.
and you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
She really wants to act it out. That's a specific thing. There's specific defendants that are like that really want to act it out. And in fact, there's that time on cross-examination where she actually offers to, she's already back in the witness box and she offers to come down and demonstrate something. It's interesting. Does she like fancy herself like a thespian? Anything
You
artistic?
made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
Subsided.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, did you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You
Go
know,
back to the video and the couch.
I wonder if it wasn't happening anymore. I wonder if at that point, trying to read between the lines here, I wonder if at that point she thought he was dead. I wonder if she thought he was dead. And that's when she flipped it back over, right side up. And I mean, we know he was losing oxygen, right? And that he would have been getting more and more like closer to being unconscious and stuff. It's possible that because he was, taking longer, he wasn't really talking anymore. Maybe she thought he was dead. Oh, not this again. Full screen. Okay.
I did, yes.
And we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again.
yes,
And you hear him say, Sarah,
yes.
had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
Makes no
The
sense.
suitcase has
Makes no
zippers, doesn't
sense.
it? And they meet
Makes no sense.
various places along the line.
Correct.
Okay, so it does have two zippers.
How much
Okay.
room- when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
I mean,
Did you walk upstairs?
there's so much missing. There's it's like she's not even a human because there's no sadness, there's no grief. I mean, it's clear now, and again, having watched the videos, that she didn't love him. I don't think she's capable of love. I think she's, I mean, what is that? Like really kind of, I'm not trying to diagnose, but like that's really kind of on like that psychopathic spectrum, And we'll be getting into the defense experts, I believe, on this same video and what they said about her psychology. But and I don't know that they would have even tested for things like that anyway, but incapable of like empathy and like that type of thing. But she's not showing anything for herself either. Like there's not fear. There's not all the things that she's trying to describe having that she's feeling or that she should be feeling, like none of it's there. I mean, there's really no emotion at all. Like in terms of like the only time she really gets emotional that we've seen is when she gets angry or agitated. And now when I say that, I'm referring to in the body cam, both from this event and prior. I'm referring to in the videos that she took on her phone. I'm referring to the interrogation. She gets angry or agitated. And that's pretty much her only emotional state, or there's just like nothing happening.
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
Bleeding. Well, they mean the
As
same
long as
thing.
he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
But you left enough room for him to get out. I don't understand how this. It just doesn't make any sense.
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me
And where did they go?
on the bed.
Did
I mean,
you have the phone?
this is just insane, right? There's nothing happening on her face.
Yes,
I know at some point you called
Here.
your husband, Brian, did you not?
I did.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Mysterious call.
You recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Useless. Useless. So you're useless then. Brian doesn't remember anything, which is fine. He's not on trial here. But you know what? Why not the phone records though? Why not the phone records?
This gun, Sarah Boone, you said that
Sarah
when he
Boone?
was in the suitcase, he was threatening her, threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing,
Yeah,
try
that
his
was-
best that night to probably take my life.
That's what's interesting because I don't know if anyone's caught that. Let me back that up a second. Hold on.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me.
That's what made me ask him, please stop doing what he's doing to me. It doesn't make any sense because he's not doing anything to you. He's in the suitcase. That's been made very clear, right? That he's in the suitcase, which is why you felt safe to video him and talk to him and whatever, because he's in the suitcase. It's like she knows. It's like she understands that she has to make it seem like he's being threatening, but she can't even figure out how to do it because it's impossible because he's not a threat because he's in the suitcase.
That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
I'm guessing.
The threat you heard.
Hold on. All of the distancing language, though, I'm guessing to possibly try his best. Hold on. I think there's even more in there. Let me just make sure.
To me, that he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
I'm guessing try his best to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard.
Which is honestly, it's it's a fair answer in the sense that yes, you can't know what's going on inside someone's mind. But the whole point of this entire defense is that there's an established pattern that you would know what they're going to do. Like in other words, you wouldn't have to speculate because there's been such great bodily harm in the past. And by the way, we do learn what the standard is for that in Florida. I know I had mentioned that before. And he talks about it during the jury instructions. And he says something like, the way he describes it is more than just a mere bruise. And I think that's pretty much, that's the more than just a mere bruise. Okay. But anyway, so yeah. Oh, absolutely. I was saying, I think she confused who said what. The truth and the lie. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know. And yet she went to bed expecting intimate relations. I know. Yeah. I'm really surprised too that from everyone that I've that's been covering this, I feel like somehow am I crazy? I just feel like everyone's kind of missing that there's like a whole other level of kinky stuff going on in this that's involved. And see, I don't know, like how's everyone missing that? Like, am I crazy? But and remember too, guys, like in the interrogation, or no, sorry, it was even when the detectives show up at the house, the townhouse, they're like asking, like, what's the deal with this suitcase? Like, is this like a sex thing? Is this like a foreplay thing? Do you like play hide and seek and then have sex? It all makes sense now as to why they were asking those questions. But again, I'm trying to not spoil it. We'll wait to talk more about that when we get to the videos. But I'm just surprised that no one else picked up on some of this.
Was
He's going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
That is the only time that either of them quote that correctly, because she says it twice back to back. Owens misquotes it later, then she misquotes it later. And I pointed it out on the live stream when we did her at the time. Yeah, that's how it goes. Covered her at the time with her testimony because I was like, I remembered it, but they couldn't remember it. So insane.
Yes, sir.
Her face. Her face. Oh, God.
Outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberative.
Okay. So this is when they discuss the overt act, and we know that's allowed in. That we covered, again, we covered that at the time. And then also I made that little clip that mashup with me and EDB. Actually, I'll just roll that because that's a quick little way to find out what happens here. And for anyone who didn't see it. So let me just pull that up real quick. There it is.
That a overt act has been established. Case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an court finds that a overt act has been established. Case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly.
Interesting.
An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find.
I am shocked. The overt act it's coming in. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I mean, I guess the scintilla of evidence that, I guess I forgot that was the standard, but scintilla of evidence, and yeah, that does make sense.
A overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and
he's not looking at the attorney's
evidence so long as the necessary predicates are established for those.
It is a low bar.
Question spouse
evidence. He didn't deserve that win.
Necessary predicates are established for clarifications with regard to the court's order.
That is a big win for the defense in this case.
Defense.
I think it would help if we went to say.
The bar is low. A scintilla of evidence.
I don't know if you want
the barest amount.
Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits.
Oh, for fuck's sake. He's got to be really happy, though. He's got to be really happy. That was the best they can do. It's not going to be enough, but it's the best that he could get.
One at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them.
I'm surprised.
This is a miracle for them, honestly. Iowa says, Judge, there's no way anyone is going to buy this bull. Let's allow the oversized cow patty in. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah. So they would have been even more, they would have been completely screwed. Like the rest of their case couldn't even happen if this didn't come in. So now, but we're going to skip past. So that's the summary of what goes on here. Now they take a break and then they come back and then they have more discussion. Do you guys remember this? Owens with all of his exhibits and then the pictures, and then she's back on the stand. So let's see here.
You recognize our jury.
Excellent.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Ms. Boone. So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right.
Oh boy.
After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
Brian, we want the tea. Brian Boone, Brian, if you ever watch this and you want to be able to spill the tea or just talk about your life, what life was like without like being plastered all over the internet, I'm here to just reach out and we would love to hear from you.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you? Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone screen.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I think it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up her son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth.
I just hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's do this the right way. I mean,
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So
I just can't, you guys. Because one of our problems is that there's things he doesn't understand. Like I'm doing things around the apartment, like looking for jobs and so on and so forth. Like that, it's non-responsive, first of all. Second of all, sorry, if I make a list, we'll be here for a year. So it's just like, all I can do is goat.
I
All I can do is
inevitably
goat.
just let it rain. And I laid in the bed and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough
Not
to
to
go
mention he's
downstairs.
paying all her
And,
bills in the meantime.
When I went
Right?
downstairs, it was very quiet.
He's
So
paying-
I had the understanding, I believe that he had left.
Brian's paying all her bills and Jorge's for that matter.
And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop
Correct.
and the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Interesting. See, I didn't even notice that the first time around. I mean, it didn't seem like an important detail, but now we know why.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase.
Let me
And
stop you there.
Lip compressions again. Wow.
You
Wow.
were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase
Wow.
or coming
He
out of the
looked
bathroom?
pissed kind of in a way.
where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it for the jury.
I guess I was aghast, and
I was aghast. I mean, I remember even at the time I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, how did you feel? I've never felt anything like that before. Describe it for the jury. I was aghast. I'm gonna look up what the actual definition of that is to see if it's like, does that even count as an emotion? But also, what a weird word. Filled with horror or shock. Shock and horror. So, y'all, okay. If you just found someone that you love, I don't care if it's a family member or a spouse or a partner or whatever. If you found a stranger dead, I mean, it's just, for her reaction to be aghast, which means shock and horror. Again, this is like what I was saying before. It's like she has no idea to even, she doesn't have the ability to even imagine what normal people would be thinking or feeling in a given situation. She cannot empathize with what normal people would do or feel, in my opinion.
I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
Terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree.
And terror. I mean, and the reason I'm saying that I think this is indicative of her lack of ability to empathize is because if she could empathize, she could imagine, let's just say, right, let's say that, you know, she kills him, she doesn't care. Not even let's just say, we can say that. She killed him, she doesn't care, blah. But let's say that she still did have the ability to empathize, and she could probably be a better liar, right? Where she could imagine, okay, well, what would someone who actually cared say, right? We see people do this all the time on the stand. Some more successful than others, right? And then she could actually give an answer that maybe was a little bit more human. But this answer shows she has no ability to empathize.
Degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
Wait.
Bless you.
And I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of
Yeah, because you're
remembering.
the feeling of remembering,
And then he was still in there.
and then he was still in there. The only word she was able to come up with, even though you know she's been thinking about this for 4.5 fucking years, right? Practicing this. And the best she could do was aghast, and then she said terror. Ah!
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him, and I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And
Now that part, actually, I have to give her credit, because like that's what you would see in the movies. Like at least in this part, she's saying something that maybe she learned from a movie. Like, good job. That's at least we're getting a little bit more like, even if it's not what a normal person would actually do, it's what normal people have seen in movies. So it's like a little bit better. And I just wanted to note also that when I was covering this, I guess it's when it was live. I'm trying to think. Maisha, shout out to Maisha, was here. And it's when it was the recap with the medical examiner. That's who it was. And I just remember Maisha specifically because she was looking things up for me. And we were talking about the lividity. And, you know, again, things that weren't asked in this trial, right? Like they didn't get into when does the lividity set in? When does it dissipate? Because that's what happens. There's like a period of time where it sets in, and then there's a period of time that it lasts, and then it dissipates. And this whole thing about, you know, when did, just going along with like what position was he in, when was he out of the suitcase and all that. And from what we were able to figure out, but between what the medical examiner said, but then also Maisha was researching it for like an hour, I think. And she said that oh gosh, I don't want to misquote it, but it's in the live stream. She said that I can't remember when it sets in. Crap. But I remember it's like it lasts for 8 to 12 hours and then it goes away. So basically, I'm sure it's timestamped in that live stream, but basically when we did the math on it and looked at it, it looked like for him to have more lividity on his back versus on the side, it would actually indicate that maybe she pulled him out of that suitcase that night. That was what we kind of were looking at. Was that what happened? Because there was more lividity on his back than on his side. That's why that matters. That's why we spent time trying to figure it out. So while I don't remember exactly what the research she showed was, again, it's in that live stream. Sure, it's time stamped, but I do remember that initially we thought that it pointed to the fact that he couldn't possibly have been taken out until the next morning, but then we realized we had it wrong and it was the opposite, that it really pointed to the fact that he would have probably been taken out in order for him to be on his back. So that would have been that night. Like, and essentially it kind of boils down to, like, she calls Brian, right? Brian doesn't answer, or they talk. I keep thinking he doesn't answer. They talk. But we don't know what was said because it's a mystery and there's no phone records being presented with it, whatever. I'll never get over it, clearly. And so then potentially in my mind, right after that, she comes downstairs and she's like, well, now what? And then I guess it's like, well, now I need to make it look like I did CPR or something. I don't know. So it could be at that point she gets him out of the suitcase and puts him on his back so that she can make it seem like she did CPR. Anyway, so that's just some thoughts.
Come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
Weird. What color was he? What do you mean? Weird. I think that was buying herself time.
He was purple.
Ew. Nice try.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And
She didn't even say she's trying to hint at abuse, but she didn't say it. Like, that's like, why would you not say that? Like, why wouldn't you say, I didn't want him to come over if I thought Jorge was going to be abusing me?
I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
I know.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt like the second
10 minutes it took him.
for hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
I to this day.
No. Nope.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say.
That's so
I
sad.
don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like
This is really sad.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
At least she admitted that.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and
Okay, I'm gonna get past some of this nonsense again. We did cover all of it when we watched it live, and of course, who knows how much of this is true. Okay, let's see what's happening. Are they approaching?
To a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you.
quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go with the pictures. So we did not, so we did cover the first number of these, but we didn't do all of it on that day because I wanted to, because then we jumped ahead to like cross, I guess. So, so we'll go through this because I think it's interesting, especially with the additional information.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific.
Okay. Here's why. Just
Sustained at the hands
Hold
of
on.
George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
she says on this occurrence, yes, which is a weird answer. She should have just said yes, right? But the fact that she said on this occurrence, it made it seem like there was something specific that she remembered, which is why he asked his next question. Because it's like, oh, because he's like, oh, good, an opportunity where she actually can give information about something. Oh, great, good, this is excellent. So then he asked the next question.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
But you just said this occurrence. Guys.
You don't remember a specific date?
I don't.
But you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So,
Oh God.
when we used to go up to his brother's house,
Boy.
one of his brothers and his
No.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened to? Did George cause these injuries?
yes.
Or were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this date.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection is Defense Exhibit 2.
Look at her face. So smug. It's insane. I mean, you are on trial for murder.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Oh, he's using the Elmo. Yeah.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to.
Hang on. He's using the Elmo, guys.
Is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
Yes.
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Hold on. I just wanted to just show you guys something real quick here. Because he's using the Elmo. Here we go. How cute. Oh my God, it's so cute. Look at how cute they are. I love them. Elmo and Nightbot forever. Oh my God, it's so cute. So he's using the Elmo. I just love it. And every now and again, they call it like, they don't say Elmo by the Elmo's name. They just are like, whatever. They just don't even call it anything. But we know it's the Elmo. And see, remember when he just said something about you can turn the knobby thing and adjust it? That's the knobby thing right here. It's like Elmo's eye. So yeah. Okay. Back to the trial. Here we go.
Drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thighs as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Right. All right. So now I can say, so we've got a kind of an idea, right, for this great bodily harm, right? And great bodily harm, not a mere bruise. I would say this doesn't even count as a mere bruise. It says a smack, a pretty good smack on my thigh. Okay. All right.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of Jorge slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer human evidence.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
He called it a wound, y'all.
You just mentioned-
Hold on.
Yes.
Owens called this a wound. That's like on par with, it's a pretty big suitcase, isn't it?
Let's show you identification, defensive identification S. See if you recognize that foot, that your blood on your hand.
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew
His phone in his crotch area? You mean his pocket? Ma'am? Why can you not just say pocket?
the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so
Of course. Stupid Brian always bringing Lukas places. God.
I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes.
It's a scene at this point. I think this is the one we end up seeing actually on body cam. This is actually interesting. I'm glad we're doing this because now we know we're going to see these. And it's going to be interesting that we're hearing her description of it first. And like, then matching that up with what we see that's, in video evidence.
To the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house, and he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And
all this is the opposite of what
I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
I feel like all this is the opposite. She looked up at him. Look at that. Hold on. The way she looks up at him is funny.
Lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Seeking approval. So the thing is that all the evidence has shown that he was the one that left because she kicked him out. She's dude. And now she's saying that she's the one that I'm trying to leave, right? No. I guess I can't with her.
Judge, I'd like to offer this.
4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you referred to? Is that the nail?
Yeah, I mean, and again, the thing is this. We're going to hear when some of these events actually are on record in terms of there's law enforcement, right? We're going to get to all that. And then we have to remember it remains to be seen because there's going to be some other circumstances surrounding what maybe was going on with the abuse. But for right now, what we're looking at is not in the hospital. So far, we don't have any information about law enforcement. She's in her kitchen and it's a bloody hand. And even without the information that we now have as to what her tendency was and her behaviors, this could have happened from anything, right? But and also, this also does not fit the standard for great bodily harm. But especially when we know what was going on, then, you know, it just makes it even less credible.
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. And you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are.
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself as quickly as I possibly could a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury burn to your thigh?
Yes.
I have to say, like, how did she accidentally set it for like an hour in the microwave? Because y'all, I mean, we've all microwave soup. We've all microwave things. I feel like to get second degree burns, here's the thing that's crazy, right? How hot would the outside of that bowl had to have been? Did you not get 2nd degree burns on your hands? Okay, we now have questions, and I don't know if anyone's even thought of that. This doesn't make any sense because if you put anything in a microwave safe dish, that dish heats up along with the food. Like sometimes it's even hotter on the outside. I mean, I don't know how many times y'all do you go to microwave something and then you go to touch it and you're like, oh, hot. If you can't touch it, it's too hot, right? Even if it's like 30 seconds in the microwave. I mean, you know. So what's wild is that how does she not have 2nd degree burns on her hands? First question. Second question is like, I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine something could even get that hot in a microwave again, unless you left it in for a long time. But then again, it's like that exterior would be hotter than the soup at that point, right? But when I pictured this, I pictured if you imagine something's too hot, like literally you pick it up and you can often drop it, right? I've done that. Or I almost drop it, but I'm like still over the counter. But like, that's what I'm like, if you imagine something's like way too hot and you go to pick it up, your instinct's going to be to drop it if it's going to actually like burn your hands, right? Anyway, just things.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes.
Okay.
It's extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
My God, yes.
And your knee?
Hold on. All right, guys, this doesn't look like what she's describing. Here's the thing. And I mean, you know, okay. Look at this. Look at this. What is this? I mean, if, you know, I'm guessing if it was actually, they said it was, I don't know. Is it a 2nd degree burn? I guess so. She's at the hospital. I don't know. We'll just have to take that part. But look at the shape of it, though. I mean, to me, here's the thing to me. If you spill soup, man, okay, or any type of liquid, is the burn going to look like this, guys? If you're standing and you're holding a bowl of soup and you drop it or someone knocks it out of your hand and it spills on your leg, how the hell do you get this type of a shape? Can you guys see my mouse? Look at this. Can I zoom in? I don't know if I can zoom in. Like this is crazy. And it's also got a clean edge here, kind of, but this shape is really crazy. I don't know how that would be possible. I mean, I think about the way, okay, not to mention, and like I've already pointed out, the hands, it would splash, right? It would splash and you would have second-degree burns all over your body wherever those splashes are. So you might have a drop on your arm and a drop on your face. And again, your hands should be burnt. I just don't, you know what this looks like to me? This looks like somebody who was sitting in a certain position or laying in a certain position and maybe had their legs closed and was wearing like shorts and maybe passed out drunk outside in the sun, where you've got certain parts that are covered, you know? Have you guys ever seen, I mean, I say drunk because it's her, this, you know, this happens to all kinds of people. I remember my dad would always be doing this. Like I almost said notorious because she says notorious all the time. Oh my God. Where like, my dad would do this where like we would be at the beach and like, he would just be so relaxed and he would just fall asleep in the chair. And it's like whatever. And it's so funny. It's a specific thing because it's like whatever you're wearing, you know, it's almost like it gets like plastered to your skin. And then you get a really specific type of sunburn that has like clear cut. That's what this looks like to me. And we did hear there was that story about her being asleep out back at one point from one of the neighbors or whatever. So I don't know. But what this doesn't look like is soup. And the fact that it's confined to this one area and in that shape, to me, it's not soup. There's no way. No way that's soup.
All right, I'm showing you the positive exhibit for identification. Okay, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it?
Right.
Go ahead and tell.
Is this the crunching one? This might be the crunching
So
one. This is a good one. This is a good
George
one.
stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have
I almost bled to death.
two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak
If
dinner
you don't have 2 nickels to rub together, how did you go out and buy steak, Sarah? How?
and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And
Above and beyond, because I'm the best.
so I spent a lot of time doing that. And
A lot of time doing what? Buying the steak? Rubbing your nickels together? What? Oh, I always click on things, y'all.
George is drinking the entire time. And on the back
Hold on, I
porch,
want to see what she's eating.
for dinner, we don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and
Baked potato.
go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that.
Okay, that she would have to be referring to, just from like logically looking at this, is the last time she used a verb was thinking about. I'm pretty sure. Let me just make sure. Yep. I thought it would be special. I thought it would be special. So the last time she took an action was thinking. So when it says I spent a lot of time doing that, if you just go by the sentence structure here, the syntax, that would be her thinking.
And George is drinking the entire time. And on the back porch,
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house.
She always leaves that out. She only says that if he asks her, otherwise she leaves it out.
And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time.
How long does it take you to make a steak and baked potato or whatever?
And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And
so they're sitting on the bed. I'm just trying to picture this. Do you have like TV trays? You're going to sit on the bed and eat. Are you just putting the food on your lap?
he starts being very rude and cursing the steak And
Cursing the steak like a witch, like putting a spell on the steak. Like, I curse you, steak.
finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to.
I mean, I would believe it if there was any truth to any of this, if there was ever a steak, I would believe it if he said something like, "Oh, this steak is great." And then she's like, "Is it the best steak you've ever had in your life?" And he's like, "The second best." I could see her freaking out over that.
To encourage him to eat, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did
He's
you
a
want some more
baby.
sour cream for
He's
your
a baby.
potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes.
I just don't even know. I don't know.
And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat.
Offense to that.
I started to
Is
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
You know, the thing is,
And
okay, hold
I
on.
took offense to that, and
I took offense to that. Y'all, what would y'all's response be? What would y'all's response be? If somebody says this to you. I mean, everyone has their way of doing things, but what would your response be? Like, I feel like it would be. This sounds like the type of thing that would have needed to have been communicated about ahead of time. Because that's a thing, that people do. Some people have this thing with food, but everyone's got their things. So this seems like it would just be out of the blue, right? Like what? This food sucks. That's what it was, and it wasn't steak. I mean, her reaction, I took offense to that, is weird. Like, is she trying to say that they normally would have sex on top of the food, but because it was a nice steak dinner, it's different? Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
And I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to
Is
eat.
this just him really drunk?
And that's the other weird part. I just kept trying to encourage him to eat. So the way she's going to deal with it is just encouraging him to eat. None of this makes any sense.
And saying
You don't want to ask him, like, why do you want to have sex with me on top of steak?
nonsense.
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time, I don't know the reason why.
I think what Owens was actually asking you, ma'am, is why the fuck did he say he wanted to fuck you on the steak? That's his question. It's weird that she doesn't think it's weird, right? Like, she's like, I don't know why he got so angry. That wasn't, dude, listen.
Eat. I started to
Is
eat.
this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
Nonsense, right? Because he's like, why would someone say this about the steak?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know
I mean, it's just, she completely misses the point.
if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time, I don't know the reason why.
I can think of a few reasons. Can you guys think of a few reasons why maybe, having said that, I don't know that he really ever was angry at her, but he definitely had the right to be.
I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So I
Obviously. Well, now the steak dinner is just ruined.
started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere. And he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and
The crunch.
blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain.
Classic crunching fountain leg moment.
So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone.
Again, notice that there's just no emotion at all. I'm trying to think if this, okay, again, so many of us have been in these types of abusive situations, whether it's physical or otherwise, or we can at least empathize or relate to it. We know it's just like, I'm trying to imagine being in the situation And I'm like, imagine what it would be like to tell this story. And it's like not lining up with her. It's just, you've just been stabbed. Like, imagine if you've been stabbed in the leg where it's actually life-threatening. After you, imagine you've just actually made a nice steak dinner or whatever dinner, right? And then your partner stabs you in the leg with a knife. And you're like, think you might actually bleed to death. This is just hypothetical, right? Okay. And then the person who you love, you know, who's abusing you, begs you, please don't go to the hospital, or please don't call 911, whatever. And you think you're going to just like bleed out. Like, imagine telling this story and like her, like it just doesn't, you know?
So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere.
And the other thing that we're not noticing, she's not describing any pain. And I don't think she's done that with any of these injuries, which is interesting. And now that kind of makes sense with what we have later, right? Because that was one thing that we kind of noticed this. We noticed it on some of the other images when this happened live. I don't know that we noticed that happened. Like, I'm noticing now that it really is all of them, that she's not ever describing any pain. Or fear, but pain. You know, you should at least have that regardless. But with these videos that came out on day 5, it's like, you know, it's you know, Jorge said something about like how she would force him to beat the shit out of her. You know, it makes you wonder if, you know, there's some people that enjoy pain, right? You know, so if you actually enjoy physical pain, then you might not remember it as that. That could explain how it's not actually pain, right? Like, how to explain? It would register as pleasure, not pain, right? So regardless of however these injuries happened, right? Regardless of that, there should be pain for being stabbed, right? And, you know, so, but she never describes any pain. So, but now it kind of makes more sense in the context of she seemingly enjoys and asks for the pain. So, and so therefore she doesn't perceive it as pain, probably.
Keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please.
Hang on.
And I said, okay.
He's having me try to console him. Hold on. Was that a slip up?
He would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him.
He's having me try to console him.
And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled.
That part is weird. Why would she even include that part? That part makes no sense. It's not.
Upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then
the lips blue thing it didn't make any sense to me when this happened live. It still makes no sense to me. I don't know why the lips would be blue. Makes no sense to me.
I turned to him.
I don't know if she's just confused.
And I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please.
Is that a real thing, y'all? Does anyone know if that's a real thing that can happen?
We don't have to call an
ambulance from a stab injury.
Ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the The story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there,
So she came up with another game, like a children's game, to try to explain some act of abuse or violence. She came up with this idea. Like, listen to this, guys. This is insane.
the story of that we were sword fighting silly, I came up sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knife.
So it's like not the first time that she's done this, is, you know, come up with some sort of story. And the first thing she turns to is a childlike game. This, again, I think is something in her psychology. Because a normal person probably could have come up with something way more realistic. I mean, again, I'm really accident prone, people. I'm so accident prone. I injure myself all the time. Like, it's not that hard to do. You know, and so it's like the fact that that's what your go-to is, you make up a story that you were sword fighting, and she calls it a silly game. It's interesting.
Knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And
That's what I was wondering. I'm like,
originally,
when you're eating, we're like, what? I mean, because I don't think, I mean, when I think blue lips, I think hypothermia. I don't think loss of blood. I don't even know that losing a lot of blood would cause that. But that's what but that was my first thought too, was the alcohol.
he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So
Because you were also
he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk, you know.
Did you go to
Being
Not that-
silly. Yes.
It's not that complicated of a story, honestly. Why do you need to practice it?
you get there?
Yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. I'll show you this. All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and Georgia agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this positive tip. Okay.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 6.
I looked it up. So it looks like this blue lips thing is a real thing from, it's called a cyanosis, but it also makes your skin turn blue, people. Skin and lips, not just lips. So I think since it's just her lips, we're probably, you know, not dealing with a loss of blood that caused it.
May publish it.
Thank you.
Oh my God, she's smiling. She's smiling in the picture. I bet she loved getting all this attention.
Yes.
Is this a stab wound to your leg?
Yes.
Is this a close-up of a stab wound? And did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes,
You got a scar to that effect?
I do.
So can you step down and
Her
show me?
pouty face. I can't, dude.
Mr. J, you may. There's a
She's a
box.
jail boy now, guys. Well, I guess she hasn't been sentenced yet, but she will
I
be.
don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this small.
All right, take a look, guys. So that scar, I want you to think this through. That scar is on like the front of her shin. Her story was that, let's remember, the steak on the bed. This is the steak on the bed thing. They were eating their stupid dinner or whatever, according to her. Let me just preface this. All this is according to her, right? And that you know, he wants to have sex with her on the food. She gets offended. And then she's like trying to get him to eat and then starts crawling away. This is the key part. She's crawling away on the bed. Okay. So if she's crawling away on the bed, how does she get a stab wound to the front of her leg? Tell me that. That shin would be touching the bed. Stabbing would happen to the back of the leg, right? You guys see what I'm saying here? This isn't matching up. I mean, I don't think the jury needed to even work this hard, but just still, I just, you know. Clearly there's something happened there. Clearly, you know, whatever the fuck, but it's not what she's saying. That's what we know. That's what we know. That how, if you're crawling away on the bed, is that part of your leg stabbed?
Like there's an admission.
Does it still hurt, Sarah? I bet she would say yes. Yes, it still pains me to this day. Oh.
All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I'm gonna
I
skip
was trying
past.
to sleep.
I'm gonna
Okay.
pass this one because I remember that we covered this one. This one was stupid, and I was like, no way. It's not a scratch. It looks like some sort of a pimply thing that got infected. Okay.
Left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt.
How do you remember this, dude? What is? How do you remember this specifically? The word order, even.
And gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have
Oh, this is the one with the metal closet.
little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And
This is so reminiscent of Amber Heard, though.
my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And
Tongue was flopping. Floppy tongue.
because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door,
Floppy tongue to Sarah.
he slid me down and got back on me and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet,
That doesn't make any sense.
but it's like concrete. And
We have carpet, but it's like concrete. Okay. This is why I wanted to watch this again, because I just knew there was so much that we missed the first time around.
my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face.
Her gestures are getting
And
more and
the
more.
next thing I know,
Oh my God. Her gestures are getting more and more animated with each story.
I woke up. I obviously
Did you get
blacked
knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was
Blacked out, obviously, I guess.
passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Still, just keep it in mind, guys, still not a single time has, through any of this yet, has she ever described any pain or fear. No pain, no fear.
Police arrived on that incident.
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, would ask that this be identification you be admitted to that.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
No. y'all, if you haven't, go check out the live stream that I did with the text messages. Was that from yesterday? I guess that was yesterday. It's the one that says like the text messages. I have it timestamped where it says black spray paint. I noticed this. Looking at this again is wild to me because her eyeball, look, so her eyeball is fine. Her eyeball is fine. Okay. That being stomped, like in what we're looking at here, if that's what happened, I feel like it would have actually caused the eyeball to like rupture or burst or something, or like, I mean, at least it would be fucked up, right? But go back and look at that where I have it timestamped where it says black spray paint. There's a string of text messages where I don't remember who Sarah's talking to. It might have been Jorge. It might have been a friend of hers. But she says like, oh God, what is it? She references a black eye or something about, yeah. And then spray paint. And then she says something like, and now a second one. And it looks like there were like images attached, but they didn't show those or something like that. But I timestamped it because I was like, holy shit. Is she literally talking about making herself look like she's got a black eye? Now, again, why would anyone be doing this? Well, a couple things. You know, we're going to learn, and when we get to day 5, that she was constantly using these, you know, whether it was actual abuse or fake abuse, as a way to manipulate and have control over Jorge. That's one thing. But the second thing is this whole kinky bit, right? Where we saw, and for anyone who hasn't seen it, you will when we get to day 5, the videos, and there's an element going on, right? Where it's like, you know, you want to look like you've been beat up type thing. So that alone could be a reason why, and we know they were making a lot of these videos. That alone could be a reason why she would, you know, spray paint on or whatever, a black eye or 2 black eyes for that purpose, either of those purposes. But that's why I thought it was so interesting, because we kind of were talking about how this doesn't look real and the eyeball looks fine. But then to see that in the text message about the spray paint, it was just interesting. So.
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll go through the jury.
That's the one where she got arrested as well, I think.
I'm showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to see it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
What are you referring to here, Iowa? Prejudice versus probative? I must have said something, but I don't remember what it was that was related to that.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
You wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all
Security, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
Oh, well, it depends on what it is, though. What were you referring to something specifically? I'm trying to think of what you're referring to there, but it depends on what it is as to why it would or wouldn't be in evidence. But those messages that I was just talking about are in evidence, and they were given over to the jury.
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection as defense 9.
Now, was Ben, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just.
Oh, you remember what it was?
The first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
The thing I could think about was I was saying that there were pictures that were attached with those text messages about the black eye. That might be what you were thinking of. But like, if that's what it is, I can tell you why they didn't show those pictures. And it's because that would be hearsay, because it would be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. For example, if it showed her in conjunction with those messages about the spray paint, like if it showed pictures of her doing her eye with spray paint, you know what I mean? It's for the matter asserted that that's how her eyes looked like that versus an injury.
Are they showing you identification W? That's identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes,
You remember this event?
multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres,
You remember this event?
yes.
You tell the jury about it.
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times
A great demonstration right there.
y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yes, but
Dude, she won't even fucking admit it. Y'all were always drunk. That was pretty. And honestly, she seemed way more drunk than him, in my opinion, from what we saw.
it happened, yes. I would be thinking.
No, and another thought I had too. Actually, I had another thought. So there's the part where she's having her interrogation, where they're asking her about Jorge. Sorry, I have to remember Jorge, and if he's an alcoholic, and she's like, yeah, he's an alcoholic, right? And they're like, well, if we ask his family, will they say he's an alcoholic? And I thought her answer was really interesting, and I have some thoughts on that. She says probably, and it's like, what? And then she like word salads. So, and then when we saw those videos, I, in my opinion, from what I could tell, it seemed like his state got progressively worse. Like, it seemed like he was getting skinnier, and it seemed like that, because there were a lot of those videos early on where the cops were showing up and she was like completely shit-faced, but he wasn't slurring his words. He didn't seem drunk, or, you know, he seemed less drunk at the very least, but he didn't seem, you know. And then I felt like, and again, we're going to watch him, but I felt like it seemed like over time, maybe he was drinking more. So I have to wonder if the reason why she said, he asked his family, will they say he's an alcoholic? She says, probably. Like, what type of answer is that? It's like, either they, you know, that's a weird ass answer, right? It makes me wonder, and remember, because she kind of like she cut him off from his family at some point, gave him that ultimatum, and it makes me wonder if he became an alcoholic because of her. Because again, in those early body cam, the first times the police come over, she's completely gone. He seems really sober, in my opinion. So, or I mean, you know, there's no indication that he was drinking, whereas with her, it's like obvious, I guess.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10.
Tell me, you said it's just from the grip? Him losing his grip?
I mean, this is silly. We're going to go to the next one.
What is that picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
This event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the
He
bed,
doesn't believe her, dude.
Where was George?
downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened. What was in it?
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
You know, again, behavior panel, you know, it's like she's not answering the question of what happened that night. Instead, this is like that distancing language where it's like, instead of saying what happened that night, it's like, switching over, and Amber Heard would do shit like this too. Just switching over to like I used to do, I would do, and Ezra would do this as well. I mean,
All of the locks were broken in my home.
all of the locks were broken. Okay, why don't you
My
just lock?
son's. At one point, I could see
Unlock
refuge in my
it.
son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was, even just to go to the bathroom sometimes, he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, I don't know,
What?
200-pound
What?
dresser that we had. And
Why
then,
didn't you get to sleep?
I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me. And
She believes
Was
it's
you on
that
the side of the
incident.
head?
yes,
Was
and
it
my
If it's not that incident, that picture can't come into evidence. She's like not even sure. Like, hello? You just told this whole stupid story, and you're not even sure if it's from that picture is related to the story.
skull and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
You're not punched, babe.
Like identification X introduced in the
Shout out to Amber Heard.
Was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as
Yeah,
defense
right on.
exhibit 11.
Did you need treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I don't know how punching. I just don't understand.
Did you need treatment for that?
A solid 2 weeks after that.
Punching, no. I don't see that happening. That's another one where it just doesn't make sense.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is the date of this event, and would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And you
So
recognize
this is from February 24th of 2020.
that is your close-up facial.
Yes.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Being, and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched into the forehead with it.
So here's the curtain rod story.
And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced in the evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
Now, this was photographs that were taken I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was the crime scene the investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But this wound right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
Yes, we know Sarah.
And then on that same
Not
date,
stupid.
same time, they took this photograph.
And then they
as well,
take.
which is,
I remember
the
this part. We did cover this part with the hand, and there's no bruise on the hand. So let's go to the next one. I mean, is that the last injury thing? Yeah, there's nothing there. And then is that the last one?
5 photographs. Are those fair in relation to George Torres at your TV?
Yes.
Okay, so now they're at the TV. So let me just take a moment. So of all the injury pictures, so now we've gone through all of them. So all the injury pictures, okay. The only one that would constitute, in my opinion, great bodily harm, based on what we heard from the jury instructions, would be the stab wound to the leg. However, there's a big problem with the location of that stab wound and her story. because it doesn't make any sense. But we're talking only one event that looks like it could have even counted as great bodily harm, even if it's possible that that story were true, which, you know, it's iffy. So yeah.
Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so. Yes.
And tell me about it.
Lukas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lukas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how.
Okay, so in the text messages, they actually talk about something with the video games and something being broken. And I guess they're referencing this incident.
George found out that Brian had come over, I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it. And
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So
Well, because you were dependent upon Brian for everything. So
by Brian helping me with things for Lukas, he just didn't want him to be.
you paid all your bills,
interacting with me
dude.
at all.
Oh my God.
So Lukas wasn't over here this day, was he? Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been. I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lukas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact. Yes.
Of course, right? Oh my God, dude. No.
Agreed.
So how did
Of course he was.
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I can introduce this.
Okay, they're gonna play this bat video.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Is it O or N?
So here's the thing. So they're gonna play this bat video. So here's the thing. So remember, guys. Okay, so we now know that George did have a phone. Sorry, Jorge did have a phone. But regardless of if you know that, remember how discovery works. So all the discovery that happens in any case, right? And then the state turns it all over to the defense. And the state may choose not to use certain things, but the defense can. So remember, so we're hearing all these stories from her about these threats and stuff and whatever. What is interesting to note is that there is no evidence of any of it. There's no evidence, right? So we've got with all those text messages, right? Some of them were redacted, but I guarantee you the ones that were redacted, like in other words, it wouldn't have been just that text messages that where Jorge made a threat would be redacted. That would not happen. That would never happen. The defense would get those in 100% because that would be crucial to their case. I think, you know, if there were redactions, it would have been probably there's either names of the children or people's personal information, stuff like that, right? Or it's just completely not relevant. But remember, the jury did get the full unredacted version back with them. So, but my point is this, is that if there was anything that existed, whether it was text messages, whether it was videos, whether it was body cam, whether there was anything that existed where Jorge was actually threatening to kill her, if any of that existed, we would have seen it in the trial. That's the thing. And it's also interesting that with her defense, right, in the defense case in chief, they did not choose to use any of the body cam or any of the videos or text messages. Like that all came in on the state's rebuttal and they didn't use any of it, even though it's supposed to be her being a victim of DV in all of it, right? like those are like, at least when it comes to the police body cam, there's, you know, the 911 calls, right? So I guess what I'm saying is like, right, when it comes to that, it's like, okay, so she's putting in all these pictures, right? She's putting on all these pictures, trying to show all this pattern of abuse, right? And she even says that there's times where she calls 911, blah, blah. But yet you've got body cam of these law enforcement interactions and you're choosing not to use those. Right? You just want to stick with the picture and then your story, but nothing else. Nothing else to corroborate it when there are other things that exist. So.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George. That particular day, hold of that.
That's telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him. Either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
In the process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Like he usually does.
What's he drinking in?
I don't know. Vodka and something ashore.
I'm showing you the patient in. Did you recognize that?
Let him in the stairwell.
Hang on, I think I noticed something.
Was that
Hold on.
photograph taken by a crime scene? Patient.
Y'all,
Vodka.
that thing on the table is a thing full of cigarette butts. And look at how many cigarette butts are in there. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. So this looks like they just smoked all the time in the apartment. So the whole thing about going outside is, what is that all about then? You know, what's that all about if it's not about smoking outside?
And something ashore.
In
Correct.
living room and stairwell. Location 9 is it?
Correct.
Is that in? Tell us a little bit about this room.
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts. That's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained.
Okay, let's
The
look at their
bookshelf over
art.
here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns.
Y'all. For the next live stream, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I will figure out how to like zoom in on these and clarify them so we can take a look at this artwork because I've been so curious, but I can't say I'm surprised that it looks like children's art. That was what I've been joking about that the whole time as a joke, but it actually legitimately looks like children's art.
Drums and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
Yeah, but
The foundation,
okay.
you
Okay.
push doors down the stairs?
Apparently.
Okay. So the baby gate, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that I don't know, that could be used for a number of things given, you know, there's a lot of infantilism going on, right? And we'll talk more about that again when we get to day 5, but also Penny being blind, she just throws that in there. Makes it so she's blind, so she can't go up the stairs. How many times has she said the dogs follow her everywhere and came upstairs and got in bed with her and all that? So that's irrelevant. And then the other thing of note is like she's saying it so that the dogs, I mean, if they used that baby gate for actual reasons that aren't weird sex kink things, if they actually did use it, I do believe the part about the dogs wouldn't be let out and they would use the bathroom in the house because, you know, passed out drunk, right? We already heard about that from the February 24th, right? When she was interviewed inside the patrol vehicle, when she's like, I haven't even let my dogs out, blah, blah, you know? So that, if anything, does track for that. So.
Or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Is that her?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one at Lukas. Lukas wasn't on here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all were drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's 2 dogs, there's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
How did she follow you around?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence
Her
here.
deaf dog is the guard dog.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back
He
porch.
really wants everyone to think the
taking a
dogs are
nap. She was
disabled.
never far from you.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person,
Were
but I
there-
mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there
That's-
times when
That's especially
George was
ironic.
drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
Are we gonna have to tell the jury?
So it's especially ironic that she says, I don't really know if he was a pet person because in closing arguments or the rebuttal, Mr. J said he said of Jorge that Jorge was her violent pet.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dogs?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with
Fractious
his movements, but she was
She's-
never far.
I thought
They
Penny
never
had to
showed
be
their
picked
teeth,
up
they
and
never
carried.
growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just,
For what reason?
But Tess is the guard dog.
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Yeah,
Sustained.
this makes no sense at all anyway.
Identification and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me.
The dog is really
And Tess
cute.
is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol y'all consume?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess, she's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes.
All right, we will zoom while they approach.
A third from the right. You may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
Get a brief before the 5:45 work? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time.
Okay.
We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see
We're
you
going
back
to
here.
skip ahead.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Is this the route to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room. This is identification to see the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. That's your arm.
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H. This is the eye.
Okay, I'm going to go forward because they're just getting these into evidence with the big posters.
Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Koepsell. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Or they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps and ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
Explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then
That
both
would
got
also
both
imply
hands
that he's
fully
not sleeping in the
completely
bed.
off And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell
Like a
Taking me with-
caveman.
To come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard,
I absolutely do.
and it was just the night before.
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police,
Yes,
and other times the police were not called.
correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes,
And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye,
stopped me, yes.
stomped you, and you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
You recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
that was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
So fighting back is not the same as defending oneself, just saying. Fighting back sounds like retaliation, right? And that would also track with what we've heard her say a bunch of times about how
Now, on
we
the
get into it. We would get into it, you know, like it's mutual.
the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
How did you stay?
As
You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere.
The or
And
something part was weird.
You try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much deeply and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time,
I believe she likes compliments.
when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there and saw the 2-hour video? Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the Detective Koepsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Koepsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant? So I said, I feel that you're tricking me, and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something, and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station,
I did.
and the original agreement was they were to come to you.
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular. I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just ended up getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Okay, let's go forward here.
Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
The leading, though.
Especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
The state never
Yes, it
objected
depends
to
on what
leading.
he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat,
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree where my plan was to show him the next day and just, I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die and continue a relationship with my son
Entertain
and
him so I
try to
can.
live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gone out.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George knows somebody named Crystal. Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
So we now know, yeah, that these came out right in the text messages. So what I'm going to do now, because I actually think this cross was brilliant, but we covered that when this was happening live. So what I'm going to do is actually go ahead. I don't think there's much else for this day. I think they just finished with her on the stand. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and pull up for the next day, where we continue on with the defense's case in chief. So give me just a moment here to pull that up. Do, 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 do. Okay, hold on. Let me see if this is the right one. Yep. Okay, cool. So okay, so let me go to where they start with the first witness.
Good morning. You can be seated. And can you please state and spell your name for the record for me?
Yes, sir. My name is Jessica, first name Jessica, Jessica. First last name is Ramirez, Ramirez. Second last name is Delgado, Delgado.
Thank you, ma'am. May I inquire, sir?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
I'm a reserve deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed with the sheriff's?
7 years.
Back on July the 25th of 2018, how were you employed at that time?
I was a full-time deputy sheriff for the agency.
On that date, ma'am, did you have the occasion due to your duties to report or to go to 4748 Branch Lane, apartment number 3?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you were going there for? The purpose?
Yes, sir. I was a backup deputy for a call involving a male kicking a female in the face. So it came out as a domestic call.
Okay. And was it another officer who also responded?
Yes, sir. He was the primary.
Ma'am, while you were there, did you have contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
While having contact with Ms. Boone, were you able to observe any injuries?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She had swelling and bruising in her right eye.
And ma'am, were you able to make contact with Mr. George Torres?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to notice any injuries on his person?
Yes, sir. He had red markings and some abrasions around his neck.
Ma'am, at a certain point in time, did you place Ms. Boone under arrest?
Yes, sir. I detained her and placed her in my vehicle.
Ma'am, at that time, do you recall or remember Ms. Boone asking you, "Why am I in trouble?"
Yes, sir.
And without saying what you said, but did you respond to her?
Yes, sir.
After that, ma'am, do you remember Ms. Boone asking you why? Because I fucking fought back.
Yes, sir.
Right, ma'am, one moment.
Yes, sir.
So, and again, they
No
could have
further
chosen to admit
Any
his body.
cross-examination?
During the course of your investigation, you or the
They could have chosen. The defense could have chosen to admit the body cam of that encounter, and they didn't.
other
Or eight.
deputies spoke to Mr. Torres as well.
Yes, sir.
After concluding all of your investigation, which involved talking to both Mr. Torres and to Ms. Boone and making your observations of the two of them, did you all make final decisions about how to handle your investigation?
The other deputy, which at the time was Deputy Zito, was the one that made that determination.
But that's collectively, what you all looked at was statements from Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your physical observations of both persons?
Yes.
And then whatever else you may have observed on scene?
Yes, sir.
And you take into account people's demeanor when they are giving you statements, when assessing their credibility?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
All right, next up.
OHN ALDEN.
All right, thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Henderson, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, how are you employed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a corporal.
Back on August the 28th of 2019, how were you employed?
I was a deputy in the Uniform Patrol Division in Sector 2.
As a part of your job duties that day, did you have the occasion to respond to 4748 France Lane, number 3?
Yes.
What was the purpose?
There ended up being a battery call.
And sir, were you the lead officer on this case?
Yes,
Were there any other backup officers there with you?
I believe so.
Sir, on that date, August the 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with Sarah Boone?
Yes.
Sir, on that date, did you observe any injuries on Sarah Boone?
I observed redness on the left side of her neck and what to be an old injury to her right eye.
Sir, on August 28th of 2019, did you come in contact with George Torres?
Yes,
And did you notice any injuries on Mr. Torres?
yes, he had some redness on it by his left eye.
Sir, on that day, was Mr. Torres placed under arrest?
Yes,
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes. Is it fair to say that Mr. Torres had quite a few marks on him?
from my report, I remember marking the redness by his left eye.
And did you have a body worn camera activated when you responded to this call?
I believe so.
So that would be the best evidence of both video and audio as to what occurred while you were on scene.
I would, especially since this happened 4 years or 5 years ago now.
And did Mr. Torres refuse to say what happened that day?
He did.
Based on the conclusion of your investigation, which involved talking to Ms. Boone and attempting to talk to Mr. Torres, as well as your visual observations of both them and the scene, is that how you all reach your conclusions?
Yes.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I think they're next. Up next, I think, is the first expert.
Full name and date of birth for the record. I'm sorry, full name and spell it for us.
It's Chelsey Koepsell, ChelseY. Last name is Koepsell.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In relation to this case, on February the 26th of 2020, did you have the occasion to interview Abraham Marino?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded, ma'am?
Yes, it was.
You remember as part of that interview that Mr. Marino tell you that he had contact with Sarah Boone on February the 24th of 2020?
Are you asking the night of the incident when police were called out?
Yes, the next morning
The day that we were called.
that you were called out.
Okay.
The 24th.
So yes, he did have contact with her, but it wasn't in the morning. It was while we were there.
While you were there.
Yes.
What time did you get there? That's probably what's going on.
I got there around 14:20 hours, which would be 2:20 in the afternoon.
So the afternoon on the 24th.
No, it was later. I recall, I believe I was doing paperwork in my vehicle. So it would have been at some point during the investigation, but it wasn't, I didn't notice him until, I'm not sure if I noticed him until before or after Sarah was interviewed.
All right. But to his interview part, the interview, did he tell you in the interview that he had contact with Miss Boone on that day?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you at that time that Miss Boone had made a statement to him?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember what that statement was?
I don't wish to quote what he stated. So I don't know the exact verbiage, but he basically replayed what, I'm not sure if he replayed what exactly occurred that day, but I do know he mentioned something about, she mentioned being dragged down the stairs a couple days prior.
Did he say to you during that interview that Sarah Boone told us that a couple of days ago they had gotten into a fight where he grabbed her by her hair and dragged her down the steps?
I would assume that he's reading my report, and that does sound similar to what my report shows.
So this statement was given on the 27th of February. I'm sorry, the 26th of February. Would you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. The contact and the statement that Ms. Boone made to Mr. Moreno was on the 24th of February. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Moreno was saying that Ms. Boone came up to him and made this statement that we just talked about,
Yes,
that was on February the 24th. Is that correct?
that is correct.
So when she said a couple of days ago, that would have brought it back to February the 22nd. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
So the whole point of this is to try to corroborate what Sarah said about how what the neighbors heard was actually her being drugged down the stairs, and the supporting evidence would be what she said to the property manager, what Sarah said to him.
Ma'am, during that interview with you, did Mr. Marino ever indicate to you that when he had contact with Ms. Boone on the 24th, that Sarah Boone told him what happened was an accident? And did he say that Sarah Boone stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
I don't recall the entirety of that being accurate. Yeah, I don't recall the entirety of what he just said being accurate.
Do you remember him saying that at all?
He did say that she had, I believe he said on the recording, passed out. So that's why like part of the statements might be accurate, but
It's compound.
Ma'am, would it refresh your memory if you were to see the recorded statement?
his recorded statement,
Yes.
transcription?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, great.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now take your time. Read through that.
Okay,
When you are ready, just let me know.
okay. I don't recall all the statements that you asked, or the way you asked it, but
Would it help if I repeat it?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
You asked, like, you said multiple statements,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
this was a like 11-minute interview.
Compound.
The statement would be that Sarah Boone stated to Mr. Marino
Mhm.
that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep. And I'm wanting to know
Did you
if
say, okay, I thought I heard you say passed out the first time. I'm not sure if you said passed out or fell asleep.
fell asleep.
Fell asleep, okay.
And what I'm asking is there any indication that he told you that statement on the date of that interview on the 26th?
Sorry, I'm trying to go to the part where we talked about that.
Yes, ma'am, take your time.
Okay, so like I had stated, there were certain things that I thought was accurate from your statement. He stated, I don't really, do I just read exactly what it says? Do you need like the number next to it or anything?
Yes, I have no problem with you reading what he said.
Okay, then she,
I would object.
Approach.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here with like, we just ignore all the rules of evidence, but whatever.
In that interview, do you see reference to this statement that Sarah stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
no to the two parts, the first two parts of your question. I heard passed out the first time you asked me this question, and that's why I said that part of it was accurate, because he did say that she passed out in his statement. That was what Sarah told him.
Okay, did she say she was teaching him a lesson? Is that in there?
No,
And things got out of hand. Is that in there?
no, don't recall that.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And again, ma'am, this interview was on February the 26th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No other questions, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Defense? Call the next witness.
I believe Dr. Brannon is here. Madam Judge.
All right.
Making sure.
All right, so this will be their first expert, although I think he didn't actually admit it as an expert, but. YouTube, are we working? YouTube. Oh, I do remember the street. Okay, yeah, the feed cut out for a second.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Cool.
Spry having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
Is that correct? Okay.
it was a good drive.
Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University.
Hold on.
I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that and called
Let's see if he
name
gets.
for the record for us.
Okay, here we go.
Michael Brannon, Brannon. Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Dr. Brannon, good morning.
Good morning.
Spry having just traveled from Miami to Orlando.
Yes,
Is
it
that correct? Okay.
was a good drive.
Would you please describe for the jury your background, training, and experience, both in forensic psychology as well as battered women syndrome?
Sure. So I'm a psychologist licensed in the state of Florida. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. That's from a university called Nova University. I also have a master's degree in psychology. I received that in 1980, also in psychology. And I received my doctoral degree in psychology after a year internship where I worked with severely mentally ill individuals in Hialeah, Florida. In 1988, I finished my degree requirements for my doctorate in psychology. And in 1990, I was licensed as a psychologist. I've been operating as a psychologist since then, since 1990. Originally, I started off doing the work that most people kind of think about when they think about psychologists, doing therapy, counseling with people, helping them through with their problems, things like that. In 1994, I began on a career almost quite accidentally as a forensic psychologist when I testified in my first case in front of a jury. And from that time on, I've been doing mostly forensic psychology. My practice very quickly changed from that time on. I'm currently the co-director of the Institute for Behavioral Sciences and the Law, and anywhere between 80 and 90% of all my work now is related to some legal or court-related matter in the ways in which mental health interfaces or impacts or helps to give opinions about various legal issues. I've taught rather extensively in the area of forensic psychology. I teach to mostly legal audiences, but oftentimes too, I speak to groups of psychology students wanting to sit up here and do what I'm doing as well. I make long drives and come up here and talk to people about cases. I also currently on the staff, the adjunct faculty staff for the School of Psychiatry at Florida Atlantic University. I help to train their forensic psychiatrists, so not just psychologists, but psychiatrists in terms of doing this work as a psychologist or as a psychiatrist, a mental health professional who gives opinions in the courtroom.
And are you also required to update your educational background and knowledge as a forensic psychologist?
Yes, sir. So sure. So every 2 years, we're required to get 40 continuing education credits to maintain our license. And part of that is we have to, on a regular basis, update our work in domestic violence or battered women syndrome. So we have to take those courses. We're all required, whether you're a forensic psychologist or not, to take that coursework. So as part of our requirements, we also have to take separate coursework in regards to domestic violence as a general term, or intimate partner violence. But along with that comes discussion as well with battered spouse, or what's oftentimes called battered person syndrome now.
And I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing around here, Doctor. I apologize again. For the uninitiated, just exactly what do you mean by forensic psychology?
So forensic psychology is a division of psychology. Most people don't think about that as often when they think about psychologists. But forensic psychologists are individuals who have degrees in psychology who are working to help to answer questions that come up in the legal system. It could be in criminal cases like we're here for today, answering various criminal questions, giving opinions about those questions. Or it could be in other settings like family settings, divorce proceedings, or sometimes civil settings like personal injuries. Someone's claiming some emotional damage or something has happened to them. So forensic psychology is really the way that we use the science of psychology to help give opinions about various legal matters.
Now,
Very well
what
said.
is the DSM or the DSM-5?
So the DSM it stands for Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's kind of our code book, if you will, to help us to know what the different symptoms are for different mental health disorders, whether it's major depression or schizophrenia or anxiety. So it gives us a code book of here's the criteria you have to meet in order to have that diagnosis. And then we're able to utilize that in terms of either treatment, so even insurance billing, but being able to inform patients too about what condition we think that they're suffering from. It's been updated many times over the years. It started just DSM, and now it's at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5th edition, text revised. So we've gone through a lot of revisions over the years to try to fine tune in an empirical or scientific way what the elements are, if you will, of various mental health conditions.
Now, you've been asked to testify today in regards to battered women syndrome. Is the battered women syndrome identified or located within the DSM-5?
So it is not. It is not a diagnostic category in the DSM-5 or other coding books as well. There's others besides the DSM. That's just the most popular one. But it's not a formal diagnosis that it is contained within that book, a classification manual that I just told you about.
Within your field of forensic psychology, however, is there a subcategory that is located within the DSM-5 that experts would recognize as a DSM diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
And what is that, sir?
So that category would be in the trauma section of the DSM-5 TR. There's a whole category on trauma disorders, and it's most closely related to something that we call post-traumatic stress disorder. That isn't the only trauma disorder, but that's the one that what used to call battered women syndrome. Now I refer to it as battered person syndrome, but all of it really is more connected to a trauma disorder like post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, testify that you testify on criminal matters. Do you also testify? You indicated also on personal injury cases and emotional. Well, that would be civil, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your experience,
I like this line. I like this.
testified as an expert,
Attorney's
as a forensic
questioning.
psychologist.
Clear.
You testified for, and today you're testifying for the defense or were called by the
Like,
defense.
I'll just say, like, I feel like this is the attorney who I feel like when they were arguing motions and everything like that, I thought he was maybe the weakest. But so far, I think of the three defense attorneys, I like this questioning the best. It's just very concise. It's direct. It's clear. It's really good.
Do you also testify for the state of Florida or other states within this country?
Yes to both of those. I've testified in other states. I also testify for both the prosecution, the state or government, depending if it's federal or if it's a state case, and also for the defense. So I really get appointments and hired by both sides.
About how many times have you testified?
Wow. At last count, it was about 1,500 times. It's over that, way over that now. That was from a few years ago.
That's a lot.
I testify in a lot of different kinds of hearings and trials over the course of mostly in Florida, but in other states as well.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there is a special jury instruction that's been recognized by the Florida Supreme Court.
Approach.
Okay.
I apologize. Doctor, you testified as to battered women syndrome, battered person syndrome. Are there other synonyms or similar names for what you're describing, in particular battered spouse syndrome?
Well, we talk about it in terms of trauma disorders like post-traumatic stress disorder, but the way when it's applied to the legal system, it's called battered wife, or that was the original terminology for it, battered wife syndrome or battered person syndrome. So it really depends on your setting. So in this setting, we oftentimes talk about this particular condition that I've been asked to talk about today, is really referred to as battered spouse syndrome.
And have you been asked to give your opinion as a legal expert and on battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, sir.
How frequently have you been asked to do that?
I've been involved in about 100 cases of just that alone. I've been involved in some sort of testimony about 50 times.
And you indicated that you testified for the state, you testified for the defense, you testified in state cases, federal cases. Could you break down on a percentage basis the number of times you testified for the state versus testifying for the defense?
It's really close in terms of the last time we looked at it, it was about 50-50. On most cases, like for instance, if there's a case that involves battered spouse, potentially battered spouse or battered wife syndrome, I'm usually called by the defense first because they raise the issue. If you're called by the prosecution, whether it be federal or state, what oftentimes happens is it's in response to a defense expert that's been called. So do I agree or disagree with that other expert? So I'm usually, the call usually comes first from the defense, but in terms of who I'm hired by, it's pretty even. It's about 50-50.
Now, this time, Your Honor, I'll proffer the witness as an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Yes, approach.
Approach. So this ends up being a whole thing where they're trying to get him in as an expert. I think they might dismiss the jury.
Has battered spouse syndrome been accepted, to your knowledge, in the Florida court system?
Yes, sir.
Stain.
Can you describe the classic systemology wherein an individual might necessarily suffer and then exhibit symptoms of battered women syndrome?
Yes. So battered spouse syndrome is a woman, usually a woman's response, doesn't have to be, but that's a classic historical research went into how women respond in situations in which there's intimate partner violence when they've been the victim of violence. Now we know, of course, in other kinds of relationships, men can be a victim of it as well, as whether it's a heterosexual or homosexual relationship, that both men and women can be victims. But we still know the majority of those individuals that are diagnosed with that condition or given that condition, classified with that condition, are women. We do know that it's a reaction, a strategy that's developed by the person who's being abused to someone who's abusing them in an intimate partner situation. And essentially what they're doing is they've made a determination that they can't effectively escape from the abuse. They can't just leave for some reason. They feel in danger or they've been threatened if they leave that something bad will happen to them. So it's a cognitive or thinking strategy on the part of the person being abused that I have to develop some coping skills or ways of protecting myself or maybe even loved ones as well from some form of imminent violence or danger or lethality. Something bad will happen to me if I don't develop a way of handling this abuse, this constant abuse that's coming towards me. So the battered wife syndrome is really a way of thinking. It's a psychological change that happens with a victim in terms of the way they cope and strategize to stay safe for themselves and other loved ones as well, oftentimes.
I'm gonna ask a really silly question, if I may, Doctor. I don't know if you've noticed a bruise across the bridge of my nose this morning.
I did see that when I came in. Yes, sir.
Okay. This weekend, hypothetically, if an individual was digging around in the garbage, the lid fell down and cut his nose, the bridge of his nose wide open, would you, as a forensic psychologist, anticipate, or psychologist in general, anticipate that there might be a physical or a psychological reaction or response to that degree of trauma?
So I don't know if it would be trauma or not. It could be, depending on the degree of the injury and the pain and things like that. But certainly you'd view that garbage can differently as you approached it. So it changes your psychology or the way that you look at that particular situation or that particular object. So by viewing it differently, you may engage in different behaviors. You may approach it differently. You may have somebody else approach it. You may approach it with both hands up. So it changes your behavior and your thinking about that garbage can.
Does that also apply to interpersonal relationships?
So it certainly can. No two people always react the same way to every situation. One person's trauma is not a trauma to another person. But for people who do develop battered spouse syndrome, they do begin to change the way they view the person who's abusing them and what they have to do in order to maintain either their life or their safety, their physical safety in terms of their behavior and interactions with that person.
Now, is there a specific set of criteria that a psychologist, forensic psychologist, would necessarily rely upon in attempting to make a diagnosis or an assessment of battered women syndrome?
Yes, sir.
And what are those criteria?
Well, you'd want to see one if some type of abuse has occurred. That abuse can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be emotional, or it can just be the threat of abuse or bad things that's going to happen to you. So there has to be something bad that's happened or that's threatened to be happening over a period of time. So abuse has to be present in order for this to be underway. Without abuse, there's no battered wife syndrome. But that's not enough. There also has to be what's called coercive control. Coercive control is really keeping the person's social interactions, overseen on a regular basis, controlling money, controlling preferences, even TV preferences, sometimes social media, looking at social media that the person is accessing or looking at, who they're talking to on Facebook, who they're texting. So it's a combination of abuse and coercive control that results in a person feeling victimized, but that's still not enough. That person then has to feel like they can't escape from that. They've either been told, if you leave me, you're going to die.
I think this guy is great. He's explaining things in a very linear fashion. And the thing is that he didn't actually meet with Sarah. And I don't think he really knows much at all about the case, which is great. Because this is what you want when you have a really good expert where they're just an expert at the topic, right? So what's interesting is, he's being called by the defense, but he's just offering information. And so much of this, as I just pointed out with what he just was, his examples there, of course, coercive control, really describes Sarah and not Jorge. So, this is one of those situations where he could end up being a great witness for the state. So we'll see.
A family member is going to be harmed, your children, your mother, whatever it might be. And as a result of that, they develop strategies to cope with that, acquiescing, pleasing, doing anything they're asked to do, demeaning themselves, allowing themselves to be controlled. All of the things that would fend off, if you will, some abuse or attack or threat to them or someone who surrounds them. So those would be the components that you would need to have. And that dance continues to go on usually repeatedly throughout the course of that relationship.
So I think what you're describing is, in a sense, a subjective nature to the syndrome that's being described.
It's both objective and subjective. So objective in terms of the facts, like what's really happening. A person's being abused, they're being told certain things, there's control over them. But then the subjective part is the person's interpretation of that, their perception of that. So there's really both going on. They have to kind of work together in order for this syndrome to be formalized and properly diagnosed.
You indicated that there sometimes may be some defense mechanisms or strategies that are devised by the battered individual, the abused individual.
Yes, sir.
In your experience and your training, do controlled substances, alcohol, drugs frequently appear in your analysis or assessment?
Yes. And the way they appear is they can appear either from the abuser or the abused or both. What can happen from the abuser standpoint is they may only be abusive, or the abuse may become worse if they abuse substances. From the abuse standpoint, it may be self-medication. It may be a way of coping with the anxiety that there's going to be something bad that potentially could happen to them or somebody else. It's kind of a way of dealing with walking on the eggshells. So if I use substances, that can deaden the pain, if you will, for me, or help me to forget about it. So it's oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes part of either the abuser's behavior or the abused behavior.
Do they, in your experience, do they on occasion actually defend the individual that is abusing them?
That's a very frequent part of this syndrome. Not always, but it's very frequent. It's why interviewing them becomes difficult sometimes, because they're used to explaining away their behavior, the abuser's behavior, my black eye, my missing tooth, his screaming and yelling in the background while I'm talking to mom on the phone. So they're used to making excuses for it. It's part of the coping strategy, trying to explain away this behavior. He's had a bad day. She's, really upset about something else that's going on. She's really never liked this at any other time. So defending that person is oftentimes a part of the battered spouse syndrome, and getting the person who's been abused to get them to stop defending them so they can talk about the actual abuse becomes a challenge.
Now, the DSM makes reference on occasion to rule outs, I assume for the diagnosis that's being applied. What is a rule out?
A rule out in our parlance says that we should consider these things before we look at other diagnoses. So for instance, if we're going to consider schizophrenia, we should rule out substance abuse first, because oftentimes some drugs can create hallucinations and delusions and psychotic symptoms. So there's always rule outs, just like there are for medical conditions. So look for this before you consider this, is really what a rule out is.
Are there specific rule outs for battered women syndrome or PTSD?
Sure. So there's rule outs for everything, because you're considering a number of different conditions before you make a differential diagnosis, or you pick that's the one that I think best fits this person. So yes, there's rule outs for both of those.
For my sake, what is a differential diagnosis?
That's how you decide which one, whether it's your medical doctor, your psychologist, whoever, it's how they pick the right diagnosis. So you're going through kind of a card catalog in your head, and you're saying, all right, there's symptoms of this, but that's also consistent with symptoms of that. So is it schizophrenia? Is it bipolar disorder? Now I have to ask more questions. It's a decision tree. And that decision tree helps you to inform the person and either make a diagnosis in a legal setting or help treat them clinically.
Now, if the individual, the psychologist who's doing the evaluation, identifies the presence of certain rule outs, what is their response professionally to those rule outs in establishing or assessing the patient?
You have to go down a decision tree. We all kind of do decision trees in our mind every day about what we should do or shouldn't do in certain situations. It happens automatically. It's more structured when you're doing it professionally. So if you have a concern about substances, then you would kind of take that track, and you'd have to ask a lot of questions in that area. So you'd want to know what kind of substances, how often are they using those substances, what kind of effect those substances had on them before. I just picked one of many possible rule outs there, but every one of them you'd have to explore or ask additional questions, because of course you want to come up with the wrong diagnosis, because in a legal setting that leads you to a bad opinion. In a clinical setting, it leads to bad treatment.
Now, I want to go back just a second. We talked about the subjective nature of the abused individual's understanding of what's happening. Is this subjective, or does the experience that they have suffered result in, on occasion, their experience or their anticipating or assuming or imagining a threat that others may not?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ha. Why is it not going forward? Hold on. There we go.
Doctor, from what you described this morning, I think we're talking about a complex and sophisticated process for assessing and diagnosing PTSD, battered women.
Shout out to Black
as
Widow.
you described.
Hello, my
That's a fair
friend.
statement.
Yes, sir.
And in this instance, this particular matter regarding the state versus Sarah Boone, were you approached about the possibility of doing an assessment as to Sarah Boone?
Oh, I want to know. Dang it, I want to know. Yeah, that's interesting. So, because like I was saying, he didn't assess her, but he wants some water. But why? But why was he approached? Was he asked? See what happened. Okay.
Doctor, when you are retained to do an evaluation in these matters, what is your practice in regards to the assessment proceedings? assessment efforts?
Well, I'd first want to know what type of an assessment that it is, because there's different methods of approach that you'd use to analyze and be able to give an opinion on whatever questions being asked of you. So the very first goal for me as a forensic psychologist is to isolate what the question is.
You can tell he's
So what are they asking me to do?
testifying.
Because I want to know, A, can I do that? Am I qualified to do that, or should I refer that to somebody else? Or B, is that something I'm going to have enough time to do and enough resources to do? And the next thing I would do is start asking questions about specifically what you already have or what can you get to help me answer this question. So right away, I'd start to find out what's available. As forensic psychologists, we're supposed to do comprehensive evaluations of whatever the legal issue or question is. And it's supposed to rely on multiple sources of information. So depending again upon the question, I'm trying to then define early on what are those multiple pieces of information I'm going to need to help to try to give an opinion and an educated opinion about that matter.
Have you done an assessment in this particular case?
No, sir.
Can you tell us very briefly whether that was your decision?
Objection, no, it is.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Move on.
I don't
In
know.
your experience, doctor,
Thank you very much.
can battered women syndrome rear its ugly head? For instance, when there are threats to other members of the family, two-legged or four?
So yes, that's very common, that it's not just the person. It increases the terror from someone who's doing the abuse to mention other family members that they might also suffer abuse. So whether it's emotional or physical, those type of things are very common. Not always, but it's very common in the course of domestic violence cases or intimate partner violence cases.
And that fear that's developed by the abused individual may exist contemporaneously with other issues, alcoholism, schizophrenia, and the like. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They can all be combined together. And certainly that increases if there's other family members that are threatened or live in the same home or close by. That can increase the terror. The purpose of that is to increase control, to make sure the abuser has more control over the person who's being abused.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Interesting that he used the word terror, just because that, remember when Sarah described on direct how she felt when she first saw Jorge in the suitcase, and she said aghast and terror.
In doing an assessment, doctor, do you look at outside materials?
Yes, sir, always.
And what kind of outside materials do you necessarily review in order to make this?
DSM-5.
Specifically to battered woman syndrome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So specific to this, you'd want to look at a lot of different sources of information because you're trying to, A, make a diagnosis if there's a trauma-related disorder, but you're also trying to figure out if there's the other elements necessary to make the diagnosis as well, like abuse that's been chronic over a period of time, and that the person feels they can't leave that situation, and if other people have been threatened. So you'd want to know things like not only what the facts are of a particular incident, usually some crime that's been committed, but you'd want to know the history of those behaviors. Has anyone else seen those? Are there people you can talk to, friends, neighbors, bosses, anybody who's seen or heard of this abuse before? Have there been medical visits where the person has actually been damaged and shown up, made some other excuse, they slipped or fell or whatever it might be? You'd want to do psychological testing as a forensic psychologist because we have very good tests that help us to determine whether someone's suffering from a trauma-based disorder or not. You want to know if the person who'd been accused of the crime for this type of evaluation made any statements to the police. If they did, you'd want to hear that statement. Or if there been a 911 call or calls. If that's happened, you'd want to hear that too. So any evidence you could collect, and these are some of those questions I was talking to you about before, you'd want to ask the person who's trying to hire you in the beginning, well, tell me what you have, because you'd want to see whether or not you're going to be able to make this analysis or not. So it's not good enough just to talk to the person, because that's just one form of information. It's almost like being a behavioral detective, if you will, as a forensic psychologist, because we're trying to get as much evidence wrapping around our interview with the person as possible to be able to guide our questions, but inform us and see whether there's what we call convergent validity. It's a fancy way of saying, does everything agree with each other? Does everything connect in a way that all sort of makes sense? Or are these strange conflicting pieces of evidence that we need to explain away, or it just doesn't fit the criteria? So it's a rather comprehensive and complex evaluation that has to be conducted to come up with this. And the final piece I'd say about it is that because oftentimes the abused person is defending still the person that they've oftentimes committed a crime against, it takes a bit of time to get to where you need to go. With all victims of trauma, whether you're talking about situations where you're doing therapy or you're doing an analysis in this type of setting, a criminal setting, it usually takes some time to break through that and get them to trust you, to talk about the trauma, but to stop defending the person and talk about the abuse and how they felt about the abuse. Your goal, if you will, is to be able to see what's happening in that situation through the abused person's eyes. If you look at it through your eyes, often it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at it through their eyes, if it meets the criteria for a battered spouse, then you can better understand their world and what they're dealing with.
And real briefly,
That was
some
actually a
of the
really
things that
important way. Like that was a really, so this is the first introduction the jury is having to now really the heart of this affirmative defense. But what he just said there was really important in terms of, you know, for any case where it's a battered spouse defense, right? Like he just hit the nail on the head there, right? It's like the goal is to be able to look at it through their eyes and their interpretation of what they were perceiving happening, right?
you are evaluating when you examine, particularly the individual themselves, you're looking for anxiety and or fear,
Yes.
low self-esteem.
Yes.
Are you looking for depression?
Yes.
Are you looking for any form of social or interpersonal withdrawal?
Withdrawal, especially if it's forced withdrawal, controlled withdrawal, if there's consequences to socializing with my family, my friends, calling them on the phone.
You know, so again, he's just giving factual information, but this is exactly what Sarah did to Jorge.
I'm texting them. So especially in that context.
Stockholm syndrome.
Sure, that can be part of it.
And what is Stockholm syndrome, real briefly?
So it's really adapting to someone who's captive or taking over a person, controlling their life, sort of adapting to that situation. The famous model of that would be many, many decades ago, a woman called Patty Hearst, who was kidnapped, but it's taking on the beliefs and taking on an acceptance, if you will, of a kind of a captive situation. And in these situations with women who have been abused, who meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, they oftentimes adapt, defend, and take on in an acquiescent way that this is okay and I'm part of this situation as opposed to opposed to the situation.
I don't really know why Stockholm syndrome
This
is relevant.
syndrome exhibit itself in physical attributes.
It can, at times, even physical illness at times.
Inability to sleep, inability to keep food down, and those type of things.
Sure. Yes, sir.
I don't think she had any issues.
Would that individual potentially experience hypervigilance?
Well, that's a large part of it. Of any trauma-based disorder is hypervigilance. What changes when you've been traumatized, any kind of trauma, not just abuse, but what changes is your perception of danger. So whether it's the lid of the garbage can hitting on your nose, or whether it's someone being abusive towards you, those situations change your perception of danger. So you no longer see that object or that person in the same way. You have a foreboding sense of danger could occur. So other people may not perceive it with that person. He's so nice at work, or he's nice in these other settings, or he's so great on the softball field, but at home he's different. So that person who's being abused, their perception changes.
Does that include denial?
It could include denial, and oftentimes that's part of the explanation. The defensiveness of that person is the denial of how bad things are that are going on.
Okay. Are they approaching again? He's like, what's happening?
There's a subjective component to trauma.
Oh.
What I understand you're saying.
They're
correct?
already on to
Always.
cross.
Yes, sir.
They're on to cross. That was fast.
And so hypothetically, a couple could be in a 3.5-year relationship with physical violence, emotional violence,
I mean,
even sexual violence. But either or both of those partners may or may not believe that is a traumatic experience for him or herself, correct?
Yes, sir. People mistake the stimulus about what happens as the trauma. That the trauma is really the reaction to it. So bad things that happen, people don't always react in the same way to them. So yes, sir, that's
Well,
correct.
I have to just say, like, one of the things that I love with expert witnesses is when whichever side is the opposing side. So whichever side didn't call the expert. I love it when that side, the opposing side, makes it their expert. I just think it's really fascinating. And I think we're going to be seeing that here. I mean, obviously, so.
So for instance, a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor may go out to a scene and see a
Don't do an
fresh dead
analogy.
body,
Don't do an
and
analogy.
Their perception of that environmental stimulus may be very different from somebody who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just gives us muffins in the morning coming
Right.
across a dead body. Is
Dude,
that fair?
Mr. J needs to stay away from these analogies. It's just.
Yes, sir. That homicide detective may be able to go eat lunch right after it. And the other person who works at the donut restaurant may not be able to eat for a couple of days as a result. So yes, perception is a big part of how trauma occurs.
And I understand your answers today. And I'm not saying that they were different the other day. But I understand you to say that it's very important to do a comprehensive evaluation to get the full picture of what is going on in the perceived battered spouse mind, correct?
Yes.
Can we approach? We can approach. Approach. So her hair has been getting progressively more tousled, shall we say? I noticed this the other day. It's you know, I mean, in some ways it's kind of better. I don't know. She could definitely use I don't know. No, I'm gonna hold my thoughts on the hairdo.
So we've been talking about the importance of doing a comprehensive evaluation with as many collateral sources as one could possibly have when making an assessment about the battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Yes, sir. Relevant piece of information. Yes, sir.
And would you agree that obviously the person who is accused of committing a crime, there are credibility issues that you do need to care for when relying upon that person's history provided about the events leading to that and the past events describing the relationship with the intimate partner?
Yes, sir. In every forensic evaluation, that's the case.
Is this particularly important if there's a comorbidity with an alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what alcohol abuse disorder means in the DSM-5 TR?
Sure. It's the biggest part of it is it's not just the use of alcohol, it's impairment that happens as a result. So it's the excessive use of alcohol, but that could mean something different, just like the excessive use of marijuana might mean. But it's the use of alcohol to the degree that it impairs or affects a person's life. And with that may come a lot of other things like deceitfulness or aggression or unreliability, sleep or somatic problems, difficulties.
The unreliability, great.
So, but the important thing to remember there is that it's the use of a substance that impairs or affects a person's life.
And if there is alcohol involved in the histories being given about either the event in question or any preceding events, must the evaluator take that into account when evaluating the memories and perceptions of the person giving them that history?
Yes. So introducing that new topic about memory, we know that substances can interfere and impair memory. So as a result of that, you want to know what they were using, how close it was. If you're talking about a particular event, like a crime, you'd want to know if there was substance usage, and if so, what the person's memory functioning was, and does that match up with other sources of information about what those events were?
Are you familiar with the narcissistic personality disorder?
Yes, sir.
Is that something recognized in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not if a person who is giving a history, whether it's the patient/client or whatnot, has traits, perhaps not a diagnosis, but even just traits of the narcissistic personality disorder, is that something the evaluator should account for in evaluating the credibility of the history given?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because all forms of disorders or conditions or just traits may lead to inaccurate information, either not purposely or purposely. They may be deceptive. So certain personality disorders or traits can lead to deception or inappropriate or inaccurate information. That's why you need more than one source of information. Does what this person is saying to me check out with other sources of information?
And I don't mean to quiz you on it, but can you tell us some of the criteria for the narcissistic personality disorder?
I can, yes, sir. So it is a grandiose sense of self-worth. It's the consideration of yourself over anybody else. It's kind of operating your own world. So it's an
For example, I excel at everything.
inflated sense of who you are. It's a misperception of how important you are to other people and your meaning to other people. It's a sense of specialness, that you stand out from other people in terms of special skill or skills, and that other people, if they don't recognize that, they should recognize that. So the biggest heading there is an inflated sense of self-esteem and grandiosity.
Are you familiar with an adjustment disorder diagnosis?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the DSM-5 TR?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Can you tell us about that?
Adjustment disorder is a person's reaction. It could be emotional, it can be behavioral, or it can be both, to a situation that occurs. You broke up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, so you're upset about that. And so as a result, you're tearful, you're anxious or nervous or worried about what may happen to you as a result of breaking up with them, or you behaviorally may not going to work, or get into more arguments or fights with your children as a result. So it's a temporary reaction to a stressful situation that occurs in some individuals.
And hypothetically, if a person who is giving a history for criteria of diagnosis, let me strike that. If somebody is giving a history and that is being used to come to an evaluation conclusion of battered spouse syndrome, if that person has been diagnosed with adjustment disorder predating the traumatic relationship, is that something the evaluator should take into account?
You'd want to know any prior diagnosis because it may not necessarily be exclusionary, but it could. So adjustment disorder is a temporary reaction. You're upset, it's a temporary, and most of them just go away on their own. Whereas something else like a traumatic stress disorder is long-term. It's something that a person's stuck with for a period of time that usually doesn't just go away on its own. So yes, you'd want to know that for that term I used before, that differential diagnosis. You'd want to know those things to compare and contrast them and hold them up against each other.
Now, hypothetically, if somebody says things like, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, and I'm the best you'll ever do, are those indications of the narcissistic personality disorder?
Well, it could be. You wouldn't want just that alone. You'd want to see if that was happening in other settings. Is it happening on the job, with friends, with family members? Is it showing up on psychological testing? But certainly that would be a red flag. You go, I want to pay more attention to that. I want to investigate that further.
And is it important when evaluating trauma-based disorders, because they're based on emotional reactions, to do that rule out on alcohol or drug use?
Certainly you'd want to do that. It's not usually disguised as a trauma-based disorder. Alcohol and trauma aren't usually rule outs for each other, but it could exacerbate a condition. It could make you diagnose a trauma condition when it's just an adjustment disorder. I say just, I don't mean to minimize it, but it's not as serious.
There
as
you
trauma-based disorder.
go.
Is it important to consider whether the abuser and or the abused behave differently in the absence of alcohol or drugs?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, because you're trying to analyze.
Blackwater says, I was never so stressed in my trial watching life in this trial. Poor Jorge. I know it was a lot. It definitely, day 5 was a big, it threw a whole monkey wrench into this entire case, in my opinion.
Analyze a psychological condition. If as a result of drug or alcohol abuse, their behavior changes or their perceptions change, that's not a psychological condition, that's a substance abuse disorder. So that's why you'd want to know that. So if their condition remains the same, maybe it's a little worse when they're using drugs or alcohol, but it's the same perception of threat or danger, then you're going to diagnose a trauma-based disorder. If not, then you're going to diagnose a substance abuse disorder. You can have both, but you'd want to rule one out as opposed to the other.
And are you familiar with the classic 3-step cycle of battered spouse syndrome or domestic violence?
Yes, sir. I
Can
am.
you explain that to the jury?
Sure. So there's a cycle of violence that was first developed by a woman in the 70s called Lenore Walker, Dr. Lenore Walker. She's a psychologist who's usually credited with developing the whole theory of battered spouse syndrome. And in the classic model, which we know oftentimes happens, not every time, but in the classic model, there's a period of tension buildup where things are happening, little arguments are happening, there's bickering back and forth, there may be some threats or some loud voices back and forth, but it's all things that are leading up to a possible violent episode. Then there's the episode that happens itself, the violent episode. It could be verbal, sexual, physical, but there's the violent incident that occurs. And then after that violent episode occurs, there's a honeymoon phase where the person who's done the abuse, they're apologizing, taking that person who's abused out to dinner, buying them things, saying nice things.
Well, we know this is kind of standard. We've seen this in other cases. I don't think this was the case with these two. I think it was just constant abuse from Sarah to Jorge. Again, a lot came out with those videos, man.
Them complimenting them to sort of make up for the abuse. And it's it's called the cycle of violence. And the reason why is it tends to repeat itself in a lot of these situations of battered spouse syndrome, where you see this repeating itself over and over and over again. So people are kind of stuck in these revolving doors in their relationship.
And can one cycle
Revolving
be enough
doors is
to
the way to
traumatize a
describe
person?
that, though.
Yes.
For that cycle.
Does this trauma necessarily have to be coming from a man to a woman?
No.
And in fact, as times have changed, language has changed. And so when we keep referring to it as battered woman syndrome in the courtroom today, what we're actually talking about now is battered spouse syndrome or even intimate partner violence.
Yes, I mean, interpartner violence can happen outside legal settings, but it's really a kind of the large over grouping, if you will, to be able to talk about all of these other things that can happen as a result, like trauma-based disorders and battered spouse syndrome. And you're right. The later research has kind of pulled us away from thinking this only happens to women in heterosexual relationships. We know now there's all sorts of derivations, and that men can suffer also from battered spouse syndrome, battered person syndrome, homosexual couples. So we know it goes around to everybody, but still, women are more often diagnosed with battered spouse syndrome than anybody else.
Does the trauma have to come in the form of physical violence?
No, sir.
Does it have to come in the form of sexual violence?
No, sir.
Can it come in the form of emotional or mental violence?
Yes, sir.
And would examples of that include such as running the partner down and telling them that they're no good and, just general insulting and lowering their value?
It could. Remember, that's the stimulus, so it would depend on how the person who's receiving that responds to it as to whether or not it becomes traumatic. But yes, sir, that'd be the first red flag you'd want to investigate.
And you mentioned isolation before. So if somebody in a hypothetical intimate partner setting is trying to isolate the partner from his or her family members or friends or coworkers, can that be, and I'm not saying necessarily, can that be indications of intimate partner violence that could lead to battered spouse?
So sure, that'd be an example of coercive control. So if a person was doing that, that's consistent with that classification of battered person syndrome. Yes.
And hypothetically, controlling another person, the intimate partner's personal property or effects, such as a birth certificate or identification papers, can that be indication of emotional trauma towards the partner who is lacking control over those identification papers?
So that's a stimulus that could result, depending on how the person subjectively perceives it, in some trauma. So yes, all of the things that you mentioned could be stimulus, if you will, that a person could perceive as traumatic.
And hypothetically, if one partner A gives partner B a gift, such as a bicycle, but partner A continues to maintain that the bicycle is his or hers because he or she bought it, even though it was a gift to B, can that be a form of emotional abuse towards?
Yeah, I mean, I said whenever it was after those videos came out in D5 that, I mean, I think that what I saw in those videos was like, in addition to the actual homicide, I was seeing in my opinion, it's like there should have been additional charges for torture, like false imprisonment. And I think it's actually there's signs that it could have been a racially motivated hate crime, which now we're talking kind of like federal charges when it comes to that stuff. And it's really clear that it's really sad, right? It's, you know, it's really clear that Jorge didn't feel like he could speak up. And I was just talking about this, I think it was yesterday, how like, it's understandable how if you're a victim of abuse, it's hard to speak up regardless of what your gender is or what, if, you know, whatever type of abuse, right? It's hard to speak up. And, but people have, you know, as a society, we've been doing better about believing, you know, like women through the Me Too movement, right? Of course, then you've got people like Amber Heard and Sarah Boone who, you know, taking a step back a little bit, but thankfully Johnny Depp really paved the way, right? That men can be victims as well. But I still understand from if you're from that male perspective, like if you are the male being abused, I understand how it's like, well, if even not all women are believed, then why would they believe, you know, I get it, but I hope that change can happen faster for them. And I think you're right that if the law enforcement was able to recognize it better, like if they had better training to recognize it, because the training would probably include things like they're not going to probably tell you, right? You're going to have to learn to recognize it through other signs versus them saying it. I think that's what it's going to come down to, so we can better identify that. So I completely agree.
Sure, it sounds like control, but I guess you could interpret it as emotional abuse too. But it sounds more like a control mechanism that'd be consistent.
I'm not suggesting that it's legally or morally okay, but when one intimate partner does these hypothetical emotional things, non-physical violent things to partner B, if partner B has poor personal skills and coping skills and maybe consuming alcohol, is it unreasonable or unfathomable to hear that partner B responded with physical violence to partner A?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained. Yes.
Approaching.
Again, or it's perceived as, so it would increase overruled.
Whoa.
So do you want that?
If you remember the question, please go ahead.
So it would increase the probability of physical violence. So if those things in fact were perceived as threatening or abusive in any way or insulting to the person who they were directed towards, it would increase the probability of physical violence.
And then again, the perceptions are all in the eye of the beholder, whether emotional things that are said to one another or physical things are done to one another, whether the recipient of that behavior views it as trauma is a subjective decision by that person. Right?
Yes, the perception is the impact. So that's how you would know that. It's just, you know, water off a duck's back, or is it something that kind of sticks with me and I think about it all the time?
Now, you mentioned earlier anxiety, low self-esteem, and depression can all be components of battered spouse syndrome, correct?
Right.
Is it important as the evaluator to rule out whether or not these conditions predated the violent or abusive relationship?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, because where things start is important diagnostically. So if all of those things are in place, all of the symptoms that were just mentioned are in place, then you wouldn't attribute those to the abuse. You'd say those things were pre-existing. Now, abuse could make it worse, but in terms of your diagnosis, you'd need to know where things started. So if those symptoms didn't start at the time where there was abuse that was alleged to have occurred, then it's unlikely that it's attributed to that abuse.
And independent of any narcissistic personality disorder traits, would you agree that anybody in a certain legal setting has a motivation to present themselves in a certain way?
Yes, to do impression management, either depending on the outcome. So if there's punitive sanctions, they may lie to make themselves look worse, or as a result, if they're in other settings like divorce settings, they may lie to make themselves look better. So there's always some impression management you have to kind of look through in your evaluation.
And that's important for an evaluator.
It should be looked at in every evaluation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect examination?
Redirect.
Just want to, one more time, in response to the state's questioning, you indicated that where an individual's credibility may be in question, there's a necessity that the individual who's making the assessment corroborate whatever they're being told. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In a number of different ways. We have psychological tests that assess for things called malingering or faking mental health problems or difficulties. So you'd want to do that. You'd want to look at other evidence to see if it's all consistent. So it's very important you don't just rely on self-report.
It's possible that an individual may exhibit one or two attributes of a particular DSM diagnosis, but not actually qualify because it's simply not there.
Right. Sure. So sometimes like social isolation can be because we're introverted. or it could be part of depression. So you need to kind of follow it out and see how many of the symptoms are there to see whether or not it meets the criteria.
So I may exhibit 1 or 2 symptoms of narcissism, but not qualify because I don't meet all of those, or a significant number of the indicators that you would rely upon to make that diagnosis.
Yes, or it can be situationally based, like when they display narcissistic features here in a courtroom, but may not do that in any other part of our life.
Now, in your experience, have you determined, learned, either through your studies, experience, and so on, whether or not the abusive behavior may begin based upon an individual's perception of things occurring to him as a child or her as a child? In other words, if they grow up in an abusive household,
Okay, I understand.
Sustained.
you've indicated that there are things that, I think in response to the state's cross-examination, that there are things that may add to or may contribute to a particular psychosis or symptom. Would an individual's background as a child include those type of criteria?
Yes, sir. You're more vulnerable to certain psychological conditions based on your history. So if you've been traumatized before, or bad situations have happened to you before, if you've suffered from depression before, it makes you more vulnerable to those conditions or other conditions later on.
Finally, one question or one symptom that we haven't discussed, I don't think, or maybe it was discussed by the state, was learned helplessness. What is that?
Oh boy.
Learned helplessness, I've really spoken about it a little bit, but now we have the fancy term for it. Learned helplessness was really researched by someone named Seligson, a doctor named Seligson, psychologist, research psychologist. And just real briefly, what it is when someone kind of gives up and feels like there's nothing that they can do to change their situation. It was originally done with laboratory animals. But where a person really feels that no matter what strategy they've taken, like leave, stay, fight, whatever it might be, it won't work. It usually leads to depression or developments of other strategies, like I have to appease or please or make sure I do everything correctly or apologize. So it's really believing that no matter what you do, it won't be effective.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for
Yes, sir.
traveling up here from Miami so early in the morning.
No problem at all.
Thanks for the rest.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get the parties approach for a moment.
All right, approach. So I think they're going to be moving on to the next, or I feel like they probably have some sort of housekeeping thing. Hold on, let's see what happens.
Please don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this
Okay,
case.
they're
And
taking
do
a
not
break.
conduct any independent
Oh,
research on those things.
Go ahead.
Testimony of Detective Koepsell. You've heard from the two deputies, you've heard from Dr. Brannon. Maria Galapoli is a young lady that's outside. She was a witness as a neighbor in that complex.
Okay, this is for the neighbor, right? Okay, the neighbor is next. All right, excellent. Neighbor lady.
Witness.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. I think there's another officer in there.
Nella.
Okay. Okay, let me adjust my banner here.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
First name is Junella, Junella. Last name Uadan, UAD as in Delta, AN.
Counselor, you may inquire.
This one, again, your official title.
Digital forensics examiner.
Okay, so we're going to get into some videos.
What is your,
Just an examiner.
ma'am, Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, of course.
So we already heard from her.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you.
This is just to get in. This is to get in the TV videos.
Marked as AA.
Okay, here we go. Cool. I'm going to pull this down so we don't block it.
You're gonna help me take this shit out. Real shit. You're gonna help me take it out. You're gonna help me take this shit out.
All right.
As I want to.
So remember, if I find it interesting that Sarah had said when they had those pictures when she was on the stand, she said that like she was having some problem with the TV not getting Lukas's something rather to not work or whatever, and she needed help with Brian to fix it. So this is the same. This is from that same day, and so her claim was that he got mad that Brian had come over to fix the TV or whatever, and then this is him breaking the TV out of that anger. So let's keep that in mind. I want to point something else out. Remember how Sarah told that story about the metal doors for the closet, where she said the washer and dryer, and she said there's metal doors? Those doors are not metal. Those doors are not metal. And it didn't make any sense anyway, because I was like, metal doors? Yeah, I thought it was weird the first time we went over her testimony, thought it was weird the second time. But those doors are not metal. I mean, dude.
Say again, sir. Yes, understood.
No problem.
All right, thank you very much. This witness can't be released, correct? State. Thank you. All right, can the parties approach momentarily, please?
Okay, approaching again. She's done.
That I've given you over the law. This applies without of any sort. Want to stress again, discuss this case.
Discussing the jury again. Oh, weird. Okay, so I guess they're breaking for lunch or something, which is weird because they just had dismissed the jury. Okay, so yep, that's the lunch break. All right, and then I think it's the neighbor witness lady. Neighbor lady.
Utilize for the purposes of jury instructions. The court throughout the trial has been redlining the jury instructions that were provided initially by the state. At the end of the evidence and testimony presentation this afternoon, the court will email those to all parties. Once Mr. Owens comes back in from making advising witnesses of when to be here, we will bring in our jury and proceed with the evidence presentation this afternoon. State, anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else we need to address?
No, you're
All right, very good. As soon as Mr. Owens enters, we'll bring in our jury. The deputies will assist Ms. Walker in the wheelchair into the jury box. Defense, do you recognize our jury?
All right, here we go.
Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker? Can you raise your right hand, please? Please do swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Walker. D-E-A-R-L, Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
First name, hold on. I need her first name.
D-E-A-R.
So help you God. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
What did you say?
Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Walker. D-E-A-R-L, Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
Farrell? Wait, hold on.
Ms. Walker,
D-E-A-R-L, Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R.
Oh my God.
Name for the record for us.
Walker. D-E-A-R-L, Walker,
Her name, okay.
W-A-L-K-E-R.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Beck, you may proceed.
good afternoon, Ms. Walker.
Oh, Pearl. I bet it's a P.
Ms. Walker, do you know the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes.
How do you know her, ma'am? How do you know Ms. Boone? If you can't hear me, just ask me to repeat myself. And I'll
Okay,
do so.
okay.
How do you know Ms. Boone?
She lived in the same apartment building that I lived in.
And can you tell us how long the two of you shared the same apartment complex, apartment buildings?
About 4 years.
And how is it that you became familiar with Ms. Boone?
My husband and I were sitting out on the porch and we see her coming with her 2 dogs.
And what happened then?
Then I would call her over with, with her dogs.
And what do you mean by call her over?
When I see her walking with a dog and I see her and I look at her and I said, "Hey, Sarah, how you doing?" And that's it.
And would she generally respond to you?
Yes.
And how would you spend time with Ms. Boone?
Did I spend time?
Would you spend time speaking with Ms. Boone?
Yes.
How long would you speak with her?
About 15 or 20 minutes. That's all.
And was your husband sometimes involved in those conversations as well?
He just say hi.
So you and Ms. Boone were the two primary communicators?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the time that you knew Ms. Boone, did you witness anything about her person or her body that gave you cause for concern?
Sometimes I would see it like she had been choked around her neck or her arm be hurt. Have a mark on her arm. And I just asked her.
And would she describe how that happened?
She just say, I had a.
Hang on. The objection is sustained.
When you would ask her that, how did she appear to you to respond emotionally to your questions about her injuries?
She just say, one of them days or something.
Objection sustained.
Just for the record, instead of telling us what she would say, would she demonstrate any emotion on her face?
Well, I would see the emotion that she was upset about something.
And did you ask about her obvious upset persona? Her upset, the fact that she was upset? Would you ask her about that?
Yeah. Well,
Okay, you have to just limit your answer to the question. Would you ask her about that issue? About why she was upset?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just can't go beyond that. Thank you. Now, how frequently would that occur?
I would say on the weekends when I see her.
Was that primarily when you saw her on the weekends?
Mostly I would see her walking through, going to her place. And I'm sitting on the porch and I see her then.
Now, strike that. While you were there in that apartment complex, and excuse me for getting ahead of myself, do you still live in that apartment complex?
No.
How long have you been gone from that apartment complex? If you don't know, that's fine.
It's been a while.
Thank you, ma'am. During the occasions that you had to interact with Ms. Boone, how did she treat you?
She was a nice lady.
Overruled.
Nice to me.
Did she ever act uppity?
Overruled.
Uppity of all things.
Did she ever treat you in an uppity manner?
What you mean, sir?
Did she ever look down on you as a person?
Oh, no.
Did she ever treat you with disrespect?
No.
Sustained.
May I approach on this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, they're approaching.
I'm sorry, I'm back, Mrs. Walker. In the time that you and Ms. Boone lived together, on occasion, did you see law enforcement arrive at the apartment complex?
A couple of times.
And did you ever get involved in any of their investigation?
No. Sir.
Were you ever approached by law enforcement and asked for information, evidence, insight into what might be going on?
No, sir.
Now, in all candor, were there occasions when you believed that Sarah Boone may have been under the influence of alcohol?
No, I can't say.
Did you also observe George Torres during the time that you lived together, lived there in the apartment complex?
I didn't see him very much. If we're sitting on the porch, that's the only time I see him.
Did you know Mr. Torres very well?
No.
Was there an incident when you saw Ms. Boone with a black eye?
Yes.
Did you witness a pattern between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres wherein you observed signs of abuse?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified that you saw Ms. Boone on occasion with bruises, other injuries, and a black eye. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And was there any pattern to what you observed in regards to those injuries and bruises that you observed on Ms. Boone?
One time I seen with a black eye and like she had been choked one time.
Okay. Did Ms. Boone complain to you about those marks?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Hi, Ms. Walker.
Oh,
Is it fair to say you're not sure when exactly you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
say that again?
You're not exactly sure when you saw any of those injuries on her, correct?
Once she come past the apartment, I'll be sitting out there. We always sit out there.
Right, but we don't know if this is December or 2018 or anything
I
like that.
can't remember, sir.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea how she got those marks? Is that fair?
Repeat that again.
Do you have any idea how she got those marks?
On the weekends, I see him and her go in.
But you don't know who, if anybody, put those marks on her, right?
Well,
Just calls for yes or
I
no.
can tell when they must have had an argument or something. I hear the dogs barking.
And you're 5 doors down, right? Unit 8, Unit 3?
Yeah.
Okay. No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Now I think we're going to get into that expert, or is there another law enforcement officer? Might be the expert lady who was really good.
This afternoon, similar instruction that I've given you, please do not conduct any independent investigation or research.
All righty. Excellent.
Doctor, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Dr. Julie Harper, Harper.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Excellent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I have to say, so whenever she was testifying, I heard, I think most of her testimony, but I was doing other things. I've been really looking forward to this because I had a lot of thoughts going into this. Like, did she see those videos, that we saw on day 5? And also, because I remember, I heard the part where she did think that Sarah, qualified for being, meeting the criteria for battered partner or battered woman syndrome, battered spouse syndrome, all the different names. And I remember thinking how interesting it was about how, and this was a big turning point, I know, for a lot of people who were following this trial that were like, because that's huge, right? She seems very credible. She seems to know what she's doing. And that's huge, right? It's like, well, if that's the case, that's, we can't just rule that out yet. And, but I just remember thinking after those videos, it's like, I don't see how someone possibly could have, if they had received all of that evidence, how they could have possibly, because it's one thing if Sarah is lying or convincing or whatever, right? But it's another thing if you see all this other evidence. And I just thought, I don't know how she could possibly have found this. So it'll be interesting to see what all she reviewed. And keeping in mind that, like with the Ezra trial, as I pointed out before, we had Amber Heard, and she was administered, I think, 2 different tests, like the MMPI-2, and I forget what the other one was, but and the testing for malingering and feigning, and then narcissistic personality disorder and all the other stuff, right? And PTSD. And Amber could not fool the tests from Dr. Curry. Ezra, however, was given like, I don't know, like 12 tests or something. So way more than Amber heard. She was given all the same tests that Amber had, but way more tests because it was a criminal trial. And Ezra was able to fool the tests and the person administered, the psychologist that administered them. So my thought was with when this lady testified, right, is like, okay, so did Sarah manage to fool this psychologist? Did she manage to fool the tests the way that Ezra did? So, and I remember thinking too that I think maybe depending on the expert, maybe there's a difference in credibility. Like the expert who had assessed Ezra and met with her and stuff, he was like a real, I don't know. I don't think the jury liked him very much. He was really cocky and he seemed really biased. And she seemed to me, from my initial, watch of her testimony, very fair and balanced, unbiased. So I'm thinking about it through the lens of the jury. It's like, well, if you're trying to think about like, okay, how much credibility are you going to give an expert witness's assessment or their opinion versus maybe what your gut's telling you? Well, if you've got someone like this who's like really credible, that seems like that would make a big difference. So these are just things to keep in mind. Again, initial thoughts where I found her to be far more credible than I think it was Dr. Benson in the Ezra trial who assessed her. And he was not, the bias, right? When there's a lot of bias and when they're real cocky, it just doesn't do, I think they're less credible. So, all right, let's go ahead.
I think you've already stated your name, but just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dr. Julie Harper, and I'm a licensed psychologist.
Would you tell the jury your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College in biopsychology.
Oberlin!
I have a master's degree from University of Denver. I went on from my master's degree to earn a psychological doctorate. That's called a PsyD. That was also from University of Denver. In completing that education, I specialized in psychological assessment, which means I had extra coursework in that area of learning to administer psychological tests to other people. I completed an APA-approved internship at Washington State University, which means that I was matched, and that was my site to practice being a psychologist for a full year, and that was between 1999 and 2000. And following that, I turned in my dissertation, which was in the passing of power in couples relationships.
Interesting.
I then graduated and started my postdoc work in Pullman, Washington. As part of becoming a psychologist, you have to have
That's wild, Pullman, Washington. Also, that's interesting. The passing of power in couples. I've been talking a lot about that and how I felt like, while that is a dynamic in a lot of like we saw again with like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, the passing of power, and they would go back. Again, after everything that came out in this case, I just don't think that was really what was going on. I think Sarah, and just given what we've seen of her, I think she has to have the power all the time. Where it's I don't know about it being that type of passing of power, even though that is a dynamic for some couples. Then you've got others where one person has all the power,
Over 1,500 to 2,000 hours of supervised work as a psychologist. The person that supervised me was a forensic psychologist. So during that postdoc time, that was my introduction to forensic work while I worked at a community mental health center.
Dr. Harper, how long have you been licensed?
I was first licensed in Washington State in 2002, so 22 years.
What type of positions have you held as a psychologist?
Well, I was rehired at my internship site. So I worked at Washington State University College Counseling Center. I also worked 2 times at a community mental health center. The first time was in Pullman, Washington, and that was during the period of time where I was getting my postdoc hours completed. And then I stayed on after licensure. I also worked in Florida. When I came to Florida in 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area at Bridgeway Center, which is a community mental health center. And while working there, I completed a variety of psychological assessments. I was directing the testing program. I also began working during the Department of Juvenile Justice contract work for evaluating adolescents that had gotten into legal trouble and needed an assessment for consideration of program placement. I worked in that community mental health setting doing clinical assessments and the DJJ contract and Social Security evaluations, and continued that until about 2010. In 2010, I opened my own private practice, which is Northwest Florida Psychological Services. And in the beginning of the practice, it was a combined clinical and forensic practice, meaning that I spent a majority of time doing psychological assessments to answer questions from physicians about things like ADHD, depression, to make treatment recommendations. I had the therapy patients, and I also did, again, Social Security disability evaluations, so numerous kinds of assessments. And then over time, I began doing more and more forensic work, including receiving appointments from judges to do competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations for Circuit 1 in Florida. And I continued to do the Department of Juvenile Justice contract briefly, but then that it came up for a bid and I discontinued that contract. What I did is I slowly reduced my clinical practice, because when you do forensic psychology, it means you have to travel. Your individuals that you're seeing are not usually out in the community. A lot of times you have to see them in jail. So it's hard to maintain a therapy practice, and I scaled that back over time. Eventually, my practice became entirely forensic. And then in 2017, I took a job with the state of Georgia to be an evaluator full-time. I was working doing competency to stand trial and sanity at the time of the offense evaluations, and then assisting with risk assessments in the inpatient setting. I did that until 2021. At that time, my private practice was just quieted down, of course, from COVID.
She's remembering all this stuff.
And I was not in full-time practice, so I wished to return to full-time practice with my own company, and I did that in May of 2021. And since then, obviously, the courts are busy again. We're all recovering from the COVID era and back to full-time practice.
Now, where do you live?
I live in Okaloosa County, and that is in the panhandle of Florida.
And is that where your practice is currently?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you travel the state to? Is it fair to say you travel the state to do assessments or evaluations?
That's correct. I travel to a lot of cities throughout Florida, as far south as like Miami, and then of course working along.
Is it fair to say that you testify in various counties throughout the state?
Yes.
And I know that yesterday you were set to testify in Bay County, Panama City.
That's correct. I was testifying yesterday in a death penalty case in Bay County.
All right. And when you finished, you drove here?
Yes, I did.
My understanding is you got here after midnight.
Yes.
What other counties have you testified in?
Well, I've testified here in Orange County, in Miami-Dade, in Duval. It might be hard for me to list everywhere. Alachua, Escambia, Santa Rosa County, Walton County, Bay County,
all of them.
Washington.
So just so the jury understands, the nature of your practice is you have to travel throughout the state.
Well, I do work in cases where the person is at risk of succumbing to the death penalty. And so those cases require repeated evaluations in different vicinities. And so I have been, traveling to work on murder cases. There are psychologists, I suppose, that do forensic work that might just confine their work to one circuit or stay, but I actually broadly travel.
You said that your practice is now entirely forensic?
That's correct.
What you said? And you've testified about what kind of forensic work you do?
Yes. So as a forensic psychologist, sometimes I am tasked with testifying about something very specific. So for instance, a person's ability.
Notice the difference in his questioning versus the other defense attorney who questioned the first expert psychologist. Like, what a difference, right? Like, it just, I don't know, man. Owens.
To stand trial if they're knowledgeable and can go forward with their trial process. I've testified about a person's sanity at the time of the offense, meaning if they had a mental health condition that met the statute as to not being sane at the time of the offense. I've testified in sentencing hearings. I've been an expert witness for Department of Children and Families. I've testified in vocational rehabilitation hearings as their expert in what's called social investigation. That's what they used to call custody evaluations. So in numerous capacities.
And would it be fair to say that a lot of times you're appointed by the court to provide the service that you provide and you're paid by the state?
That's correct.
What percentage of your work is where you're paid by the government to do the work?
I would say that the majority of my work comes through with that court-appointed funding. Percentage-wise, probably about 90%.
Okay. I realize you testify on occasion by the state, but majority of your time, 90%, 95% of the time you testify on the behalf of the defense?
Yes, the evaluation is complete, and either side can call me for testimony, and the majority of the time I'm called by defense.
And so you make a living by traveling the state, and generally the
Oh my God, Owen.
the court system, I think they call it JAC,
Okay.
pays your fees.
This is, I don't, what, does he not know what questions to ask her? This is so insane. I'm going to go forward a
So
little
I'm
bit.
attorneys, also and firefighter.
Different than a regular psychological evaluation. Can you tell the jury?
Sure. So if any of us went into a psychologist's office and had an evaluation done, it would be most likely for treatment. So things like if you qualify for surgery or you're going to have treatment, maybe you've got a condition that you want therapy for. A psychological assessment is very helpful in identifying a diagnosis and then setting a course for treatment. A forensic psychological evaluation has many of the same procedures, but the aim is really different. The aim would be to answer some kind of legal question that is posed. So as an expert, I might be in a position to provide some education or experiential descriptions of something that a person might be suffering from to people that are going to make a decision. So for instance, if it's a competency evaluation, I would educate the fact finder. In that case, it would be a judge about what is wrong with the person, or if they had any deficits at all, or if they were competent to proceed. In a situation like this, a forensic psychological evaluation might be geared more to identifying, again, if there is a mental health condition present in the defendant I'm evaluating, and then to provide a jury with education about what I found in my evaluation.
How many forensic psychological evaluations have you conducted? Estimate.
So just as an estimate, it's clearly more than 4,000. I've been doing forensic psychological evaluations as far back as 2007.
Have you been qualified as an expert to testify in forensic psychologist in court as a forensic psychologist?
I have.
And you said you testified for the prosecution.
Yes.
And you testified for the defense.
Yes.
Is there any difference in the work that you do depending on who hires you? Which side?
Absolutely not. A forensic psychological evaluation is an objective assessment of what's going on with the person. So you should be performing the same kinds of procedures in doing the evaluation. It should not matter who's retained you. What you're trying to do is answer a question.
Are there times when you actually do an evaluation and assess an individual, but then you're not actually called to testify?
Yes, many times that's the case. You will provide your feedback to the attorney, and then it's up to the attorney to decide, if there's anything in there that would be useful to them, or if they're pursuing a certain kind of information for the court, they would choose to call you for testimony.
Dr. Harper, do you recognize Sarah Boone at the defense table with Tony Henderson?
I do.
Yeah, I'm going to go forward a little bit.
When did you first get involved?
One comprehensive psychological evaluation of Ms. Boone.
And did you do that in Ms. Boone's case?
I did.
Okay. Were you given materials to review?
Okay.
I was.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes.
You assess the client individually, one-on-one, and then there are collateral evidence or material that you also consider?
Yes.
His questioning is just so hard to follow. And it's just, dude, the other guy did so awesome with the first expert. Anyway.
Tell the jury about that.
Yes. So in forensic work, there are a variety of documents that are usually available in assessing a defendant. In this case, for criminal court, you would see things like witness statements. There might be body cam footage or just more information about the offense itself. Sometimes there's an interrogation video. So you would get kind of the legal description of the offense and the things that have occurred. I also will often get educational records of a person, mental health records, hospital.
Did you learn if she was an A+ student?
Records, things of that nature that would describe their biopsychosocial history to me.
And you were given materials as it relates to Sarah Boone to review?
Yes, I have.
She already
How many times did you meet with Sarah Boone?
So 9 times.
Can you tell the jury what you did as part of your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Well, we had clinical forensic interview in which I reviewed her background history, so her early childhood. I also assessed her with assessments, meaning I administered 3 psychological tests to her. I reviewed her prior mental health records, her
tests. I'm sure we'll learn more about what those are. Ezra got way more tests than that. So just to compare, I mean, it was like a whole list of the psychological tests. They went through the litany on that one. 3 tests, I think, is closer in comparison to what I'm sure they gave to Amber Heard.
Interrogation video, some prior information about her legal history. So she had been previously arrested. I reviewed that as well. We had an opportunity to review the transcript of her interrogation video. So there were a variety of things that would be considered what I did with her.
What I haven't heard yet is that she reviewed the body cam of the other incidents that came out on day 5, or the videos from Sarah's phone from day 5, or the suitcase video. It sounded like the interrogation video, the interrogation transcript, her previous legal documents. So that would just be like when she was arrested and stuff, but that's the document, right? She said document. And then like her background in education or whatever.
So you considered some medical records?
Yes.
And did you also consider some records from George Torres's records?
I did see his records.
If she didn't review the shit that matters, then it's not her fault, right? But that could explain a lot.
Now, do you consider, in doing an assessment and forming any opinions, an individual like Ms. Boone's upbringing in terms of where they grew up and what their family environment was like?
Yes, that's part of gathering their background history. So biopsychosocial information.
And did you consider Ms. Boone's upbringing in forming any opinions?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So of her history, I found it pertinent that she was raised with.
Roach.
So I wonder what she was raised with.
Sustained.
Would you have considered, as part of her family background, whether or not some of her family members had passed away early in her life?
Sustained.
You considered the entire family background and history without going into the details of what she said or what you learned from looking at records?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And did you
I
consider?
have to say, I love the color of her blazer. What a beautiful, and it matches her glasses. It's a great color for her.
Her relationship with her mother as part of her psychological development?
Yes.
Oh my God, I want to know about that. I don't know if they get into it. If they did, I missed it the first time around.
Now, do you believe that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
I do.
She doesn't qualify or meet the criteria for that diagnosis, does she?
I did not diagnose her with that.
Can you elaborate
See, this is the problem with him, because he says narcissistic traits, and then he says but she didn't meet that diagnosis, and then she says she answers the question, I didn't diagnose her with that, but it's like that they're talking about is narcissistic personality disorder, and he doesn't bother to even say that. You can't, anyway, it's just.
Explain how you feel that Sarah Boone does have some narcissistic traits?
How you feel? Dude, Owens, get it together. How do you feel that she has to know?
Meeting with her as part of the evaluation, the narcissistic traits that I identified would have to do with, as she described, being a straight A student. She
right.
reiterated about her abilities, and I felt that was evidence that she had low self-esteem, and her coping mechanism was to identify what made her stand out. And that would be consistent with a narcissistic trait.
Now, I know there's been reference in this case to a manual that all psychologists, all psychiatrists refer to. Do you have that manual with you?
I do.
And what is the name of that manual?
It is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the text revision. So it's the DSM-5 text revision.
Now, Dr. Brannon testified earlier today, and there was some evidence relating to when you suffer from narcissism, there's a sense of grandiosity.
Evidence?
But is that from this manual
Owens.
in your studies, in your experience, where they require excessive admiration and whatnot, that there's a reason for that?
If I'm understanding
that, dude, Owen, that is the. She's about to say, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, that was terrible.
In your question, there's a criterion in narcissistic personality disorder related to that.
What I'm getting to is many times.
Oh my God.
You may have these narcissistic traits, but really, you suffer from.
What I'm
very
getting
low
to
self-esteem.
what I'm getting to, objection counsel is testifying about why he's confused. Like what?
That's the underpinning of that criterion.
Would you explain that to me?
If I'm allowed to reference the DSM, then I can explain it best.
Just don't read from it. Just
All
you
right.
need to review. If you need to read a paragraph and then explain
Can
it to
we
the
ask
jury.
the judge, please? What is happening?
So based on the description in the DSM, if a person's self-esteem is very fragile and they have low self-esteem, they may require more outside admiration or even appear more grandiose in their abilities because at root, they don't feel secure and confident. And so it's what we would call a defense. And so that criterion is actually a way that a person tries to make themselves feel better.
Anything else you want to say about that?
Oh my
that
God.
issue?
Owen.
Well, you asked me about why I didn't diagnose narcissistic personality disorder.
She's
And
like,
again,
I'll do your job for you. My God.
from the DSM,
Are there criteria?
there are criterion for each disorder.
And so you,
Fucking hell.
when you're assessing someone, they have to meet all those criteria for you to form that opinion that they actually suffer from that disorder.
Well, the first, I guess, issue is do they have the criterion that are listed? And then the second would be, is there a different mental health disorder that would better explain the criterion that you're seeing?
This sounds like the rule out thing that we heard about from the first guy. What was his? I forget his name, but the first guy, the rule out,
The
right?
criterion within the DSM overlap considerably across disorders. And so there are some helpful guidelines within the DSM to remind you of that you may have what's called differential diagnosis. So if you're considering one thing, that you also are directed to look at other things. So that happened in this case, in this instance, that the DSM guided me to also look at other things.
But just for purposes, to make it clear, you did not diagnose her as with narcissism.
We know.
That disorder.
That's correct, because the DSM
You can't even get the name of it right. It's not that hard. Narcissistic personality disorder.
description guided me that that would not be an appropriate diagnosis.
Why did you not diagnose Ms. Boone with a personality disorder?
Well, first of all, it has to be a pervasive pattern of distorted relational abilities. So basically, if she is demonstrating in a variety of settings that she has these symptoms.
Okay, I'm going to push back a little bit here. I understand that is one of the criteria. And I thought about this with the other guy when it's like saying like, is it impacting all the other areas of their life? The thing is that Sarah Boone didn't have a job, and she said she was a homebody, and she didn't have any other contact with people except for, I guess, maybe with Brian. You know, it's like she had a couple of friends, it seems like, from those videos, but basically she did not have an integrated life with other people to where it could affect. I think that had she had that, probably would have, right? So while I understand what she's saying, I mean, you know, the problem is like she was really limited in terms of her interaction with other humans. It was mostly, from what we can tell, with Jorge and maybe Lukas, kind of, although, you know, she flaked out on him a lot, seems like, you know.
And secondarily, the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder is listed when you're considering personality disorders. The DSM guides you that if there are personality changes that are associated with the exposure to a trauma, then you should consider post-traumatic stress disorder and not a personality disorder.
Have you diagnosed her with anything? And we'll elaborate on that, but through your assessment, have you diagnosed her with anything?
Yes, so she has a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. She has symptoms of anxiety that would be consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. So that is an anxiety disorder.
And you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress?
I do.
Now, at the time of this incident, this event, we're talking February 23rd of 2020, you were aware that she did not have much family support.
Yes.
Doctor, why do you administer psychological testing?
Psychological testing allows an objective measurement of what the person's symptoms may be as compared to sort of an average. So if we can see what the average range on a standardized measure would be for any person, if there is an interpretable difference, that gives me clinical information. So it's not just relying on what the person has told me. I've got an objective measurement that I can compare to other people. And then I also administer psychological testing in a forensic evaluation to help assist me in making sure that the person is intending to put in good effort with me. In some forensic settings, a person may have a reason to present symptoms, like if they're in a custody evaluation, for instance, they might have a reason to minimize symptoms, or they may exaggerate something else. And so assessments as to the person's response to you and if they're validly participating are important.
So there are tests to see if you're faking or malingering or that type of thing?
Right. And so you would call it feigning mental health symptoms when the person is either far exaggerating a symptom they do have, or if they're pretending to have a symptom that they do not actually have.
Now, as it relates to Sarah Boone, what type of psychological testing did you administer?
I administered the inventory of legal knowledge, and that is a test that has to do with whether or not she was validly participating regarding her understanding of the legal process.
That's just competency.
I also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Now, explain to the jury what that Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test is.
So that is also a test of feigning to identify if she's validly participating in the evaluation. So if she had endorsed psychological symptoms or psychiatric symptoms, that would be unusual or not typical of a valid psychiatric patient.
What were the results of Ms. Boone's test on the Miller Forensic?
She validly participated. There was no indication of any feigning or malingering.
As far as the inventory of legal knowledge case, what were the results?
Again, she was validly participating, and she did not even come close to the cutoff. That would put her in the range of feigning.
Can you tell the jury what the purpose of the clinician-administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is?
Yes. So that would be considered a very useful assessment of post-traumatic stress disorder. It allows.
Did she not give her the MMPI too? I'll be shocked if she didn't give her the MMPI too.
To interview.
I mean, that to me, just, well, we can just ignore all the rest of it. I mean, that's like the test.
A person about exposure to a traumatic incident, and then identify if there's a change in behavior that has occurred as a result of that exposure to trauma.
I wonder, okay, I'm just floored.
At the time that you
I'm
administered that,
shocked. If she did not give that test, I wonder if that will come up on cross.
that test, did Ms. Boone in fact have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well,
Or tell me the results. Just-
yes. So the results would be consistent with a person having post-traumatic stress disorder. I do not diagnose from one test. That wouldn't be appropriate, but it is consistent with the background and the symptoms that I had previously,
What other test?
taken down during my evaluation of her. So the clinical portion, when we go through symptoms, that was consistent with the outcome of that test.
And with this testing, all the testing, help you determine if Ms. Boone had a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma to after the alleged trauma. And I'm referring to the trauma. We're going to talk about what the trauma was, but the trauma was the intimate partner violence.
That's correct.
Okay. But would that testing help to determine if she had a change in functioning from that trauma of the intimate partner violence?
Absolutely.
And did you determine that she did suffer from a trauma as a result of intimate partner violence?
That was my conclusion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Now, in considering all the available information, you don't just rely on what Ms. Boone tells you to
No.
make your decisions.
No, I don't. I do interview a person as part of the clinical forensic interview, of course, but I also consider things that are reported, like in their arrest narrative, witness statements, all of the medical records. So there are a variety of sources of information, collecting data points and reviewing those to arrive at a conclusion.
So you did review Ms. Boone's previous diagnoses in her history?
Yes,
Did you consider the previous diagnoses in arriving at your own?
I did. Yes.
What did Ms. Boone, what had she been diagnosed with prior to you getting involved?
Roach.
Yeah, wow. What the fuck would you, dude? It sounds like she did not give the MMPI too, which is crazy.
Other experts who may have died. But you would agree, I think this is a fair question, you would consider
I think
prior.
I think this is a fair question. Why objection counsel is testifying about irrelevant nonsense?
Other experts who may have diagnosed her with something.
So I would definitely consider her mental health records diagnoses previous clinicians may have arrived at the time when I diagnosed her myself.
Okay, given the assessment that you did with Sarah Boone, and considering the totality and the time you spent with her and the other records, did you diagnose Sarah Boone with anything?
Yes, so post-traumatic stress disorder. It's my opinion at the time of the offense, she had depression and she had an alcohol use disorder.
All right. I know we talked about post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't know if I need to ask you anything further. I think the jury probably understands that. Is there anything else you wanted to add about that disorder?
I'm not sure what the jury's already been told about post-traumatic stress disorder, but in Sarah Boone's case specifically, because of enduring, she specifically noted the time that she was stabbed with the knife as being an extremely
Sustained.
You have viewed.
I have to say, we just covered all that with the knife, and she never expressed any pain. She never expressed that it was traumatic for her. She didn't express any emotional impact. She didn't express any fear, and the story didn't match where the wound was on her leg. So,
Have you viewed some exhibits involving her being stabbed?
I think that we have had exhibits in common. I'm not sure what was admitted.
Right.
You've seen the physical scar from Sarah Boone being stabbed in the back of the leg.
Yes, I've seen her scar.
this is crazy.
Just generally, without getting specific, I think
What?
I've explained
Owen?
post-traumatic stress, but if there's something else that
Owens?
you believe the jury needs to know, but it's a
What is
sort of
happening?
trauma that occurs as a result of one or more events.
I can't just ask.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is the psychological after effect of being exposed to a very significant stressor or cumulative stressors that make the person's behavior, thinking, and mood change. And so the change can include things like the person becomes hypervigilant, is easily startled, has trouble thinking, has trouble sleeping. So their body is in a state of agitation. Can also include changes in mood that would include irritability, difficulty relating to others, and that they might be resistant to trust easily. So those are all
They have
features.
trouble sleeping sometimes.
Yes,
Sleep deprivation is a real issue.
it's associated with things like nightmares and having trouble settling.
What the fuck, Owens?
Now, you mentioned that you had diagnosed.
The only the sleep deprivation, my God. From what we know, she sleeps late. Dude, the only sleep deprivation that we know of is her stating in her interrogation that night before the interrogation, she only got an hour of sleep. That's it. That's all we've got. That's all we've got. And who knows if that's even true, but she was trying to make it seem like, she was trying to get sympathy and all that and get out of there. So anyway.
With depression, can you just give us a general understanding for the jury of depression?
So the persistent sad mood, including feelings of hopelessness, helplessness, having difficulty concentrating.
So I'm going to skip. My guess is after that, they'll go through the alcohol use. I'm going to skip past those because I think everybody probably knows what those are. I'm, really more interested in if there's anything else that she reviewed when it came to Sarah.
You have a mood state that eating too much, you become excessively personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
And is it your understanding that this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered?
Let me go back a little bit.
They may cling too much or become excessively bonded to try to escape a feeling that they don't like. And that might be a dependent personality trait. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have a personality disorder, because that would have to be pervasive across all the environments. But when stressed or upset or not feeling good, you're going to use some kind of coping mechanism. And that might be one of the criterion, for instance, of the personality disorder. You would call that a trait.
And is it your understanding that this trauma that one suffers from repeat domestic violence can cause one to be considered suffering from the syndrome, we call it battered spouse or battered woman syndrome?
Yes. So the diagnosable condition would be PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how a clinician would label the response to trauma, the pattern between partners, the person's coping mechanism because of that trauma. That would be what's considered battered spouse or battered partner syndrome.
And you're aware that concept of being traumatized by the battered spouse syndrome or the post-traumatic stress is relevant to a self-defense case.
Yes.
In criminal context.
Yes, I understand that.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, under the battered spouse syndrome, the person would experience a trauma or a situation in which they feared harm. And based on that fear of harm, they would react in a certain way that might not be understandable to other people. So their fear is based on the pattern of behavior between them and their partner. That might not be the case for another set of people.
Now, I know that Dr. Lenore Walker is the one who first uncovered this syndrome back in the 70s.
Her research study generated the term. She was interested in why battered women specifically at first, that was what was studied, didn't leave their partner because of course they're experiencing traumatic events, risks to their life, but then they didn't leave. So she undertook the original research study on that.
Just briefly touch on, because I know Dr. Brannon has this, there was a 3 stages that Dr. Walker developed for that syndrome.
I think you're referring to phases that a person may go through or the cycle of the relationship. That includes the tension building phase, in which there is the first instance that tension is building within the partner. There might be a change in tone, a signaling that there's a difference in agitation. The second is the true battering event. So something has happened between the partners that's violent in nature. And then third, there's the honeymoon phase, which is to keep the relationship intact. The batterer would engage in what's like called honeymoon behaviors, like trying to repair the relationship, apologize, essentially keep the victim from departing from the relationship. So those are 3 phases.
And is it fair to say that psychologically, the abuser, does alcohol often involved in the abuse?
Yes.
And as far as the victim is getting abused, and you say it's a cycle, is the victim, when they go through that last stage, the honeymoon stage, are they thinking, okay, it's going to be better?
Yes, the hopefulness in that, trying to believe that the behavior has changed, that they're not going to be abused again, the hopefulness to maintain the relationship, to forgive. That's part of that last stage, phase 3, is maintaining the relationship.
I don't think I've asked this. Why would someone who has been exposed to intimate partner violence perceive the likelihood of a new violent event about to appear? Why would they perceive the likelihood of that violence differently than, say, a normal person?
Well, it speaks to the pattern. So any relationship will have its own special pattern, that you have things that only your partner knows about you, or certain looks that you give that mean something, and you learn that over time. So over a period of incidents, basically, the victim begins to perceive cues that would signal impending danger. Those cues could be really subtle, just a change in tone or some small behavior that might not mean much to another person, but it has preceded other violent acts. So for instance, if your husband decides that he is not going out that night, he might put on different clothes to stay home. And that could be a signal, like abuse and violence has occurred in his stay-at-home clothes, for instance. That might not mean much to another person because, again, it's specific to that dyad. Those 2 people know those patterns. So the victim may perceive a small or subtle change in their partner as a cue because they've become hyper-vigilant. The body knows when it's experienced a threat to itself, and it will take note. We record memories differently when we're at risk. So these subtle cues become very well memorized by somebody who's being victimized.
Now, on this, and battered spouse syndrome is a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder, which you diagnosed Sarah Boone with. When those personality changes occur and they persist after an individual has been exposed to this extreme stress, is that when the diagnosis occurs?
The changes would be as a result of the pattern. The person experiences a change, like in their sleeping, in their hypervigilance. That's when you can diagnose it. So you can have a trauma or an experience of a scary incident, but it doesn't mean that you will absolutely have post-traumatic stress disorder. You have to have those reactive symptoms that would suggest that it's present.
In your opinion, and I know you've gone over this event with Sarah Boone, this February 23rd, 2020 event, is your opinion that she was suffering from battered spouse syndrome at the time of that event?
Yes, she had patterns ingrained in her behavior that would be typical of a victim who's responding to traumatic events in a predictable way. So that would fit that.
And it's fair to say that because of the intimate partner and the prior violence, that you would have a heightened sense of when danger or was about to occur.
Yes.
When a threat was about to occur.
Yes.
Threat of danger.
That's right.
Now I want to talk about placating the abuser, a victim placating an abuser. Are there predictive cues which an abuser may exhibit to a victim that result in a high level of anxiety arousal in which the battered woman may attempt to reduce through several different means to delay the beating? Can you explain that?
Yes. So the phase of the relationship that starts with that tension building, that is a jumping off point potentially. So if you can stop the escalation, you might stay in phase one for a period of time. Phase one being that tension building phase and trying to reduce it and not allow it to escalate. So placating the abuser might include distraction. It could include substance use. It could include a change of scenery. There are a lot of things that a partner will learn to do so that they don't have the escalation into an abusive event, if possible. It doesn't always stop it.
Now, in reviewing all of the data, all the reports, medical records, and whatever reports you considered, videotape that you may have watched, as it relates specifically to Sarah Boone, are her words her power?
Her words, I would say, are the weapon that she has.
Explain that to the jury.
In reviewing the available videos that I had to review, you would see that when Ms. Boone is very stressed, when she's experiencing.
Okay, but are we going to get into what more specifically what videos? But also, what about when her words are so slurred that you can't understand them?
A high level of anxiety, she becomes short in her tone. You can hear that in her voice. There's a strain, sharper words come out. I think that is the way that she would try to respond to Mr. Torres. You can hear that sharpness in her voice when she's very stressed out.
Now, would you agree that victims may exhibit a range of behaviors when they're suffering from intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Self-isolation?
Yes.
Suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
Substance abuse?
Yes.
And there are often physical signs of injury such as bruising?
That's correct.
Chronic fatigue?
Yes.
Learned helplessness?
Yes.
Can you tell, I know Dr. Brannon spoke on it, but could you tell us a little bit about that?
I can't.
So learned helplessness is when you.
I have to skip this part because she goes into more detail about the dogs, and I cannot with it. So we're going to skip that part.
To be thinking of a traumatic event, but it intrudes on something else you're trying to do. Like maybe you're folding socks or something like that, just doing something mindless. And that's what takes over your thought process. It's not something that you're trying to think about. We could plan what we're thinking about, or sometimes if you're just having this intrusive experience, that's not what you were intending to think about at all.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes.
Yeah. There can be triggers that bring on these memories. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Are there also symptoms of this syndrome where, like in the alcoholism, where you have denial that you're in the middle of this cycle?
Well, as part of the relationship, there's an element of pleasure. Like you have early on in the relationship something that binds you together. So you're remembering that, you're hoping for that, even though the repeated cycle is going through the phases 1, 2, and 3. You keep hoping for elements of that honeymoon phase.
I'm just
wishing that it was
out,
better. So it is
real quick. Again, I know that's the case with most of the couples that might be having these types of issues. Things have become more clear. And the thing is that it's there's a lot of evidence that would support the idea that Sarah Boone might be racist towards Hispanic people. And there's also this element of like this control and being the abuser and, the way he was treated. We're going to get into it when we watch the videos. But part of the heaviness that happened upon me as we saw all that come out on day 5 was it almost seems like she preyed upon him because he was small, because he was short, and because he was Hispanic. And again, that's where there's the way she texted and communicated even with his family as well, and then tried to change all of their names to American or English names. It's so it's like, it's just very much into one of those things where it's like she wanted to punish, treat him almost like yeah, like to quote Mr. J, like a violent pet or like a slave or like a tortured, you know, something just, it's really disturbing. But I think, you know, I think the race might have had something to do with it. And I mean, we see this to compare it to something else that a lot of people might, you know, that you hear about more often, right? So if you think about like, oftentimes these, you know, prolific serial killers in the past, right, that are well known, you know, oftentimes they target a specific type of person, and it's like it's a person that they hate, or a person that they you know, of course this is just awful, right? But it's a certain race or whatever, right? And so, and sometimes, you know, if you imagine a situation where someone is lured in through like the, you know, a relationship, quote unquote, but you're really going to kind of keep them there as like your long-term tortured pet, if you will, right? And meanwhile, you're going to like subjugate them and abuse. I mean, that's kind of the picture that I get. And so anyway, some of this stuff, I just don't know that it really applies. But again, it just makes me wonder if she saw those videos that I've been referencing.
It is like denial. You're imagining the way it used to be. You have a recollection of that person showing you positive behaviors, and you're, you know, hoping for that. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on. And it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having in your relationship. And that's because it's embarrassing.
Yeah, to that end, Sarah was taking pictures and texting everybody. We saw that in the text communications about what was, you know, whatever. However, the only indication we have of either of them trying to hide or cover up any type of signs of abuse was actually Jorge, where there was that text message about him having to put like, he had a black eye from her and he had to put like makeup or something on it to cover it up. So, you know,
revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that, you know, concern in your own mind about it. And so, you know,
see, but again, the other thing that doesn't fit with this is she's the one that kicked him out and broke up with him multiple times. That's the thing. What this was relevant in what was it? There was another case. Hold on, let me think. Let me back it up and maybe I'll remember.
It's embarrassing. It's revealing a loss of control to other people. It's revealing that things aren't perfect. You might even get feedback that you should leave your partner, and that's unwanted because you're already having that, you know, concern in your own mind about it. And so, you know, it seems like denial on the outside to hide it.
Would you agree many people who suffer from this, they're minimizing what is happening to them?
Yes.
And they're numbing their emotions to it.
Well, to stay present and keep that.
I think I might have been thinking about Debbie Heard, because there was some of that as well, where it's like the dynamic of where it's like constantly breaking up with them. Like Amber constantly did that to Johnny. It's just like Sarah Boone. I mean, Sarah Boone and Amber have a lot of things in common. And I'll go on the record and say I think Sarah's way worse. But yeah, that's the same thing. It's like that's the person who's doing the breaking up is the person who's in control. I mean, really, like 100%. So
that relationship, it's very difficult for a lot of people because they're experiencing physical and emotional harm. So they want to numb it, because numbing it means that you can keep that relatedness no matter how bad it's getting.
Some people with this syndrome disassociate.
Relevance.
Approach.
And there's an approach
to experience that.
I'm just going to list some of the
symptoms
that you find in battered spouse women.
What is
Just to see
wrong
if
with
agree
you?
These. We talked about intrusive memories and flashbacks of the past traumatic events. You agree with that?
What are you reading from?
Severe anxiety and hypervigilance.
Yes.
The panic attacks.
That is sometimes present. It depends on how the person experiences anxiety, but some do have panic attacks.
Very low self-esteem.
Yes.
Poor body image.
Sometimes.
Feeling that they have no control.
Yes.
Sexual dysfunction.
It can be, particularly if the trauma includes sexualized attacks.
Short-term memory problems and confusion.
Yes, that's part of PTSD sometimes.
And they can actually have physical health problems, from the chronic stress and physical violence.
That's correct.
I mean, I just want to note her short-term memory loss and confusion and whatnot was all
Fear.
like being drunk.
Yes,
Constant fear.
that is correct.
Now, the abusive partner, the abuser, part of the abuse would be hitting, kicking, punching, choking, burning, and biting.
Approach.
Hi, Candace. Good morning to you, my friend. I love that you always include the little sun. So let me zoom.
That create this intimate partner violence or create this syndrome in the woman. Hitting,
Yes, that could be an overt act.
kicking,
Yes,
punching,
yes,
choking,
yes,
burning,
yes,
using weapons to hurt you,
yes,
a knife,
correct.
curtain rod,
Yes,
threatening to hurt you, your children, or your pets,
yes,
belittling and humiliating you,
that's correct.
taking your car keys,
That would be considered a form of control. So yes,
controlling your money,
yes,
control where you go and who you see
correct.
and who you can talk to,
That's right.
force you to have sex when you don't want to,
Yes,
stalking you,
yes,
slapping you,
correct.
Okay, Owens, are you done yet?
You agree victims that suffer from this abuse experience feelings of anger,
Yes, that can be in some of the phases. So
sadness,
yes,
hopelessness,
yes,
For
worthlessness,
me, anger, it
Correct.
doesn't really track. with
intense
me.
feelings of fear.
yes,
Abusers have a tendency to have low self-esteem themselves.
Overruled.
Abusers.
Overruled.
The abuser can have low self-esteem himself,
yes,
have a desire for power and control,
correct.
have a tendency to use alcohol or drugs.
Yes,
Abusers oftentimes have temper,
that's correct.
become jealous easily,
Yes,
very possessive.
can be.
All of this describes Sarah. I still can't believe she didn't administer the MMPI too.
The victims can suffer from
Oh my God, Owens.
Yes, sir.
What a mess. I mean, the fact that she didn't administer the MMPI2 already, to me, diminishes her final opinion on Sarah.
Dr. Harper, I'm showing you Exhibit 14.
Oh my God, if he's just going to show her the injuries.
I did.
Oh, she watched the video of the TV. Oh my God. So she didn't watch the videos that we saw on day 5. That's what's
I'm going to show you some
okay.
pictures.
Oh my God.
Exhibit 12. I believe she's testified that this is where the curtain rod. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
Okay, I'm going to skip past
Exhibit
this
11,
nonsense
with this
because
photograph over here.
yes,
Exhibit 8 is her stab.
we've all seen the injuries, medical record, whatever. She didn't look at the stuff she should have looked at. Not her fault.
2, all
Not her
those
fault.
photographs informing your opinions that you've expressed here today as it relates to Sarah Boone.
yes, under the substantiation that she has indeed experienced past instances of intimate partner violence against her.
Is it fair to say that it takes time, a number of times, to visit with someone like this to build trust?
Yes, traumatized people.
Candace asks a great question. Is this the state's witness? One would think. No, this is the defense's biggest, best expert witness. who has said that she thinks that Sarah Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, has diagnosed her with PTSD and all that. And the problems that I've had so far with it is that she didn't administer the MMPI-2, which is like, you have to do that. Like they gave, I mean, you know, we've seen that before. Again, Amber Heard, and then with Ezra, she didn't administer the MMPI-2. So that's one thing. But the other thing is with the evidence and everything that the defense team gave her to look at, right, and to review, they left out the shit that matters. They left out, from what I can tell, the suitcase video. And they definitely left out all of that body cam and the videos on Sarah's phone that we saw on day 5 that were like completely changed this case. She didn't see any of that. She saw the interrogation and she had the interrogation transcript. She saw the video of the TV and then like medical records and then like the police reports of her arrest or whatever. But she didn't see, like, they didn't show her the shit that matters, man. So it's like, yeah, but this was their best hope at any type of, you know, acquittal or, you know, lesser included. So.
Are slow to disclose information. You have to build rapport. You have to make sure that they experience you discussing other things without an emotional reaction. They feel easily judged, as we mentioned, have defensive denial, things like that. So you need to build good rapport in doing an assessment with somebody that's experienced trauma.
So a lot of times they're very slow to open up and tell you about the abuse.
That is correct.
And they'll actually often lie about it.
Deny it. Yes. Just say that that's not the issue or they're fine. So oftentimes I'll have an evaluation request come from an attorney who's having difficulty interacting with their client. And then ultimately it's a result of trauma.
Now, I know that you viewed everything and I know you've seen her 9 times. Is there did you feel like you had enough time? Was 9 visits enough time for you to feel like you had
the thing is,
enough time and information to form the opinions that you've expressed here today?
Here's the thing. He's about to finish, thank God. Here's the thing. So Sarah Boone had a habit. I don't even know if a habit is a strong enough word. Almost an obsession with regularly calling law enforcement. We saw those 911 videos or, 911 calls and the body cam. I mean, they were like one after another after another. I couldn't even believe it. The cops were like, oh yeah, I remember, I've been here before, and she would call and say, my boyfriend hit me or my boyfriend punched me or whatever, every time. So she always was just immediately saying what happened, right? Whether it did or not, a whole other thing. But she had no problem disclosing that. The only time that she denied any type of altercation or argument or anything negative at all was after she was asked about the murder. And at that point, she was like, no, it was the best day and all that, right? But so in other words, the pattern that she had for the whole however many 2 years or whatever prior, one after another, after another, after another, show that she doesn't exhibit this, behavior that you normally would if you are actually the victim. So,
yes.
That's all the questions.
All right, on to cross.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
So you have done some evaluation work on battered spouse syndrome for a prosecution in the past?
No,
All right. Have you done insanity evaluations for the prosecution in the past?
I have been called to testify about that.
So you understand when the government obtains a court order for their expert to come in and do an evaluation, it's for one evaluation, correct?
I believe that you're saying that the government can retain their own expert. Yes,
No, what I'm talking about is you just went through that you had 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
I
correct?
did. Yes,
And that was over the course of 8 different days because 2 of those visits were morning and afternoon sessions, correct?
that's right.
And what we are trying to help you have the jury understand is that when you get hired by the government and the court gives you an order to go evaluate somebody, you get one crack at the apple. Is that your understanding from your past work working for the government?
No, that's not always correct. There are many instances in competency evaluations where evaluators will request additional visits if they cannot determine their opinion on the first visit.
All right. Specifically, when it comes to an affirmative defense, such as battered spouse evidence and insanity, what is your understanding and your expertise?
What is my understanding of the issue? Oh,
Judge, the question.
Legal objection.
Objection.
Legal grounds.
He asked a question about
Oh,
battered
good
spouse
Lord.
insanity.
Oh yeah. Yep. So what he's trying to get at, if I had to try to use my squirrely crystal ball, my guess is that when they bring in the rebuttal expert will have met with Sarah once, and so he's trying to get ahead of that. So
When
that
it comes to
it's
an
not
affirmative defense such as battered spouse
doesn't look
syndrome
bad.
being used for self-defense or, not and, insanity, it requires a court order for the state to go have an evaluator go, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are the agreed upon criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Well, you would evaluate if the person is indeed suffering from a behavioral response like a mental disorder. So first of all, has the person demonstrated that they've got a behavioral change? And is it in response to a violent act? Do they perceive threat where they've been exposed in the past? So pattern of violence that has repeated.
Does control over another person in an intimate relationship have anything to do with it?
Yes, it can.
Does isolation have anything to do with it?
Yes.
And by control, I mean controlling who you go see, who you hang out with, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And could it involve controlling personal items of the other person as well?
Yes, it can.
So that's what I'm asking. Like in the DSM-5 TR, I believe you pulled up narcissistic personality disorder.
Yes.
And so when you do that, it pulls up and it says there's 9 criteria and 5 of those criteria must be met to make a diagnosis for narcissistic personality disorder, correct?
That's right.
Now, battered spouse syndrome is not recognized by the DSM-5 TR, correct?
No, it's not a diagnosis. You wouldn't use it as a diagnosis.
And what I'm asking is, even though we haven't written it down in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and I mean the like the Ohio State University or something, is it written down anywhere? Can one psychologist or psychiatrist rely upon a recipe or a list of criteria that everyone else would be using in your field as well?
There is no standardized approach you must follow. In other words, sometimes if we have a statute, for instance, it would identify what we must investigate. It doesn't exist like that. There's no statute directing it.
And there's nothing written down anywhere that says, of these 9 criteria, these things must exist. Controlling your partner, isolating your partner, beating your partner, so on and so forth, correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, this kind of abuse can come in the form of emotional or mental abuse outside completely of physical or sexual abuse, correct?
So that is a component. You can have extreme mental abuse occur of a person, yes.
And if that person responds to that environmental stimuli of whatever it is the partner is saying or doing to them, they may internally view that as traumatic.
They could.
Or they may not.
That's right.
It's entirely possible for 2 people to be in a 3.5-year relationship that has physical violence and neither one of them feel traumatized by that. Is that correct?
That's right. If they have enough supportive or positive experiences that would negate that ratio, so a positive to negative, they may feel okay.
And a man can be subjected to this sort of trauma, whether it be physical, emotional, or sexual by an intimate partner as well, correct?
That's right.
And it's basically it's unique to each relationship, right?
That is right.
But trauma is in the eye of the beholder. Is that fair? Whether a negative experience traumatizes somebody is going to be in the eye of the person who experienced that stimuli, correct?
I only partially agree with you. It's a complicated answer because some of the manifestations of trauma are behavioral. So for instance, when I evaluate veterans who have returned and they may not know that they've been traumatized, their bodily responses that include like difficulty concentrating, they can't sleep, they're hypervigilant. The PTSD diagnosis encompasses outward manifestations. So even though they don't acknowledge trauma, you can still identify it as a clinician.
But still, somebody like a homicide detective or a homicide prosecutor can go to scenes where there are dead bodies, go to autopsies where there are dead bodies, and not walk away with any trauma, correct? Whereas somebody else might.
Right. The environmental, cues for that person and also working with law enforcement, they become seasoned to micro traumas. So almost every police officer can remember the first dead body they've seen. So it's in their memory. And then they become accustomed to seeing gruesome scenes. They have increased tolerance over time because it's part of their job. It may not be part of their intimate relationship that they have with someone else.
Now you brought up veterans. Is something common with PTSD with veterans, something like firecrackers may set them off because it reminds them of acts of war?
That's right.
You're not suggesting to the jury today that if somebody who returns with PTSD from service and hears firecrackers is justified in going outside and just shooting bullets everywhere, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying you did.
Okay.
What this battered spouse syndrome evidence is helpful for is not that subjective mindset, but rather helping to explain the objective circumstances that are presented to somebody and how it might be different from somebody with those experiences. They may view something objectively different.
I partially disagree with your question because I would say that there are incidents or actual events between partners that would be a factual thing, something has happened. And then the person subjectively experiences that as, intrusive or controlling or traumatic. So that is the person's felt or subjective experience. The objective part is what happened.
But again, as a forensic psychologist, you're familiar with the justified use of force instruction, correct?
I'm not a lawyer though, so I'm aware of it, but I cannot debate fine points of that with you. I'm sorry.
I'm just helping, I'm trying to understand what you said before, because there's a subjective component, whether or not a person believes subjectively that they need to use some sort of force, deadly or non-deadly. You agree with that, correct?
I do.
And then there's also a second component that it's objectively reasonable to the ordinary person to use force, correct?
I understand what you're saying, yes.
And what I believe I heard you mention earlier about battered spouse syndrome was originally was meant to help understand why people stay in these relationships.
Originally, yes.
Because it may not just be intuitive to somebody who doesn't understand these things, why somebody who is abused time and time and time again would remain in that relationship, correct?
That's right.
And again, and I know you're not a lawyer, but if the law has evolved about retreat and not having to retreat and so on and so forth, that kind of changes some of the lens of this, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach. Okay, question withdrawn. May proceed.
Oh, that was fast.
All right.
How did they do that so fast?
So you would agree that hypothetically, if somebody is running down their partner, saying negative things about them, telling them they're unattractive, telling them things that would potentially hurt their feelings, that could be an element of control of a verbally abusive relationship.
It could.
Propping one up, hypothetically saying, I'm the best thing that has ever happened to you, you will never do better than me. Is that a potential component of the control that one in an abusive relationship might exert over an intimate partner?
Yes, to try to not encourage their partner to leave them. Yeah.
Considering gifts, hypothetically, that one partner has given to another partner, but considering it still to be your property because you gave it to them, is that a form of potential exertion of control over an intimate partner when you give somebody hypothetically a bike, but still consider it your own bike?
I mean, I don't think that's strong evidence of that. I think that it does happen in relationships and people do that in general, but I wouldn't say that's like really specific to this.
How about hypothetically exerting control over your intimate partner's identification papers, such as a birth certificate?
Definitely.
So that can happen. People will hide things that are required for work. For instance, like your driver's license or things like that.
Now I'm asking yes or no questions. If Mr. Owens would like you to elaborate further, he's going to have that opportunity in a little bit. Okay. Hypothetically, if one partner destroys another partner's belongings, is that a potential example of exerting control in a relationship?
Yes.
Hypothetically, is threatening to or actually using legal process as a threat against your intimate partner in a potential indicia of controlling your partner? For instance, X, Y, or Z, or I'm going to get you arrested.
Yes, I would agree that happens.
Now, I assume you would agree that this cycle of violence that we've described, the tension building, the blow up, and then the honeymoon phase, you would agree that just one of those cycles could be enough to give somebody a traumatic experience if they took it as a traumatic experience.
Yes.
The defendant described her first date with Mr. Torres to you, did she not?
She did.
And at the time of this first date, they had obviously just met that night at a bar, correct?
Right.
They were not financially intertwined, correct?
That's right.
They shared no children in common.
That's right.
They did not live together.
Correct.
And after this description that she provided you, which included him smashing her phone, correct?
Yes.
Hitting her, first time she'd ever been hit in her life, correct?
Yes.
And making her crouch in like a fetal position on the porch for several hours to the point where it hurt her back, correct?
Yes.
Threatened to sodomize her.
Correct.
And she described that she was all bruised up, correct?
Yes.
After that, this is the first time she had ever met him, correct?
I believe so.
There was a second date, correct?
Yes.
Despite not having any of that intertwinement that we went through prior to this description, correct?
That's right.
Now, it is possible under what we've discussed, right? Just that quick one date can be that buildup of tension and blow up, correct?
Yes.
But it's different hypothetically than saying a spouse who is financially dependent on his or her other spouse in a 20-year marriage with a house full of kids than a first date, correct? You would agree in severity, in the intertwinement, there's a difference.
There's a difference in intertwinement. The pattern can be exactly the same.
Now, of course, there are many different reasons why somebody will stay in a relationship that, when perceived from the outside, others would say is abusive, correct?
That's right.
The defendant described that she felt like she was making Mr. Torres a better person, correct?
That's right.
A better father, correct?
Right.
A better ex-husband.
With phone calls. Yes.
And she would tell him to call his children,
That's right.
make sure that he sent them Christmas gifts,
Yes.
and make sure he sent his ex-wife money when she asked, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree those are indicia, or indicators, sorry.
Understand?
I know you need them. That perhaps she wasn't necessarily financially dependent on Mr. Torres, correct? I'm not saying conclusion, but those are indicators. If you're saying, please spend your money elsewhere, that I don't need your money, correct?
No, because even if there was money that was needed by Ms. Boone, her tendency to put the needs of her partner before her would direct her to do exactly that, like make him better, make him have the availability to visit his children, send them presents, even if she's the one that needed the money.
And in her perspective, Mr. Torres needed her to do this to make him a better person, correct?
I believe that, yes.
How many years of her adult life did she describe working?
I don't think she gave it a specific quantity. We just went through a variety of her jobs that she had in the past.
And, you know, she was low 40s when she met you? 4
Yes.
years ago?
That's right.
So she had been 18 for probably about 24 years. Did she give you a 24, right? 24 plus 18, 42?
Oh, you said for 24 years, and that's why I was confused. You can't be 18 for 24 years, but 24 years ago, I would agree.
Did her work history kind of flesh out to be 24 years is what I'm asking?
I'm not certain.
And at the time, in the apartment in 2020, she had not been working, correct?
That's right.
And had not been working for some time.
That's right.
And what she was doing was living off of the settlement that she had been bought out of with her husband, was lump sum, plus $1,000 a month in alimony and $100 a month in child support, correct?
Yes.
It was Mr. Torres who would work, correct?
He worked at Ace Hardware.
When he would show up.
Right.
Sometimes he didn't show up, is what she indicated, correct?
Yes.
Because of his drinking problems.
Yes.
Did she describe to you, well, let me strike that. She did describe to you one instance, at least, where violence occurred in front of her child, correct?
Yes.
And that her child had gone to school and reported it, correct?
Yes.
And you understand as a forensic psychologist that teachers are mandatory reporters, correct?
That's right.
Did you review any DCF records in this case?
No, I didn't receive any DCF records.
Did Ms. Boone ever indicate to you at any point in time she became too afraid to let Lukas come over to the house?
Yes, there were times where she would ask Mr. Boone, so Brian Boone, to not bring him there.
And Mr. Boone was aware of this because she would say things like that, correct?
Yes.
And at different times, she told you that she would go over to Mr. Boone's house to escape the violence of Mr. Torres.
That's right.
And February 24th of 2020, the child was scheduled to be picked up by Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Despite everything that she was aware of and what Mr. Brian Boone was aware of, correct?
Right.
And you saw in her police interview that she swore on the life of her son that she was telling him the truth, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Object.
Approach.
Yeah. Actually, she swore on his life like a lot of times. It was kind of wild.
Rephrase it. She swore on her son's life that it was not intentional that she ended up killing Mr. Torres, correct?
That.
I object.
Approach.
Oh my God.
Ms. Stricken, members of the jury, questions are not evidence, and you're not to give them any weight whatsoever. Mr. J, you may proceed.
She's quote unquote swore on her child's life that it was not intentional. That, correct?
Before I answer, I'd like you to direct me to that part of her interview. So
I'll strike it with you. It's on video. Some of Ms. Boone's diagnoses predated her relationship with Mr. Torres, correct?
Yes.
And so when diagnoses predate a violent intimate partner relationship, there is an independent cause, even though they may then later contribute to phenomenon, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that all mental disorders have an independent cause. Sometimes they're spontaneous or biological in nature.
Well, let's talk about hers. I mean, you're familiar with her prior diagnoses and you went through her childhood, so on and so forth, correct?
I did.
So she was bringing some things with her prior to Mr. Torres' relationship, correct?
She had
Also, yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, she did.
Thank you. You reviewed some Advent health records, correct, of hers?
Yes.
And some Aspire records of hers, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that there are times in the Advent health records where she goes to the hospital and then leaves before getting treated, correct?
Yes.
And there is a time when she goes to the hospital where she is described, their words, not mine, as having ETOH on board.
Yes.
Do you understand what ETOH means?
In a medical record, you would use that shorthand for alcohol.
Or ethanol, right?
Yes.
Drinking alcohol, not the other stuff.
Correct.
Oh, boy.
And in the records that you reviewed from Aspire, she came with complaints of depression in January of 2018, correct?
That's right.
And ethanol or alcohol is a central nervous system depressant, correct?
Yes.
And I know you're a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So let me know if I'm pushing you too far and you're not going to answer. But you are familiar generally with the effects ethanol has on the body.
Generally, yes.
And you can and do make diagnoses of alcohol abuse disorder.
I do.
And in your professional life or personal life, are you familiar with the standard serving size of drinks when you're evaluating somebody's drinking? For instance, hey, I only drink 2 drinks a day. All right, well, are they 64-ounce mugs of beer or are they 12-ounce? So are you familiar in that context?
It might be a question I would ask during evaluation. What are you referring to? Is it a mixed drink? Is it a shot? Like I try to identify that.
And you ever asked if somebody says they drink 2 glasses of wine, well, how big are the glasses of wine?
Sometimes.
And is your understanding that 5 ounces is the standard serving of wine since it's about 12% alcohol?
I'm not sure what the standard size is.
Yeah,
but
that
that's
actually
regarding, like a
varies.
wine glass.
That varies. depending
And
on-
in January of 2018, when she came in crying and complaining of symptoms consistent with depression, she had a blood alcohol level of 0.165, correct?
I believe so.
And in October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a breath alcohol of 0.185.
Wow. She was found hold on.
I'm reacting.
She was found stumbling by police. Well, I'm gonna back up so I can hear what her BAC was.
In October of 2018, when she ended up going to Aspire, when she was found stumbling by police, she had a breath alcohol of 0.185.
I'm reacting to your description of her stumbling by police. I know she approached police for help. So
Oh, she's taking issue with that description. Interesting. Are they approaching? Oh my God. Yeah, I mean,
27 of 24. Can you turn to page 21 if
Hey.
may I approach the witness?
Yes.
what does it say? Did they find her stumbling or did she ask them for help?
All right, records from Aspire that was provided to me by the defense on September 27, 2024. And just at the top, you read the first or the fourth line. All right, Judge.
I would ask that she
Oh, boy.
not read that entire paragraph. Other than little completeness.
Approach.
It's a longer one.
All right, October of 2018, or of 2018, there was a second visit to Aspire, and that was based upon her being found stumbling by law enforcement with a 0.185, correct?
Okay.
And that's
she
supposed
walked
to be
up. Okay.
Okay.
So I'd have to say no, the way you phrased the question.
Ma'am, Boone was stumbling due to her level of impairment, paren 0.185.
Yes, I would agree.
Is that part of the records you rely upon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Huh.
When you talked to Ms. Boone about that, she kind of just described an event of June of 2018 and blurring those two events, did she not?
No, she told me she had 2 different Baker Acts.
Did she describe it as being June of 2018?
Oh,
I'll have to reference my interview note to find that if you would like me to.
interesting. I didn't know about the Baker Acts. I hadn't heard this part. Wow.
You remember giving a deposition on October 1st at the state attorney's office downstairs?
I do.
And at that point in time, and I'll ask, opposing party want me to show her prior statement before I ask her about
I
it?
think she's got a deposition.
Do you have your transcript?
I do.
Okay.
Yes, I'm with you.
She described it as June of 2018.
That's what I said in my deposition, that she was describing her experience in June of 18.
And she described this experience as going to the hospital to find a pastor, correct?
Yes.
And ends up going to what we call Lakeside then and Aspire now, right?
Yes.
Oh.
And then what you described was she was talking about more of the violence that occurred specifically regarding a significant episode of Jorge driving her roughly in the car, so on and so forth, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those were 2 separate incidences. January when she came looking for the pastor, correct?
So I'm just clarifying that there's a record that we started with this conversation from October of 2018, and there is a description of her trying to go to the hospital to seek a counselor. So those are 2 different instances.
In January of 2018, when she went to the hospital crying and signs of depression,
Bless you.
she indicated that was because her husband and son had gone out of town and she was feeling lonely and sad about having lost her job a few weeks earlier, right?
There were numerous stressors there, yes.
Nothing mentioned about any problems with somebody named Mr. Jorge or George Torres, correct?
You're talking about January?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting, the amount of projection, right? Because Sarah saying that like Jorge would always follow her around and blah, 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 and she needed her alone time. And it's like, this is really showing a different side to Sarah. He's looking for it.
Words are not referencing her relationship with George on the January date.
Now, in talking about February 23rd, 2020 with Ms. Boone, you talked to her about that on several occasions, correct?
I did.
And part of one of those conversations, at least, was about an incident that she indicated had happened the night before February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes.
She indicated and told you that she had been dragged down the stairs the night before the suitcase incident, correct?
That's right.
And in part of your review of this case, you reviewed all the crime scene photos, correct?
Okay, here we go.
Those include photographs of Ms. Boone, correct?
Because he's going to be getting to the thing that I said at the very outset, which is what all didn't the defense give her, you know?
And were there any indications in the photographs of injuries on her consistent with being dragged down the stairs of carpet?
I didn't see inside her scalp. So I didn't see photos of inside, her hair follicles and this area of her head. On her outward body, there were no indications of that.
Did you ask her how it was that she was injured during this dragging down the stairs?
I don't think I went through specific injuries to her. No.
Do you agree that alcohol intoxication affects the credibility of a historian that's providing history to you, patient, client?
If they're actively intoxicated, yes.
We had talked, you and Mr. Owens, had talked about narcissistic personality disorder earlier.
Yes.
And that is a recognized diagnosis in the DSM-5-TR.
That's right.
And there's 9 of those, correct? 9 traits?
Are you you're talking about the criterion of narcissistic personality disorder? Yes.
Like page 761 on your hard copy?
Thank you. All right.
When I close, I have a digital copy.
760, but
One of the criteria is has a grandiose sense of self-importance. For example, exaggerates achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements, correct?
yes.
Two
That's
is preoccupied
in
with
a
fantasies
nutshell.
of unlimited success,
Ah.
power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. Right?
Yep.
Yes.
3, belief that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high status people, friends, or institutions. Correct?
So 3, just caveat, it says believes, not belief, but the rest of what you said I agree with is the great here.
4, requires excessive admiration.
Yes.
5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations. Correct?
Yes.
6, is interpersonally exploitive, takes advantage of others to achieve his or her own ends. Correct?
Is interpersonally exploitative. Agree.
7, lacks empathy, is unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others. Correct?
Yes.
8, is often envious of others or believes that others are envious of him or her. Correct?
Yes.
9, shows arrogant or haughty behaviors or attitudes.
Yes.
Now, you believe that she has traits of that disorder, correct?
Yes.
Grandiose sense of self-importance.
So he's going to go through each of these traits and be like, which ones do you think she has? Because I think that the question is here, she's going to exhibit so many of these. How the fuck did you not diagnose her with narcissistic personality disorder?
There are indications that she feels like that or has expressed that before.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love.
No.
You remember going to the state attorney's office on October 1st, 2024 and giving a deposition?
I do.
It was in front of a court reporter, like Madam Court Reporter here.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct? And referring to page 89, lines 18 through 20. Let me know when you're ready. Are you ready?
Yes.
Did you give the following answer to the following question? Preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love? And your answer was yes?
I did answer yes there.
She does not, according, in your estimation, does not believe that she is special and unique and can only associate with high status people, correct?
No.
Does not require excessive admiration, correct?
Correct.
I just
Does have a sense of entitlement,
Yes.
is not interpersonally exploitive,
Correct.
Huh.
It's not.
I disagree with that.
and
That's
when
why-
discussing whether or not she lacked empathy or was unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings or needs of others, you indicated that that might be the case, but it's not intentional.
In other words, she's not aware if she's inconveniencing others.
So there was 3 of those traits, correct?
Yes.
Not 5, which would be required, correct? For diagnosis of the personality disorder.
If that were the correct diagnosis, you would need 5.
All right. During your conversations with Ms. Boone, the defendant in this case, she explained to you that cheating to her means when Mr. Torres would look at pornography.
Oh
correct?
boy, what is she going to say about this?
Not a real life woman, right?
No, not that he was engaging in sexual intercourse with actual women.
Part of the records that you did not review were the
Here.
text messages that were part of the phone.
Here it
exchange for
is.
device, correct?
Here
That's
it
right.
is. Here it is. Yay. What else didn't you
You
review?
indicated in your conversation with Mr. Owens that some of the traits that are commonly seen in abusers would be control, jealousy, easily angered.
This could be, yes.
What other traits for just common for abusers?
Being a person who segregates their victim away from other sources of support, somebody that exhibits coercive control, meaning that they would prevent the person from engaging in activities that would be independent, so restricting their ability to have independent like life, job, money, things like that, that would be supportive of them being left, for instance. Other things would be using emotional expressions like rage to cause a physiological reaction in another person. So those could be additional descriptions.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Aha. Here we go.
Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we've discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving a suitcase,
That's right.
and additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Such as baseball bat smash on the
which
TV.
ones?
That's
Which ones?
part of it. Yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes.
Okay.
One prior 911 call?
Yes.
Now, today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I
Okay.
don't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
So here's the thing. So she didn't, so we know she did not review the body worn camera from those, like that was one of the things I was curious about. She said she did review some of the videos on her phone. Now the thing is we don't know specifically what, and the other difficulty is that he can't, at this point, those videos haven't been put in evidence, they haven't been played for the jury. So he can't reference like the way that we might want to know specifically which ones, he can't reference that. So, I'm wondering if he'll be able to narrow that down at all, but she did not review the body cam.
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes, yes. Materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right. And those 413 pages.
Did you?
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No.
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
Did you review any records from the jail?
No.
And
Oh,
Yes.
so she didn't, so she's missing information. So, I think between what she didn't review and then not administering the MMPI-2, you can't put, at least for me, it's tough to put a whole lot of stock in terms of the PTSD diagnosis and stuff if you haven't administered the MMPI-2. So, okay, this is a long approach. Boop, 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 boop.
you testified earlier in the normal course of practice of forensic psychology and psychiatry, you all do rely upon the diagnoses of other experts, correct?
You can inform my opinion. Yes.
And you have not reviewed any electronic communications in the form of text regarding Ms. Boone's case, correct?
No, I did not.
Or recorded phone calls of any type, correct?
Well, 911.
Other than
No, other than that.
Now, let's talk about the February 23rd, 2020. She told you that they didn't really have anything going on to do that particular day, correct?
Yes.
It was a Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Did some chores, and then as a reward, they could rest after doing those chores, correct?
Right.
She indicated to you that she and Mr. Torres did not begin drinking until about 4 p.m., correct?
I'll have to reference.
Page 36 of your deposition, if you care to use that.
Great. Thank you. 36.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is getting to what perhaps could have been one of the most important things they get from her because it was used in the closing. Maybe it was the rebuttal closing, but.
All right, I'm with you. Around 4 p.m.
And you reviewed the crime scene photos of this case, correct?
I did.
That included receipts for some purchases that were made at Publix on February 22nd and 23rd, correct?
That's right.
And one of those receipts was a purchase for a 1.5 liter bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay at 12:17 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you question her about the inconsistency of them having purchased a bottle of wine at 12:17 that afternoon and not start drinking until 4 p.m.?
No.
Ask her about the overt act.
And did she tell you that they had any wine left over from the day before that they consumed that day?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was the day that I was going through this line by line with you in my deposition, but I am aware, yes, that there was an unfinished bottle of wine from some other date.
And then as the receipt showed, there was 2 additional bottles of 1.5 liters of wine purchased at 12:17 p.m. and about 5:30 p.m. on the 23rd, correct?
Right.
And were you aware of approximately how much Ms. Boone, the defendant, weighed at the time of this offense, February 23rd, 2020?
Around 100 pounds.
And in the first 413 pages of discovery, I believe was the autopsy report, correct?
Right.
And so you're aware that Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at his death?
Yes.
Do you take into account this alcohol consumption when evaluating what Ms. Boone is telling you about the events of the day?
Yes.
Did she tell you whether or not she was intoxicated by the amount of alcohol she consumed that day?
Somebody's phone.
Please silence your cell phone.
Oh man, that became an issue during
You may
closing.
proceed.
Or
So
during-
she
during instructions,
did
yeah.
not describe herself as intoxicated originally when we discussed this. So
So the answer is no. She did not describe herself as
intoxicated, right?
Hypothetically, if she had told the jury that she was intoxicated at the time of the offense, would that affect your evaluation of her credibility in the history she provided you?
No, because that was also my opinion.
Did she indicate to you in describing the events of February 23rd, 2020, that there was any point in time she just simply did not remember?
Yes.
And what points in time are those?
So she did not remember taking the videos of the suitcase or the incident in the suitcase until she was at the interrogation room, I guess, and then they were going through them with her. Then she recalled that.
I'm talking about specifically with you. Did she indicate that there were any portions of the night that, or day or night, that she did not remember?
I mean, that makes sense, right? That was what I was thinking. 'Cause she turned her phone over with the videos on it, but then she recognized them right away.
I can't recall anything specifically right now.
Hypothetically, if she had indicated to the jury that she did not remember the 9 or 10 minutes immediately preceding the first video being taken, would that be inconsistent with what she told you then?
No,
Well, she didn't indicate to you that she forgot any part of the night, right?
right. She just didn't say that. So
Would it affect your evaluation of what she told you about the events of February 23rd, 2020, if she hypothetically has testified that she did not remember 10 minutes before the videos?
not really, no, because the event and the course of events that she narrated to me occurred over several hours. So when you interview somebody about circumstances of an offense, it's the usual for someone to not remember every single minute for hours at a time. I can't imagine that anybody's memory could hold that much unless they have like photographic memory or something.
I'm not asking about hours and hours, itemization of her day's events. We're talking about the 20 minutes of the offense.
And the reason this
You
matters
give her history she provided you.
is because, again, this whole thing about the overt act, right? She has to have remembered what happened in order to say what the threat was to her.
Just yes or no?
No,
Now, what she indicated to you was the day had been going well. It was fun and games, correct?
yes.
Conflict-free?
Sunday, Sunday.
To her, she said it was a good day. So that's what she told me.
You said it was a good day.
Yes,
And there comes a point in time where the activities turn toward hide and seek, correct?
yes,
And she goes up to the shower.
right,
And when she comes down from the shower, that's when Mr. Torres is in this suitcase, correct?
getting into it.
And she goes over to the suitcase and zips it, correct?
Yes.
And did she describe whether it was 100% zipped to you or just a certain percentage?
She said that it wasn't zipped all the way.
And still then, that was funny to the two of them at first, correct?
That's right.
And then there came a point in time where Mr. Torres was getting mad about being zipped in the suitcase.
She told me that he was getting mad.
And that, in turn, made her mad.
That's right.
What Mr. Torres was saying was, I can't breathe, correct?
That is what's recorded on the video.
Well, I'm asking you about what you reported her saying.
Well, what made her mad was not that he was saying he couldn't breathe. It's what he was saying that was making her mad.
What else was he saying?
There you go. There you go.
At the time, she said that he said something that was making her mad. And so that's the extent of what we talked about at that moment.
So you didn't elaborate.
And the thing is so what she testified to was that threat. I'm going to fucking end you, right?
what something was that made her mad, correct?
Right. She said he said something that made her mad, and that started making her mad.
You didn't find it important to learn what specifically he said that made her mad, correct?
I don't agree that I didn't find it important
Okay. Then explain. Why wouldn't you ask that question?
because as a person who is traumatized is describing their experience as a trained clinician, you will allow open-ended discussion of that experience. And so it's not an interrogation.
Right.
You don't go asking confrontational questions at the time of their first narration.
We had 9 visits with her. Did you follow up on
Right.
your 9th
And that's
visit?
what I was just thinking. I was like, wait a second, but what about the other 8 times? Okay.
I asked her different questions about
Did you ever ask
be
her?
confrontational.
Did you ever ask her specifically in any of your 9 visits with her what it was that he said that made her mad?
No.
She never described him doing anything to make her mad, but it was words, correct?
Right.
Wow.
And once she got mad, she decided that she was going to leave him in there for 2 minutes.
That's right.
Not 3, not 1, but 2, correct?
That's what she said.
And the reason she was doing that was because she wanted him to understand how it feels to be choked and what she had experienced.
That's right.
Retaliation, not self-defense.
Did you ask her why she didn't let him out of the suitcase after 2 minutes?
Yes, I did actually ask her that.
And what did she say?
Well, she thought that he could get out himself. That's one thing. She said that
That doesn't make any
when
sense.
she was able to unzip it, it was not.
That doesn't make any sense because if you thought that, then why would you preface it by saying I was going to let him out after 2 minutes? That I would let him out after 2 minutes is only something you would say if he can't get out on his own. So I'm sure he'll
Some significant thing. She was able to unzip it easily. So
that's bullshit.
She said it never occurred to her that he couldn't get out.
May proceed.
Just some ghosts in the courtroom.
And you reviewed the still photograph of the suitcase as well as the 2 videos.
Right.
And did you understand what the metadata or what the timestamps were for each of those items?
I'm sure when I reviewed it, I saw the timestamp. Yeah.
Would you agree that 20 minutes is 10 times as long as 2 minutes?
I would.
And if Mr. Torres had not been able to get himself out of the suitcase within 20 minutes, she didn't indicate that she let him out, correct?
She did not.
She described to you, Ms. Boone being the she, that she was helpful to the police.
Yes.
Do you consider,
Oh,
do you
boy.
agree with that assessment that she was helpful to the police?
In the sense that she was having conversations with them without counsel, I would consider that helpful to the police.
No,
Do you think
no,
lying to the
ma'am.
police is helpful to the police's investigation?
No.
Do you agree that she was not truthful with them?
Yes, I think that I would agree with that.
And when she described getting Mr. Torres out of the suitcase, she described stretching his little legs.
Yes,
Ugh, that's so horrifying.
And she stated to you there was no fight that day, correct?
that's right.
Just
Physical.
wanted him to be uncomfortable.
I need to clarify. Physical fight.
Right.
Yes.
Just wanted him to be uncomfortable,
Yes.
correct? And then there was a description of a bat and her using it to nudge, right?
Poke.
Poke. And so
That's so
do you agree that that means like
Poke.
poking out like this as opposed to swinging it?
Right,
Your
right.
baseball hitter?
I would agree with you.
And you reviewed the autopsy report, correct?
Ooh.
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to review the autopsy photos?
Yes.
Did you question her when she said that she only poked him with the
Right.
bat?
Good question.
No.
Not in your 9 visits?
Did I question her about whether? Can you just repeat the question? I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly.
Yes,
Okay.
Did you ever, in considering the autopsy report and the autopsy photographs that you reviewed,
Yes.
when she said that she nudged or poked with the baseball bat, did you ever question her about that, given the severity of his injuries?
So to answer correctly, I did question her
What did she say?
about how she used the bat. And she reiterated that she poked and she gestured what she meant. So I did question her about that.
And did you have any questions about that history she relayed to you, given the other evidence in this case that you reviewed?
That wouldn't be her. That's not her purview.
Just in contrast to the interrogation video. So that
It didn't contrast to the autopsy photographs or report?
I object.
Roach.
I object. That's not really her job, though. That's really, again, more like something that law enforcement would do, is point out like, hey, you're definitely lying about this. Her job is
She never told you that there was any nudging or poking with the bat when he's outside the suitcase.
Right.
She indicated that she ended up flipping the suitcase over face down.
That's right.
I guess not treat her, but just assess her, rather.
Did she tell you about Mr. Torres calling his brother earlier that evening?
No.
Did she ever give you a history about a loud boom occurring inside of her townhouse that evening?
No.
And you never had the opportunity, obviously, to interview Mr. Torres about these things, correct?
Of course not. No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination? Yes, sir.
All right, redirect.
The state attorney talked to you about power and control, that an abusive partner will use power and control over the victim in a intimate partner violence situation.
Yes.
Threatening someone's dogs, is that an example of someone using control?
Yes.
One thing I will
Taking
say.
car keys.
One thing I will say. I kind of rescind a little bit my comment about thinking that she was really fair and unbiased. And here's what I mean by that. Because he is asking questions that make no sense. They're vague. It's been a disaster, him asking her questions. There have been a couple times where she kind of looked a little bit confused, but there were more often than not times where she just guessed at what he was asking and answered it. But look at how much care she took with the state, with Mr. J, of like, can you clarify? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Can you repeat the question? She even, if there was a word that he read that was singular, but it was she when in her copy it was plural. I mean, she corrected him at every turn with everything. But she answers questions from Mr. Owens completely differently. That's what I was going to say. Good morning, Cece.
Keys from the other party, is that an example of control?
If they're withholding, yes.
Taking a phone and withholding a phone?
Yes.
A debit card?
Yes.
Destroying a home, TVs, putting holes in the wall?
Yes.
Not helping pay the rent and other bills?
Huh?
So I would say that could be withholding, that could go under coercive control of another person.
What about violating a court order to have no contact with the person?
Yes.
Oh. I mean, neither of them were paying the bill anyway.
Thank you.
Brian Boone
Can
was
this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned.
Mr. Owens? Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
okay. So I think that's the last.
Collect all your stuff, ma'am. No worries.
Take a break.
No
I
apologies
think that's the
necessary.
last witness. Let me just make sure.
That an element of control, the control is talked about greatly by the state. I point out things hypothetically that they refer to. They refer to them as hypothetically. However, they refer to things that
Okay, they're discussing the whole thing with I think that first expert witness that wasn't really allowed to officially be an expert. What else? Does anything else happen?
Okay,
But we haven't followed back up with them. This came up
sure.
late.
I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
I don't know whether you could just go ahead and send them to home for the evening, and let me see if we can find the clerk maybe in the morning, and then.
All right, so looking for-
The state has Dr. Werner. This is probably gonna take me a little bit.
They're looking for some records. I think this was about the George's medical records, maybe, which is they never ended up using any of that. There's a lot of stuff that they, talked about that they never ended up using. There's like a lot of stuff that just didn't come in. But I think that's it for the day, guys. Yep. They're going home. Yep. Yay! Good job, team. Excellent. So next episode, I believe, is tonight. We're going to do days 5 and 6. Brace yourselves for day 5, even if you have seen those videos, because I think we're going to notice some things maybe that hadn't really been talked about, and it's going to be a lot. So, but days 5 and 6, that's the rest of the trial. So we will do. There's a lot of interruptions, right? And I don't know that we'll watch all of the interruptions. We might watch some of the more important ones, But, you know, the day 5 is finishing, you know, we have the state's rebuttal, and then we have, and the videos are part of that rebuttal. And then there's, you know, discussion about the jury instructions and, you know, arguing over things. There were so many arguments. I can't even remember what all. There was a lot regarding the state's rebuttal witness. I remember that, the expert. There was a lot of arguing over that. So anyway, and then day 6 was yesterday. So that's, you know, jury instructions, closing arguments, verdict. So we will have that tonight. And then my plan after that, in terms of this case, of course, you know, we'll watch out for the sentencing, which isn't until December. But what we will do is we will watch, I'll do another stream where we watch Brian Boone's interview with law enforcement, which they did not play at trial. And also there's a video of Sarah Boone's interrogation, but it's from a different angle where you can see everybody at the same time really clearly. And so I think that'll be interesting to watch as well, because the one that everyone had seen and that was played at trial was like kind of blurry, and you could only see like partial people there. So this is where you can see, it's like kind of from overhead, you can see all 3 people the whole time. And it's like much clearer image. So quality or whatever. So that will be, so we'll have Brian Boone, and we'll have that. And if there's anything else that I come across that didn't come in like that, we'll include that in the mix, but that will be the other next thing. So, and then I do also have the next Casey Anthony episode. I believe that is scheduled for Monday, but yeah, that's this trial. And the other funny thing is how everyone kept calling it a 2-week trial. I was like, what? I mean, it was 6 days. I know it was 4 days of jury selection, but that's still only 10 days. But really, it's I mean, dude, it's just like really exaggerating it, right? Like trying to make it seem longer. Like, because most of the times the jury selection is not included when people are talking about the length of a trial. They wanted to get those 4 days, but still, you know, the 2-week trial, and it was like day 6 anyway. But that was what everybody was doing yesterday during closing. It was really funny. Anyway, thanks everyone for being here. I'll get working on timestamps and hopefully see you guys tonight, and love y'all, and I'll roll the outro.